From Boss to Boo by Tyla Walker.
Ready for some scandalous workplace drama?
Oh, absolutely. What's the scoop? An office affair?
Even juicier.
What's juicier than office gossip?
You'll have to read From Boss to Boo to find out. But let's just say, sparks fly in all the wrong places.
Tell me more.
You can go to TylaWalker.com. Get the unabridged version for yourself.
Good. I hate missing out on the dirty details, even if they might challenge YouTube's guidelines.
Sounds good. I'm gonna do that now.
Don't forget to use Save 40 at checkout. It's the deal of the century, almost as addictive as office gossip.
You're listening to Tyla Walker's From Boss to Boo. Don't forget to subscribe for more daily releases on free full audiobooks by Miss Tyla.
Chapter 1. Amara. I arrive at Winthrop Industries, my heart pounding with a mixture of nerves and excitement. Today is my first day as Grayson Winthrop's personal assistant, and I'm determined to make a great impression. As I step into the lobby, I'm greeted by the friendly front desk coordinator. "Good morning. You must be Amara," she says with a warm smile. "Mr. Winthrop is expecting you. Take the elevator to the top floor, and his office will be straight ahead." "Thank you so much," I reply, returning her smile as I make my way to the elevator. As I step inside and press the button for the top floor, I take a deep breath, trying to calm my nerves. The elevator rises swiftly, and I use the time to mentally prepare myself for the day ahead. When the doors open, I'm greeted by a sleek, modern office space. I navigate my way to Grayson's office and pause for a moment before knocking on the door. "Come in," a deep, commanding voice responds from within. I enter the office and find myself face to face with Grayson Winthrop. His presence is striking. He's a white man with chiseled features and piercing gray eyes that seem to look right through me. Immediately, I'm struck by how put together he is. His dark brown hair is expertly manicured in an Ivy League cut that matches his slim gray suit. "Good morning, Mr. Winthrop," I greet him, extending my hand. "I'm Amara Jeffries, your new personal assistant." Grayson shakes my hand firmly, his demeanor polite but distant. "Welcome to Winthrop Industries, Miss Jeffries," he replies. "I have high expectations for my assistants, and I trust that you will meet them." He proceeds to give me a brief overview of my duties and expectations, his words precise and professional. As our meeting concludes, Grayson directs me to my own office, a well-appointed space adjacent to his. "Ms. Jeffries, your office is just down the hall," he informs me. "Lisa, our front desk coordinator, will show you the way and help you get settled in." As if on cue, Lisa appears at the doorway, a warm smile on her face. "Hello, Amara. I'm Lisa. It's great to have you on board." "Thank you, Lisa," I reply, returning her smile. "I'm excited to be here." Grayson nods, his expression remaining professional. "Lisa will introduce you to the team and ensure you have everything you need. If you have any questions or concerns, don't hesitate to ask." "I appreciate that, Mr. Winthrop," I say, turning my attention back to him. "I'm looking forward to contributing to the success of Winthrop Industries." With that, Grayson dismisses us, and I follow Lisa out of his office. As we walk down the hallway, Lisa begins pointing out various departments and introducing me to colleagues along the way. "Over there is the marketing department," she explains, gesturing to a bustling open-plan office. "And here's the finance team. You'll get to know everyone better in time, but for now, let's focus on getting you settled in." I nod, eager to learn more about my new boss and the dynamics of the office. Lisa's expression turns slightly more serious as she begins to share her insights. Mr. Winthrop demands the best from his team and can be quite intense at times. I listen intently, absorbing the information. "I'm prepared to work hard and prove my worth," I assure her. "That's the right attitude," Lisa says, her smile returning. Just remember, Mr. Winthrop values efficiency, professionalism, and discretion above all else. Keep that in mind, and you'll thrive here. I appreciate the advice, Lisa. I'm excited to learn from Mr. Winthrop and glean what I can from him. We arrive at my new office, and Lisa hands me a set of keys. Here you go, Amara. This is your space. Feel free to make it your own. I step inside, marveling at the sleek, modern furnishings and the incredible view of the city skyline. It's perfect, Lisa. Thank you. Lisa leans against the doorframe, her expression turning slightly more serious. Now let me give you a bit more insight into working with Mr. Winthrop. He's a brilliant businessman and a true workaholic. It's hard to find the right fit for a boss like him. He expects the best from his team, and he can be quite demanding at times, so much that we've gone through several assistants, replacing his last girl of 15 years. I see, I say, absorbing the information, starting to be more intimated. I'm ready to work hard and prove myself. That's the spirit, Lisa says, her smile returning. Just remember, Mr. Winthrop is fair but firm. Keep that in mind, and you'll do just fine. I appreciate the advice, Lisa. I'm excited to get started and learn from Mr. Winthrop. As Lisa takes her leave, I settle into my new office, familiarizing myself with the layout and the state-of-the-art equipment. I can't help but glance through the glass wall that separates my office from Grayson's. He's seated at his desk, his brow furrowed in concentration as he pores over a stack of documents. My heart skips a beat as I take in his commanding presence. Even from a distance, his handsome features and intense focus are undeniable. I quickly avert my gaze, reminding myself that he's my boss and that I need to maintain a professional demeanor. I turn my attention back to my work, determined to make a strong first impression. As I dive into the tasks at hand, I can feel the excitement and nerves churning within me. This is my chance to shine, to prove to Grayson and everyone at Winthrop Industries that I'm the right person for the job, even after so many before me failed. I dive into my first tasks, eager to showcase my skills and prove my worth, and log into the various accounts and systems that Grayson has granted me access to, mentally thanking myself for taking that advanced computer class last year. The knowledge I gained is already proving invaluable as I navigate the sophisticated software with ease. I start by reviewing Grayson's schedule for the coming week, noting the important meetings, conference calls, and deadlines. He's a busy man. I make a mental note to double-check the arrangements for his upcoming business trip and ensure that all the necessary documents and reservations are in order. Next, I turn my attention to the spreadsheets Grayson has shared with me. As I examine the data, I can't help but notice a few areas where the organization could be improved. I spend a few minutes brainstorming ideas, jotting down notes on how to streamline the information and make it more accessible. Feeling confident in my proposed changes, I begin implementing them, carefully restructuring the spreadsheets and creating new formulas to automate certain calculations. As I work, I lose myself in the task, my fingers flying across the keyboard with practiced precision. After completing the spreadsheet updates, I lean back in my comfortable chair, taking a moment to absorb my new reality. This is my life now, working as Grayson Winthrop's personal assistant in a prestigious company. I glance around my office, marveling at the sleek, modern space that I can now call my own. Tearing my eyes away from Grayson's office, I turn my attention to the expansive windows that offer a breathtaking vista of the city skyline. The view speaks to the success and prestige of Winthrop Industries, and I feel a surge of pride at being a part of such a renowned organization. As I take in the stunning panorama, I reflect on the incredible opportunity that has been presented to me. I can't mess this up. This job is a dream come true, a chance to make a name in the corporate world. I'm determined to give it my all, to exceed expectations and show Grayson and everyone at Winthrop Industries what I'm truly capable of. My past no longer matters. I'm a new woman. Nobody has a reason to look into my troubled past. With a renewed sense of purpose, I turn back to my computer, ready to tackle the next task on my list. I'm grateful for the advanced training that has prepared me for this role, and I'm eager to put my skills to the test. Suddenly, a knock at the door startles me back to reality. I look up to see a friendly face peeking into my office, a woman with a warm smile and a glint of curiosity in her eyes. "Hi there, you must be Amara, the new assistant," she says, stepping into my office. "I'm Olivia, one of the marketing managers. I just wanted to pop in and introduce myself." I stand up from my chair, smoothing my skirt as I extend my hand to greet her. "It's great to meet you, Olivia. I'm excited to be part of the team." Olivia shakes my hand firmly, her smile widening. "Welcome aboard. I've got to say, you've landed quite the position here, working right next to the big boss man himself." I glance over at Grayson's office, catching a glimpse of his imposing figure through the glass wall. "Thank you so much. It's an incredible opportunity," I agree, turning back to Olivia. "I'm ready to give it my all." Olivia leans in conspiratorially, lowering her voice. "Just be prepared, Amara. I've never known a personal assistant who lasted more than a few months with Grayson. He's brilliant, but he's also demanding and intense. It takes a special kind of person to keep up with him." I feel a flicker of nervousness at her words, but I quickly push it aside. "I'm up for the challenge," I assure her, my voice filled with determination. "I'm here to learn, grow, and prove myself." Olivia nods, a glimmer of respect in her eyes. "That's the spirit. If anyone can handle the Grayson Winthrop, I have a feeling it might be you." She glances at her watch, realizing the time. "Well, I better get back to my own work. But if you ever need anything or just want to chat, don't hesitate to reach out." "Thanks, Olivia. I appreciate the warm welcome and the advice," I reply, feeling a sense of camaraderie with my new colleague. As Olivia takes her leave, I settle back into my chair, her words echoing in my mind. The knowledge that Grayson is a challenging boss only fuels my determination to succeed. I'm not here to be just another short-lived assistant. I'm here to make a lasting impact and prove my worth. With a deep breath, I turn my focus back to my work, ready to tackle whatever challenges come my way. I glance once more at Grayson's office, catching a glimpse of his intense concentration. I know that working closely with him will be a test of my skills and resilience, but I'm ready to rise to the occasion. As I immerse myself in my tasks, I can't help but feel a sense of excitement and anticipation. This is my chance to shine, to learn from one of the best in the business, and carve out a successful career for myself. With Olivia's words of caution and my own unwavering determination, I'm ready to face whatever the future holds, right here by Grayson Winthrop's side. Yet despite the work I'm ready to do and the resources I'm ready to build here, my mind keeps running back to those steel gray eyes, piercing at me from across his desk. I wonder at Grayson. With every part of him perfectly in its place, I imagine it would take earthquakes to move a man like him. I'm no force of nature. I'm just his assistant.
Chapter 2. Grayson. Can I handle a distraction like Amara? I had to consider it. I was expecting an overeager intern in a cheap suit, not an elegant black goddess in a skirt that hugged her at the hips. I could barely hold my composure when her soft brown hair fell over her shoulders, showing the neat lines of her collarbones through the holes in her designer sweater. As I grapple with my thoughts about Amara and the undeniable attraction I feel towards her, a knock at the door interrupts my musings. I look up to see Maggie, our HR manager, entering my office with a stack of papers in hand. "Good morning, Grayson," she greets me with a warm smile. "I have a few documents that require your signature." I nod, gesturing for her to take a seat. "Of course, Maggie. What do we have here?" As Maggie explains the nature of the documents, my mind can't help but wander back to Amara. It seems I'm not the only one who has taken notice of my new assistant. "So, how's the new girl settling in?" Maggie asks, a hint of curiosity in her voice. "Amara, right?" I lean back in my chair, considering my response. "It looks like she will adapt well," I admit, keeping my tone professional. "Her qualifications are impressive, and she seems to be catching on quickly." Maggie nods, a knowing smile playing on her lips. "She seems sharp from what I've seen. Hopefully she'll be able to keep up with your demands. Lord knows you've gone through your fair share of assistance." I chuckle, acknowledging the truth in her words. "I have high expectations, Maggie, but something tells me Amara might be different. She already pushed some workflow changes and is taking ownership of her work. Hope she's the one." "Indeed," Maggie says, standing up to leave. "It would be nice to have some stability in that position." As Maggie exits my office, I find myself once again alone with my thoughts. The brief conversation has only reinforced my belief in Amara's potential, but it has also reminded me of the need to maintain a professional distance. I cannot allow my personal feelings to cloud my judgment or compromise our working relationship. The truth is, I need a good assistant. Someone who doesn't annoy me or call in sick all the time, or that I have to make work. I don't need to hold my assistant's hand. Is that so much to ask for? As long as I remind myself she's here to assist me, to help me navigate the challenges of running a successful company. Nobody is talking about how good she looks in the business casual outfit that hugs her in all the right places. I must focus on her skills and contributions rather than the magnetic pull I feel towards her. With a sigh, I turn my attention back to the documents Maggie left behind, forcing myself to concentrate. There will be time to assess Amara's performance and potential in the coming weeks and months. For now, I must maintain my composure and lead by example, ensuring that our professional relationship remains just that professional. I can only hope that her skills and dedication will continue to impress. Her body certainly impresses me. When I met her bent over the copier in the break room, I learned two things. Firstly, that she's the first assistant I've hired that can manage a double-sided print, and two, her thighs are a distraction I easily welcome. As the day progresses, still I find myself increasingly impressed by Amara's performance. I observe her work, marveling at the speed with which she's adapting to the complicated data pipelines and project management software. She tackles each task with a level of efficiency and professionalism that belies her status as a new hire. Throughout the morning, I attend various meetings with her in tow, my focus split between the matters at hand and the intriguing presence of my new assistant. Amara's contributions during these meetings are insightful and well-articulated, showcasing her quick grasp of the complex issues we face. As I prepare for my next meeting alone in my office, a critical strategy session with our top executives, I make a decision that surprises even myself. I buzz Amara's intercom, summoning her to my office. "Amara, could you please come in here for a moment?" I ask, my voice steady despite the unexpected flutter in my chest. Moments later, Amara appears at my door, her expression a mix of curiosity and professionalism. "Yes, Mr. Winthrop. How can I assist you?" I gesture for her to take a seat, leaning forward in my chair. "I have an important meeting coming up, and I'd like you to join me. Going to take a gamble on you. Already, I'm very impressed with you. So let's see how you deal with the bulls upstairs. I believe your input and perspective could be valuable." Amara's eyes widen slightly, surprise evident on her face. "Of course, Mr. Winthrop. I'm honored to be included. I'll give it my everything and try my hardest." I nod, a small smile tugging at the corner of my mouth. "You've already shown great potential in your short time here, Amara. I can finally make sense of my damn inbox and shared folders. You did in a few hours what I couldn't get my last assistants to do in a week. So now I'm curious how you handle high-level discussions. It will give you a better understanding of the company's direction and challenges." "I appreciate the opportunity," Amara replies, her voice filled with genuine enthusiasm. I'm eager to learn and contribute in any way I can. Excellent. The meeting starts in 10 minutes. Please gather any relevant files and meet me in the conference room. As Amara leaves my office, I lean back in my chair, a sense of anticipation building within me. The decision to include her in this meeting is kind of unprecedented. Is it because I'm attracted to her? No, she's already put in work. Of course not. That's just a bonus. As we enter the conference room, the executives are already seated around the large table, their faces a mix of curiosity and anticipation. I take my usual seat at the head of the table, with Amara settling in beside me, her notebook and pen at the ready. Good afternoon, everyone, I begin, my voice commanding the room's attention. Before we dive into today's agenda, I'd like to introduce Amara Jeffries, my new executive assistant. She'll be joining us for this meeting to offer her insights and perspective. The executives nod in acknowledgement, some offering polite smiles in Amara's direction. I can sense their surprise at her presence, but I'm confident in my decision to include her. As the meeting progresses, we delve into complex discussions surrounding our latest product launch and the challenges we face in an increasingly competitive market. The head of R&D, Dr. Larson, presents a detailed analysis of the product's technical specifications and the innovative features that set it apart from our competitors. The new XR500 model boasts a state-of-the-art processor, capable of handling up to 10 billion operations per second, Dr. Larson explains, his enthusiasm evident in his tone. This, combined with the advanced machine learning algorithms we've developed, allows for unprecedented speed and accuracy in data processing. I watch as Amara absorbs the information, her pen moving swiftly across the pages of her notes. Her brow furrows in concentration as she grapples with the complex technical concepts being discussed, tapping her pen against her notebook. She throws her soft brown hair over her shoulders as she tries to zero in on the concepts before her. Despite the harsh blue of the LED lights overhead, I can't shake the shimmer of highlights in her hair that match the copper tones of her delicate brown skin. As the conversation shifts to the marketing strategy for the product launch, I turn to Amara, curious to hear her thoughts. Amara, from a fresh perspective, what do you think are the key selling points we should focus on in our marketing campaign? Amara takes a moment to collect her thoughts before responding. Based on the technical advancements Dr. Larson highlighted, I believe we should emphasize the product's unparalleled speed and accuracy. I think we're 70% ahead of the competition? In an age where data is king, businesses are looking for solutions that can help them process and analyze information quickly and efficiently. She pauses, glancing around the room before continuing. Additionally, we could focus on the user-friendly interface and the seamless integration with existing systems. Many of our potential clients may be hesitant to adopt new technology if it requires a steep learning curve or significant changes to their current workflows. I nod, impressed by her insights. Those are excellent points, Amara. We'll definitely take them into consideration as we refine our marketing approach. As the meeting continues, I find myself increasingly reliant on Amara's input. Her unique perspective and ability to grasp complex concepts quickly prove invaluable to the discussion. The other executives, too, seem to recognize her contributions, seeking her opinions and insights on various topics. By the end of the meeting, I'm more convinced than ever that including Amara was the right decision. Her presence has added a new dynamic to the discussion, and I can see the potential for her to become an integral part of our decision-making process. As we wrap up and the executives file out of the room, I turn to Amara, a small smile on my face. You did well today, Amara. Your insights were spot on and added real value to the conversation. Amara beams, her confidence bolstered by the praise. Thank you, Mr. Winthrop. I'm grateful for the opportunity to contribute and learn from such an experienced team. I can't help but feel a sense of pride and satisfaction. Amara's performance has exceeded my expectations, and I'm eager to see how she will continue to grow and contribute in the days and weeks ahead. If this works out, Amara could help us meet our quarterly target, If this works out, I'll get to see more of Amara's cute pantsuits around the office. Walking back to our offices, I can't help but feel a sense of satisfaction and anticipation. Amara's presence by my side has already begun to shift the dynamics of my work life, and I find myself eager to see how she will continue to grow and contribute in the days and weeks ahead. As I settle back into my chair, my gaze drifts to Amara's office, where she's already engrossed in her work. The attraction between us still simmers beneath the surface, a constant presence that I must navigate carefully. But for now, I'm content to focus on her professional development and the value she brings to my team, knowing that the future holds endless possibilities for our working relationship. But as I watch Amara settle back into her work, her brow furrowed in concentration, I can't help but wonder what the future holds for our working relationship. After all, with a 40-hour work week and 8 long hours in a working day, anything could happen to two people with our kind of proximity. As I stare into her lovely brown eyes, she looks up, darting a gaze at me as though she caught the thought running through my mind. Who could blame me for entertaining the thought of a drink after a long day? And of course, a drink could always lead to another, and another. "Need your signature on these new hire forms," Maggie says, hustling a stack in front of my face that draws my attention away from the stunning view across the office. I jot my name down and do my best to knuckle down for the rest of the afternoon. As the day progresses, I find myself buried in a mountain of emails and proposals, each one vying for my attention. One particular business proposal catches my eye, a potential partnership with a cutting-edge tech startup that could revolutionize our industry. The opportunity is exciting, but the risks are significant, and I find myself grappling with the decision. On a whim, I decide to reach out to Amara for her input. I buzz her intercom, my voice steady despite the uncertainty swirling in my mind. "Amara, could you please come to my office when you have a moment? I'd like your opinion on something." Moments later, Amara appears at my door, her expression a mix of curiosity and professionalism. "Of course, Mr. Winthrop. How can I assist you?" I gesture for her to take a seat, sliding the proposal across the desk. "I've received a rather intriguing business proposal from a tech startup. They're developing a groundbreaking algorithm that could significantly improve our data analytics capabilities. However, partnering with them would require a substantial investment and a shift in our current strategy." Amara leans forward, her eyes scanning the document with focused intensity. "I see," she murmurs, her brow furrowed in concentration. "The potential benefits are certainly impressive, but you're right to consider the risks." I nod, watching as she absorbs the information, her keen mind already dissecting the pros and cons. "What are your thoughts? Can you look it over and give me a report?" "Of course, sir." She returns 30 minutes later with a basic presentation ready to go. From what I can gather, it looks promising. The algorithm they're developing could give us a significant competitive edge in the market. I suggest we set up a meeting with their leadership team to discuss the proposal in more detail. We can ask targeted questions about their technology, their business model, and their long-term vision. This will give us a better sense of whether this partnership aligns with our strategic goals. I'm impressed by her insightful analysis and fresh perspective. Amara's ability to think critically and anticipate potential challenges is a valuable asset. "I think that's an excellent approach, Amara," I agree, my admiration for her growing with each passing moment. "Let's set up that meeting and gather more information before making a decision." As Amara leaves my office, I can't help but feel a sense of gratitude and respect for her contributions. She's no longer just an assistant in my eyes. She's a trusted advisor and a valuable member of my team. However, I can't ignore the undercurrent of attraction that pulses between us. The way her eyes sparkle with intelligence, the curve of her smile, the confident way she carries herself, all of these things draw me to her in a way that goes beyond mere professionalism. With a sigh, I turn my attention back to the proposal, my mind now clearer and more focused thanks to Amara's input. As I make notes and draft a response, I can't help but feel a sense of excitement for the future, both for the potential partnership and for the growing role Amara plays in my professional life.
Chapter 3. Amara. The next morning, I arrive at the office early, my mind buzzing with excitement for my second day as Grayson Winthrop's executive assistant. As I step off the elevator, I'm greeted by the gentle hum of activity as the office comes to life. "Good morning, Amara," Lisa, the friendly receptionist, calls out from behind her desk. "You're here bright and early." I smile, making my way over to her. "Morning, Lisa. I wanted to get a head start on the day. There's so much to learn and do." Lisa nods, a knowing look in her eye. "I admire your enthusiasm. Just remember to pace yourself. Working for Mr. Winthrop can be quite demanding." "I love the challenge," I assure her, my determination evident in my voice. "Yesterday was a wild ride. I can't wait to see what Mr. Winthrop has for me today. Mr. Winthrop has already given me more recognition than any other boss I've worked for. Plus, the sleek, modern space is a far cry from the cramped cubicles I've grown accustomed to in my previous roles. I take a moment to appreciate the view of the city skyline, the morning sun casting a warm glow over the bustling streets below. Elegant wisps of fog cling to the city blocks below me. From my vantage, everything I've ever hoped for looks clearer than it did a day ago. New York City has never been kind to the faint-hearted. I'm glad I'm the right hand of someone as powerful as Grayson Winthrop. I feel safe in a way, knowing my career's success relies on someone with his brilliance for business in this cutthroat world. For a moment I wonder, is it too much? Can I handle this man, his work, and at times his personal life too? With a deep breath, I turn my attention to the task at hand, organizing Grayson's schedule for the day, one thing at a time. I review his calendar, noting the meetings, conference calls, and deadlines that lie ahead. As I jot down notes and prioritize tasks, I can feel the excitement building within me. I want to succeed and I want him to be proud of me. A knock at the door startles me from my thoughts. I look up to see Olivia, one of the marketing managers I met yesterday, peering into my office. "Hey, Amara, I wanted to check in and see how you're settling in," she says, a friendly smile on her face. "I'm doing great. Thanks for asking," I reply, gesturing for her to come in. "Just getting a handle on Mr. Winthrop's schedule for the day." Olivia nods, perching on the edge of my desk. "I'm impressed. Not many people can keep up with him." I chuckle, a hint of determination in my voice. "Well, I'm certainly going to try my best." "That's the spirit," Olivia grins, standing up to leave. "If you need anything, don't hesitate to reach out. Us girls have to stick together in this corporate world." As Olivia leaves, I feel a sense of camaraderie and support. It's comforting to know that I have allies in the office, people who understand the challenges and triumphs of navigating this new landscape. With renewed focus, I dive back into my work, cross-checking Grayson's appointments and ensuring that all the necessary materials are prepared. As I immerse myself in the details, I can feel my mind sharpening, my skills growing with each passing moment. Just as I'm putting the finishing touches on a meeting agenda, my phone buzzes with an incoming call. I glance at the screen, my heart skipping a beat as I see Grayson's name flash across the display. "Good morning, Mr. Winthrop." I answer, my voice clear and professional despite the butterflies in my stomach. "Amara, I need you to reschedule my 2 p.m. meeting with the marketing team." Grayson's deep voice comes through the speaker, his tone brisk and businesslike. "Something urgent has come up, and I won't be able to attend." "Of course, sir. I'll take care of it right away," I reply, my fingers already flying across the keyboard as I pull up his calendar. "Thank you, Amara. I appreciate your efficiency," Grayson says before hanging up, leaving me with a sense of pride and purpose. As I navigate the challenges of the day, fielding calls, coordinating meetings, and troubleshooting issues, I can feel myself growing more confident in my role. Each problem solved, each task completed, adds to my sense of accomplishment and belonging. And through it all, the undeniable attraction to Grayson simmers just beneath the surface, a constant presence that both thrills and confuses me. With Grayson's schedule successfully rearranged, I turn my attention to the next item on my agenda, preparing for the upcoming marketing presentation. Just as I'm gathering the necessary materials, my phone rings. I pick up, only to be greeted by the frantic voice of Jennifer, one of the marketing coordinators. "Amara, thank goodness you're there," Jennifer exclaims, her tone laced with panic. "We have a major problem with the Procter & Gamble project. The files we were supposed to receive from them this morning are incomplete, and we can't move forward with the campaign without them." I feel a momentary surge of anxiety, but I quickly push it aside, my problem-solving instincts kicking in. "Okay, Jennifer, take a deep breath. Let's think this through. Have you tried contacting their project manager?" "Yes, but he's not responding to my emails or calls," Jennifer replies, frustration evident in her voice. I glance at the clock, my mind racing with possibilities. "All right, here's what we'll do. Send me the contact information for their project manager. I'll reach out to him directly and see if I can get to the bottom of this. In the meantime, gather the team and start brainstorming alternative approaches, just in case we need to pivot." "Thank you, Amara," Jennifer sighs with relief. "I don't know what we'd do without you." As I hang up the phone, I can feel the adrenaline coursing through my veins. I quickly compose an email to the Procter & Gamble project manager, outlining the urgency of the situation and requesting an immediate response. To my surprise, my phone rings within minutes. It's the project manager, apologetic and eager to resolve the issue. "Miss Jeffries, I apologize for the delay in getting back to you. There was a miscommunication on our end, but I assure you, we'll have the complete files over to you within the hour." I breathe a sigh of relief, thanking him for his cooperation. As I relay the good news to Jennifer and the marketing team, I can hear the excitement and gratitude in their voices. "Amara, you're a lifesaver," Jennifer exclaims. "I don't know how you did it, but you saved the day." I smile, feeling a sense of pride and accomplishment. "It's all about communication and persistence," I reply, my confidence growing with each passing moment. As I settle back into my office, I can't help but feel a sense of exhilaration. The challenge of the day has only reinforced my belief in my own abilities and my determination to succeed in this role. Lost in thought, I realize it's already lunchtime, and I barely notice when Grayson appears at my door, his brow furrowed with concern. "Amara, I just got word from the marketing team about the Procter & Gamble issue. I apologize for not being available to help resolve it, but I hear you handled it well." I shake my head, a small smile playing on my lips. "No need to apologize, Mr. Winthrop. The situation has been handled. We should have the complete files within the hour, and the team is already working on the next steps." He smells so good, and he looks amazing as always. But there's something else too. He looks proud, yes, but also hungry. I think he notices too, because he starts to say something but suddenly excuses himself. As the day winds down, I find myself in the break room, grabbing a much-needed cup of coffee. The Procter & Gamble issue has been successfully resolved, and I can't help but feel a sense of accomplishment and pride in my work. As I stir sugar into my cup, I overhear a conversation between two of my colleagues, their voices low and conspiratorial. "You heard about Grayson, right?" one of them whispers, her tone laced with intrigue. Apparently, he wasn't always the successful businessman he is now. My ears perk up. My curiosity piqued. I try to appear focused on my coffee, but I can't help but listen in on their conversation. "I heard he had a rough childhood," the other colleague replies, her voice equally hushed. "Something about his father abandoning the family when he was young." I feel a pang of sympathy for Grayson. surprised by this revelation about his personal life. I had always assumed that his success was the result of a privileged upbringing, but it seems there's more to his story than meets the eye. As I make my way back to my office, I can't shake the feeling of curiosity that gnaws at me. I find myself wanting to know more about Grayson's past, to understand the experiences that have shaped him into the man he is today. Almost as if on cue, Grayson appears at my door, a smile on his face. "Amara, I just wanted to thank you again for your excellent work today. The marketing team couldn't stop singing your praises." Warmth trickles through me at his compliment, the simmering attraction between us growing stronger with each passing moment. "Thank you, Mr. Winthrop. I'm just glad I could help resolve the issue." Grayson nods, his gaze lingering on mine for a moment longer than necessary. "Your problem-solving skills are exactly what we need around here. I'm sure the rumor mill has found its way to your desk." My eyes widen, wondering how it's possible that he already knows the gossip, but I say nothing. I can't. I'm frozen where I stand. "Yes, I've had a hard time finding anyone with any staying power. I hope you can change that," he says, his eyes softening as he looks at me. I smile, feeling a sense of accomplishment and relief at his words. "I'm grateful for the opportunity, Mr. Winthrop. I'm learning so much from you and the rest of the team. I already feel at home here." As Grayson returns to his office, I can't help but feel a sense of curiosity and admiration for the man behind the success. I find myself wanting to know more about his journey, the challenges he's faced, and the triumphs he's achieved. I keep catching him looking in my direction. He keeps finding little reasons to stop by my office. Later that evening, as I sit at my desk, I find myself typing Grayson's name into the search bar, my curiosity getting the better of me. As I scroll through the results, I'm amazed by the stories of his business successes, the innovative strategies he's employed to build Winthrop Industries into the powerhouse it is today. But it's the snippets of his personal life that truly capture my attention. I learn about his humble beginnings, the struggles he faced growing up in a single-parent household. I read about his determination to succeed, his relentless pursuit of his dreams, despite the odds stacked against him. As I sit back in my chair, I can't help but feel a newfound sense of respect and admiration for Grayson. His story is one of perseverance and resilience, a testament to the power of hard work and determination. And with each new piece of information, each glimpse into his past, I find myself drawn deeper into the enigma that is Grayson Winthrop. The attraction between us is undeniable, a simmering tension that grows stronger with each passing day. But for now, I push those thoughts aside, focusing instead on my own growth and development within the company. I know that my success at Winthrop Industries will be the result of my own hard work and dedication, just as Grayson's has been. And as I settle into my role, navigating the complex world of office politics and building relationships with my colleagues, I can't help but feel a sense of excitement for what the future holds. With Grayson as my mentor and my own determination to succeed, I know that anything is possible, as long as I can keep lines uncrossed. As the sun sets over the city skyline, I find myself still at the office, hunched over my desk as I work on the final details of tomorrow's big presentation. Grayson and I have been collaborating for hours, refining the slides and rehearsing our talking points until they're perfect. I glance up from my screen, my eyes falling on Grayson as he paces the length of his office, his brow furrowed in concentration. Despite the late hour, he looks as sharp and commanding as ever, his presence filling the room with an undeniable energy. "I think we're almost there," I say, breaking the comfortable silence that has settled between us. The data looks solid, and the visuals are really compelling. Grayson looks up, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "I couldn't agree more, Amara. Your insights and attention to detail have been invaluable throughout this process." I feel a rush of pride at his praise, the simmering attraction between us growing stronger with each passing moment. Thank you, Mr. Winthrop. I've learned so much working with you on this project. I wish I could show you how grateful I am. Grayson nods, his steel eyes turning soft again. The feeling is mutual, Amara. It's nice having you around the office. You bring a fresh perspective and an actual work ethic. Just really nice to have someone like you around. On my team. As we settle back into our work, I can't help but feel a sense of excitement and anticipation for tomorrow's presentation. The long hours and hard work have been worth it, and I know that together, Grayson and I make an unbeatable team. But as the night wears on, I find myself stealing glances at him, my mind wandering to the man behind the businessman. The snippets of his past that I've uncovered have only deepened my admiration for him, and I can't help but wonder what other secrets lie beneath his polished exterior. As if sensing my thoughts, Grayson looks up, his eyes meeting mine across the room. For a moment, time seems to stand still. The air between us charged with an undeniable electricity. "Amara," he says softly, his voice barely above a whisper. "I don't know what I'd do without you." I swallow hard, my heart racing at the intensity of his gaze. "I'm just doing my job, Mr. Winthrop." Grayson shakes his head, a small smile playing on his lips. "It's more than that, Amara. You've become an integral part of this company." He pauses after company, as though it was hard to say. "I know you've only been working for me a little while, but I rely on you in ways I never thought possible." I feel a lump form in my throat, my emotions threatening to overwhelm me. I feel the same way, Mr. Winthrop. Working with you has been the most rewarding experience of my career. For a moment, we simply stare at each other, the unspoken words hanging heavy in the air between us. I know that we're treading on dangerous ground, the lines between professional and personal blurring with each passing second. But before either of us can say anything more, the spell is broken by the shrill ring of Grayson's phone. He looks away, the moment shattered as he reaches for the receiver. I take a deep breath, trying to compose myself as I gather my things to leave. As I step out of Grayson's office, I can't help but feel a sense of confusion and exhilaration, my mind reeling from the intensity of our shared moment. On the drive home, I find myself replaying the events of the night over and over in my mind, trying to make sense of the complex emotions swirling within me. I know that my feelings for Grayson are growing stronger with each passing day, but I also know that I can't let them interfere with our professional relationship. As I climb the stairs to my apartment, I can't shake the feeling that tonight was a turning point, a moment that will forever change the course of my life. And while I may be confused by my growing admiration for Grayson, I know one thing for certain. I'm exactly where I'm meant to be, and I won't let anything stand in the way of my success.
Chapter 4. Grayson. As the weeks pass, I find myself increasingly reliant on Amara's professional skills and efficiency. Her ability to anticipate my needs and provide crucial support during high-stakes meetings and negotiations becomes invaluable to me. One morning, as I'm preparing for a critical conference call with a potential investor, Amara knocks on my door, a file in her hand. "Mr. Winthrop, I've compiled the latest market research and financial projections for your call," she says, handing me the file. I've also taken the liberty of highlighting the key points that might come up during the discussion. I take the file, impressed by her proactivity and attention to detail. "Thank you, Amara. Your thoroughness is much appreciated." As I dive into the call, I find myself referencing the information Amara provided, easily navigating the investor's questions and concerns. With her help, I'm able to secure a significant investment for the company, a major win that sets us up for future growth and success, which at the end of the day is more money back in my pocket. After the call, I lean back in my chair, feeling a sense of satisfaction and relief. I know that her support played a crucial role in the positive outcome, and I make a mental note to acknowledge her contributions. I have to have her. I catch myself stealing glances at Amara as she works diligently at her desk. Her focus and dedication are admirable, and I find myself appreciating her presence in a way that goes beyond just her professional skills. Like how she would work that body. How'd she look with her clothes on my floor? I quickly catch myself and redirect my focus back to the task at hand. I remind myself that I'm her boss, and that it's essential to maintain a professional distance, no matter how much I've come to rely on her. I have so much power over her, the things I could make her do, but I won't. I won't cross that line. As the days turn into weeks, I find myself seeking Amara's input more frequently, not just on business matters, but on strategic decisions as well. Her unique perspective and sharp insights prove valuable, and I begin to see her as more than just an assistant. She's becoming a trusted advisor. During a particularly challenging week, when a major project is at risk of falling behind schedule, Amara steps up and puts in extra hours to help get things back on track. And son of a bitch, if her commitment and willingness to go above and beyond do not go unnoticed. One evening, as we're both burning the midnight oil, the last two in the office, like usual, I walk over to her desk and express my gratitude. Amara, I wanted to thank you for your hard work and dedication this week. Your efforts have been instrumental in keeping this project on course. Amara looks up, a tired but genuine smile on her face. Thank you, Mr. Winthrop. I'm just doing my part to ensure the company's success. I nod, feeling a growing sense of respect and appreciation for her. Well, your part is crucial, and I want you to know that you don't go unnoticed. It feels good to be noticed, sir, she says, eyes locked into mine. Yet again and again, I remind myself that I need to maintain boundaries and not let my personal feelings interfere with our professional relationship. I'm her boss. It's her job to serve me, and nothing else. It's my responsibility to ensure that our interactions remain appropriate and focused on my multi-billion-dollar company's goals. Then why are my eyes glued to her lush lips, pouting a hue of fuchsia that matches the scarf around her neck? You know, Amara, I muse, leaning back in my chair, I don't know what I'd do without you. You've become an essential part of this company and of my own success. Amara looks up, her eyes meeting mine with an intensity that takes my breath away. I'm just doing my job, Mr. Winthrop, but I have to admit, working with you has been the most rewarding experience of my career. For a moment, we simply stare at each other, the air between us charged with an undeniable electricity. I feel a sudden urge to touch her, to close the distance between us and explore the depths of this connection. Looking at her amazing legs, crossed near me in a long black pencil skirt, my mind wanders. What would happen if I reached out just now and wrapped my hands around her exquisite knees? But before I can act on those impulses, a sharp knock at the door jolts me back to reality. Mr. Winthrop, the board is ready for you, my secretary announces, her voice muffled through the wood. I clear my throat, standing up and straightening my tie. Thank you, Amara, I say, my voice steady despite the racing of my heart. Let's go show the board what we're made of. As we make our way to the conference room, I can feel Amara's presence beside me, a steady and reassuring force in the face of the challenges ahead. I know that with her by my side, I can handle anything the board throws at me. This is exactly what I've been looking for. The meeting starts off smoothly, with me presenting the latest financial projections and market analysis. But as I delve deeper into the data, I can sense a growing unease among the board members, their brows furrowed and their questions becoming more pointed. Mr. Winthrop, these projections seem overly optimistic, one of the board members challenges, his voice dripping with skepticism. How can you be sure that we'll be able to meet these targets in such a volatile market? I feel a flicker of doubt, my mind racing to formulate a response. But before I can speak, I feel a gentle touch on my arm. I glance down to see Amara sliding a piece of paper towards me, her eyes locked on mine with a reassuring intensity. I glance down at the note, my heart skipping a beat as I read the words she's written. It's a brilliant counterargument, backed up by solid data and market trends that I hadn't even considered. I look up, my eyes meeting Amara's with a silent thank you. Then I turn back to the board, my confidence restored. "While I understand your concerns," I begin, my voice steady and assured, "I believe that these projections are not only achievable, but conservative given the current market trends, as you can see from the data on page 12. As I continue to present, I can feel the board's skepticism gradually giving way to grudging admiration. And through it all, Amara is there, a steady and supportive presence, anticipating my every need and providing me with the tools I need to succeed. By the end of the meeting, I'm feeling a sense of triumph, knowing that we've secured the board's support for our latest initiatives. As the board members file out of the room, I turn to Amara, my voice filled with gratitude. "You saved me back there," I whisper under my breath. She answers me with a half chuckle, covering her face with a stack of papers. In so little time working together, it's like she knows what I know, without having to say a word. As we make our way back to my office, I can't shake the feeling of connection that flows between us. Amara has become more than just an assistant to me. She's a true partner, someone I can rely on. And yet I know that I can't let myself get too close. As much as I'm drawn to her strength, intelligence, and beauty, I know that crossing that line could jeopardize everything we've worked so hard to build. Our biggest test is yet to come. We have an upcoming business trip, and I don't know if I'm going to be able to keep my hands to myself. We both want it. That much is clear. I have to be the boss here, even if it means being boss of my own urges. Still, I can't help but wonder if some lines are meant to be crossed. My gaze lingers on her as she works diligently at her desk, her brow dropped in concentration. The soft light from her desk lamp casts a warm glow on her face, highlighting her delicate features and the curve of her lips. For a moment, I'm struck by the soft glow of the lamp on her desk. The way the light shines on her soft brown hair drives a wedge in my thoughts. I don't know if I can be the boss of my urges. Not when she's looking like that. I quickly shake my head, pushing those thoughts aside. Just as I'm about to dive back into my work, my phone rings. It's my mother. She's been especially insistent that I give my ex another shot. I really don't want to deal with her crap right now. Before I can answer her, a knock on my door startles me, and I look up to see Amara standing in the doorway. She already knows something's under my skin. "Mr. Winthrop, is everything all right?" she asks, her voice soft and gentle. I hesitate for a moment, not wanting to burden her with my personal problems. But the genuine concern in her eyes and the weight of the news I've just received compel me to open up. "It's nothing," I say, my voice strained. "Just family politics." "Oh, I already know how that goes, sir." Amara's expression softens and she takes a step closer to my desk. "Is there anything at all I can do to help?" I quickly remind myself to maintain my professional boundaries. "Thank you, Amara, but I'll be fine," I say, straightening my posture and trying to regain my composure. "We need to focus on preparing for this business trip. It's crucial for the company." Amara nods, understanding my need to focus on work. "Of course, sir. I'll make sure everything is in order for the trip." We work late into the night, finalizing presentations and reviewing our itinerary. As the hours tick by, I find myself increasingly grateful for Amara's presence. Her steady focus and quiet support help keep me grounded, even as my mind is clouded with worry about my father. At one point, our hands brush as we reach for the same document, and I feel a spark of electricity pass between us. I glance up, and for a moment I'm lost in her eyes, a deep, soulful brown that seems to see right through me. I quickly pull my hand away, clearing my throat and refocusing on the papers in front of me. I can't afford to let my guard down, not when there's so much at stake. But as we continue to work, side by side, I can't shake the feeling that Amara is more than just an assistant to me. She's a source of strength and comfort, someone who understands me in a way that few others do. And as much as I try to push those thoughts aside, to maintain the professional distance that I've always believed in, I can't help but wonder if there's something more between us. A connection that goes beyond the bounds of this office. I think about going on the trip solo, but I always take my assistant, so she will come with me. I'll just have to be on my best behavior, that's all.
Chapter 5. Amara. As I step out of the taxi and onto the bustling streets of New York, I can hardly contain my excitement. The towering skyscrapers and vibrant energy of the city are a far cry from where I grew up, and I feel a thrill of anticipation at the prospect of the business conference that lies ahead. I can't believe I've come so far. As a troubled kid, I had to do what I had to do to survive. Now I'm taking first-class flights and eating at restaurants where I can't even begin to decipher the menu. Luckily, my boss handles that for me. He seems to have a sixth sense for when I need his help. Grayson steps out beside me, looking impeccable in his tailored suit and crisp white shirt. He hands the driver a tip and turns to me with a smile. "Ready to take on the world?" he asks, his eyes sparkling with a hint of mischief. I grin back at him, feeling a flutter of nerves and excitement in my stomach. "Absolutely, sir. I can't wait to see what this conference has in store." "The world has in store?" "Of course, sir. The world." That's the thing about Grayson. When I'm with him, he always takes my version of things and makes it bigger, better than I would have thought of on my own. It's something I'll have to get used to, the way he pushes me to want more. "Think big, Amara," he says, walking us towards a set of gilded doors, with a doorman in an elegant red coat waiting to open the white oak doors for us. As we make our way into the luxurious hotel lobby, I can't help but marvel at the grandeur of it all. The gleaming marble floors, the crystal chandeliers, the plush furnishings. It's like something out of a classic Hollywood film. I can hardly keep my jaw connected to my mouth. My head follows every light in every gleaming chandelier. Grayson checks us in at the front desk, and I can't help but overhear the receptionist's greeting. "Welcome back, Mr. Winthrop. We have your usual suite reserved for you, and I see you've requested an adjoining room for your assistant. Is there anything else we can do to make your stay more comfortable?" I feel a flicker of excitement at the mention of my own room, adjoining Grayson's. It's a level of luxury I've never experienced before, and I can hardly believe that this is my life now. As we make our way up to our rooms, Grayson briefs me on the schedule for the next few days. "We have a packed agenda, so I'm going to need you on it long and hard," he says, handing me a folder with our itinerary. Keynote speeches, panel discussions, networking events. It's going to be a whirlwind, but I have no doubt that you can handle it. You might even like it. I feel a swell of pride at his words, knowing that he trusts me to represent the company well. "Thank you, Mr. Winthrop. I'm excited, and I'm sure you'll be surprised at how hard I can take it." As we settle into our rooms, I can't help but take a moment to appreciate the view from my window. The city stretches out before me, a glittering expanse of lights and energy, and I feel a rush of excitement for the days ahead. I can't stop the unprofessional thoughts about my boss. I would do anything for him. I know that this conference is a huge opportunity for me, both professionally and personally. Let's just hope my attraction to him doesn't screw it all up. It's a chance to expand my knowledge, to network with industry leaders, and to prove myself on a bigger stage, and it's one step further from my past. As I unpack my bags in the luxurious hotel suite, I can't help but feel a thrill of excitement. Just being in this opulent setting is like something out of a dream for a girl like me. I carefully hang up my outfits for the week, taking extra care with the elegant gown I plan to wear to the gala. My phone chimes, and I see a text from Grayson. "An urgent matter came up that requires my attention this evening. Please enjoy the suite and amenities. Dinner is on me." I read the message twice, unable to contain my giddiness at the idea of having this lavish space all to myself, even if just for one night. Quickly, I dial room service and go all out, a fancy charcuterie platter, some succulent lobster tails, and a crisp white wine selected by the sommelier. When in Rome, right? I learned growing up it serves to blend in, and this is how Sir orders, so I will order the same. As I wait for my gourmet feast to be delivered, I run a decadent bubble bath in the oversized soaking tub. Few things feel as luxurious as soaking my cares away, surrounded by aromatic suds and soft candlelight flickering against the marble surfaces. Slipping into plush bathrobes after my indulgent soak, I'm giggling like a giddy schoolgirl by the time room service arrives with my sumptuous meal. I spread everything out on the plush chaise lounge, nibbling the delicacies as the city skyline twinkles through the wall of windows. This entire experience is straight out of a dream. Just a week ago, I was a relatively anonymous office worker slogging through my days. Now I'm living like royalty as the personal assistant to one of the most powerful and sought-after bachelors in the city. My cheeks warm slightly as I think about Grayson and the undeniable spark of attraction that seems to arc between us, no matter how poorly he tries to conceal it. Maybe it's the relaxing ambience and delicious wine talking, but I can't shake the fantasy of being something more than just his employee one day. Shaking my head at my own fanciful notions, I settle back and allow myself to fully indulge in this moment of grandeur. Who knows what opportunities await me at this conference? Whatever comes, I'm determined to make the most of it all. The next morning, I wake up refreshed and energized despite my indulgences the night before. I take extra care with my appearance, selecting a chic yet professional outfit that projects an aura of confident femininity. Right on cue, there's a punctual knock at my door. I open it to find Grayson waiting in the hallway, looking like he belongs on the cover of a men's fashion magazine rather than on his way to a buttoned-up business conference. His navy suit sits tight on his shoulders, well-tailored as always, with his perfectly sleek brown hair. "Good morning, Amara." He greets me with a warm smile that does funny things to my insides. Ready to take on the day? God, he smells so good. Meeting his gaze with my own confident look, I nod eagerly. "Absolutely, Mr. Winthrop. Let's go show them what we're made of." As we enter the bustling main hall, I can't help but feel a thrill of excitement at the energy and buzz of the crowd. Everywhere I look, there are industry leaders and innovators, people whose work I've admired from afar for years. Grayson leans in close, his voice low. "Stay on me, Amara. I'll introduce you to some key players." I feel a flutter of nerves at his proximity, but I nod gratefully. "Thank you, sir. I appreciate you looking out for me." As the day unfolds, I find myself fully immersed in the seminars and workshops, soaking up new knowledge and ideas like a sponge. I attend sessions on everything from marketing strategies to emerging technologies, furiously scribbling notes and asking questions of the speakers. During a particularly fascinating workshop on data analytics, I find myself seated next to a charming businessman named Ethan. We strike up a conversation during the break, and I'm immediately drawn to his quick wit and easy smile. "So, Amara," he says, leaning in with a conspiratorial grin, "what brings a rising star like you to this conference?" I laugh, feeling heat rise to my cheeks. "Oh, I don't know about rising star. I'm just here to learn and make some new connections. This is actually my dream job. I'm just so excited just to be here." Ethan raises an eyebrow, looking impressed. "Well, from what I've seen, you're certainly making an impression. Your questions during the Q&A were spot on." I feel a swell of pride at his words, but before I can respond, I feel a presence at my side. I turn to find Grayson standing there, a strange expression on his face. "Amara," he says, his voice tight. "Can I speak with you for a moment?" I excuse myself from Ethan, feeling a flicker of confusion at Grayson's tone. As we step away from the crowd, he turns to me, his eyes intense. "I saw you talking to that guy," he says, his voice low. "Just be careful, Amara. Not everyone here has pure intentions. Some are just out looking for another notch in their belt. I feel a spark of annoyance at his words, bristling at the implication that I can't take care of myself. I appreciate your concern, Mr. Winthrop, but I'm perfectly capable of handling myself. Ethan was just being friendly. Grayson's jaw clenches, and for a moment I swear I see a flicker of jealousy in his eyes. But it's gone as quickly as it appeared, replaced by his usual cool professionalism. Of course, Amara. I didn't mean to overstep. I just want to make sure you're being cautious. I soften, touched by his concern despite my irritation. I understand, Mr. Winthrop, and I appreciate you looking out for me. But you don't need to worry. I've got this. As we rejoin the conference, I can't shake the feeling of Grayson's eyes on me, watching my every move. It's both thrilling and unnerving, knowing that he's paying such close attention to me, but I push those thoughts aside, focusing on the incredible opportunities in front of me. This is my chance to learn, to grow, to make my mark on the industry, not get with my gorgeous, successful, and rich boss. As the conference continues, I find myself navigating the social events with growing confidence. The networking lunches and cocktail hours are a whirlwind of conversation and connection, and I throw myself into the fray with enthusiasm. During one particularly lively reception, I find myself engaged in a fascinating discussion with a group of marketing executives. We're debating the merits of various social media strategies when I feel a tap on my shoulder. I turn to find Ethan, the charming businessman from the workshop, standing behind me with a warm smile. Amara, fancy seeing you here, he says, his eyes twinkling. I was hoping I'd run into you again. I feel a flutter of excitement at his words, flattered by his obvious interest. Ethan, hi. It's great to see you too. We fall into easy conversation, discussing the highlights of the conference so far. Ethan is engaging and attentive, hanging on my every word and offering insightful comments of his own. As we chat, I can't help but notice Grayson across the room, engaged in conversation with a group of industry leaders. He looks completely in his element, commanding the room with his usual charisma and authority. But every so often, I catch him glancing in my direction, his eyes flickering between Ethan and me with an unreadable expression. At first, I brush it off as my imagination. But as the evening wears on, I start to sense a distinct undercurrent of tension emanating from Grayson. His jaw is clenched, his posture stiff, and I swear I see a flash of jealousy in his eyes when Ethan leans in close to whisper something in my ear. I'm both thrilled and confused by Grayson's reaction. On one hand, the idea that he might be jealous of Ethan's attention is exhilarating, a tantalizing hint of the depth of his feelings for me. But on the other hand, I know that any romantic entanglement with my boss would be a dangerous and complicated prospect. Especially with my past, I just can't risk it. As the reception winds down, I find myself alone with Grayson in a quiet corner of the room. The tension between us is palpable, crackling like electricity in the air. You seem to be enjoying yourself tonight, he says, his voice carefully neutral. Ethan certainly seemed taken with you. I feel warmth flood my cheeks, but I meet his gaze steadily. He's a nice guy, Mr. Winthrop, but you know my focus is on the conference, on learning and growing as much as I can. Grayson nods, but I can see a flicker of some unreadable emotion in his eyes. Of course, Amara, I know how dedicated you are to your work. There's a beat of silence, heavy with unspoken words. Then Grayson clears his throat, his expression softening. You know, Amara, watching you navigate this conference has been quite the treat. You've impressed everyone here with your intelligence, your poise, your professionalism, myself included. I feel a swell of pride at his words, a warmth spreading through my chest. Thank you, sir. That means a lot coming from you. He takes a step closer, his gaze intense. I mean it, Amara. You're a rising star in this industry, and I feel lucky to have you by my side, both as my assistant and as my... He trails off, leaving the sentence hanging in the air between us. For a moment, I'm breathless with anticipation, wondering if he's about to cross the line we've been so carefully towing. But then he shakes his head, breaking the spell. As my valued colleague, he finishes, his voice firm. I appreciate all that you do, Amara, and I know that you have a bright future ahead of you. I nod, feeling a mix of disappointment and relief. Thank you, Mr. Winthrop. I appreciate your support, more than you know. As we rejoin the rest of the conference attendees, I can't shake the feeling of the moment we just shared. The tension, the electricity, the unspoken words hanging between us. I know that pursuing anything more than a professional relationship with Grayson would be a risk. I'm not the girl who gets to marry my billionaire boss. If I keep my head down and work, I can blend in, and that's really the best I can hope for. We're simply cut from different cloth. Yet, when I'm with him, I feel like I belong.
Chapter 6. Grayson. As we return from the business conference, I find myself grappling with a swirl of conflicting emotions. On one hand, I'm incredibly proud of Amara and the poise and professionalism she displayed throughout the event. She truly shone, impressing my colleagues and industry peers with her insights and dedication. I can no longer deny the growing attraction I feel towards her. The jealousy that coursed through me when I saw her laughing and flirting with that businessman, Ethan, caught me off guard. Something fired within me when I saw him make her laugh. Maybe it was the way she threw her head back, or maybe it was seeing her at ease with someone other than me. The tension that crackled between us during our private moment at the reception was almost overwhelming. The more time I spend with her, the harder it becomes to ignore my attraction. Her intelligence, her strength, her beauty, they all draw me in like a moth to a flame. If I was looking, which I'm not, but if I was, she would tick off all the boxes. In a coordinated attempt to continue my complete control of the situation, I try to create some emotional distance between us. I become more formal in my interactions, addressing her only as Miss Jeffries, and keeping our conversations strictly focused on work matters. But Amara, ever perceptive, senses the shift in my demeanor. She shoots me questioning looks, her brow lined with concern. Luckily, I'm able to keep my distance for the rest of the conference. She looks disappointed, but very professional and understanding, which only makes me want her more. Over the weekend, I work out hard and hit the gym to go at it with my sparring partner, working out my emotions on the mat. Just as I start to feel like I'm getting a handle on my wayward emotions, Monday arrives and an unexpected visitor arrives at my office, my ex-girlfriend, Sophia. I look up to see Sophia sweep into my office, her presence filling the room like a noxious cloud. Son of a bitch, I mutter. She bursts into the room like a hurricane, her expensive French perfume filling the air with a suffocating sweetness. She looks damn good, as always. Apparently she's been hitting the gym harder. She looks good and furious. A force of nature, her eyes flashing with anger and accusation as she levels her gaze at me, her perfectly manicured nails digging into the leather of her designer handbag. Well, if it isn't the great and powerful Grayson Winthrop, she sneers, lips curled in a mocking smile. Too busy playing house with your new assistant to remember you actually have commitments. Amara, ever the professional, tries to excuse herself from the situation, but Sophia won't have it, insisting that she stay and bear witness to our dysfunctional dynamic. I lean back in my chair, feigning nonchalance despite her toxic energy. Sophia, to what do I owe this uninvited visit? I ask coolly. I didn't realize scorned exes were making house calls these days. Her eyes narrow to slits. Don't get snide with me, Grayson. We both know you've been neglecting our relationship ever since that doe-eyed little thing started batting her lashes at you. There is no... She cuts me off with a single finger pointed in my direction. The woman infuriates me. Beautiful, smart as a whip, successful, rich and intelligent. Heiress to the Bellerose fortune, one of the oldest and most prestigious families in France. Her great-grandfather made millions in the wine industry, and now the Belleroses own vineyards, luxury hotels, and high-end fashion brands across Europe. Sophia herself is a force to be reckoned with, a deadly combination of charm, ambition, and cunning. She's used to getting what she wants, and right now it seems that what she wants is to make my life a living hell. She whips her head towards Amara, who has remained stone-faced throughout the venom-laced exchange. And you must be so proud, weaseling your way into Grayson's bed by working your way through his office first. That's enough, Sophia, I interject sharply before Amara can respond. There's no need for your pedestrian insults and baseless accusations. Pedestrian? Sophia scoffs, tossing her perfectly coiffed blonde hair over one shoulder. Well, you certainly have a tongue on you today. I level her with a look that could freeze hellfire. I think it's time you made your exit, Sophia. Before you further embarrass yourself with this childish tantrum. Our relationship is over. You need to leave. Both my office and my life. Her ice blue eyes flash with fury, her porcelain skin flushing an angry red. This isn't over, she hisses, jabbing a perfectly manicured finger in my direction. You think you can just toss me aside for some little nobody from the typing pool? Think again. When I'm done with you, that little tramp will be running for the hills and you'll be begging me to take you back. She storms out in a huff, but not before shooting Amara a venomous glare, as if blaming her for the demise of our romance. Once Sophia is gone, an awkward silence descends upon the room. Amara looks at me with a mix of concern and sympathy, and I can see the unspoken question in her eyes. Are you okay? But I can't bring myself to open up about the joy-sucking she-beast. I let out a long exhale and meet Amara's concerned gaze. I'm sorry you had to witness that. I feel a surge of anger and frustration, both at Sophia's theatrics and at myself for getting caught up in this mess. I know that I should have handled the breakup with more grace and finality, but now it's come back to haunt me. She took our breakup wrong and insists we give it another shot, after I told her again and again it was over. She thinks I cheated on her, so takes it upon herself to ruin any chance of happiness I might find. Bloody hell. I start to think about the 43 bottle of scotch in my desk drawer. Instead, I retreat behind my professional mask, thanking Amara for her assistance and dismissing her for the day. She leaves reluctantly, and I can sense her disappointment at my emotional withdrawal. Over the next few days, I bury myself in work, using the mountain of tasks and responsibilities as a shield. Amara tries to engage me, to offer her support and companionship, but I keep her at arm's length. The gig is already up. The beast from hell is onto her scent. I bury myself in work, determined to regain my momentum. Yet, something feels off. The deals that once seemed to flow so easily now stall in the 11th hour. The ideas that were once sparks of inspiration fizzle into wisps of smoke. Is she what I need? Unlikely. It's only when a charity gala comes up on our calendar that I'm forced to break my self-imposed isolation. Amara and I are both required to attend, representing the company and schmoozing with potential clients and investors. I will have to show a united front, otherwise I could come off as not in control. As we arrive at the elegant event, I can't help but be struck by how breathtakingly beautiful Amara looks. She's a vision in a floor-length scarlet gown that hugs her curves in all the right places. You look... I begin, then think better of verbalizing the thought. Thank you, she replies demurely, offering me a warm smile that chips away at my resistance. Keep your head in the game. I chastise myself as we make our way inside. She's your employee, nothing more. Your star has faded lately. This gala is your chance to reignite that flame with or without Amara's assistance. Yet every conversational beat, every inside joke we share with investors over glass after glass of champagne draws me deeper under her spell. By the time the band strikes up a melodic waltz, I can resist no longer. "May I have this dance, Miss Jeffries?" My voice is thick with desire, poorly masked as formality. Her eyes sparkle knowingly, but she accepts with a regal nod. As we take to the dance floor, I pull her lush form against me, kindling the spark smoldering between us. We move together in silence, her warm breath fanning my neck as we sway to the music's timing. The scent of her hair, the press of her curves against my body, it's overwhelming. Intoxicating. The walls I've established are crumbling like a sandcastle before a rising tide. I'm a fool to think I can withstand her pull. Sophia's shrill voice echoes in my mind. She was right all along. I've been ensnared, beguiled, bewitched by the dazzling creature in my arms. My lips are a hair's breadth from Amara's as the song reaches its crescendo. One motion and I could... The shrill ring of my phone shatters the heated daze. Amara blinks, pulling away as I fumble for the device. "Winthrop," I answer gruffly, struggling to regain my composure. The sharp tone of my partner's voice crackles through the phone's speaker, sober and urgent. "Winthrop, there's an emergency at the office regarding the Zhang account. Details are still coming in, but it seems their cybersecurity team identified a potential breach. Zhang Enterprises, our biggest client this quarter. If word got out about a system hack, the fallout could be catastrophic." I feel the hazy, lusty fog evaporate in an instant, my focus laser sharp once more. I'm on my way, have the IT team assembled, and prepare a briefing room. We'll get to the bottom of this. Sliding the phone back into my pocket, I turn to find Amara watching me with a mixture of concern and profound understanding. For a moment, I'm grateful for her grounding presence, her innate ability to sense the shift in my demeanor. Yet the scarlet gown was so tempting in my hands. As the music continues on, I regret every second that she's no longer in my arms. "I apologize," I murmur, offering her my arm in a reflexive, gentlemanly gesture. "But business calls. Would you like a ride home?" "I would love a ride, sir." She accepts with a small nod, falling into step beside me as we make our way through the crowd of revelry. A charged silence hangs between us, thick with all the unspoken words, the heated tension from mere moments ago. God, the things she could do for my stress. For now, I must put aside the dizzying thoughts of Amara, her beauty, her intoxicating scent, the electrifying feel of her body against mine. There will be time to unpack, whatever that moment was, once the company's future is secured. As we peel away from the glittering gala, climbing into the waiting town car, I can't resist one last lingering glance at the smoldering woman beside me. She catches my eye, holding my gaze with an inscrutable expression. In that moment, I am both enthralled and utterly terrified. The woman has bewitched me, shaken me to my very core in a way no other woman ever has. Yet she is also my bastion, my anchor in the turbulent seas of business I must navigate. I turn away abruptly, frowning out the tinted window as the city blurs past. There are fires to put out, metaphorical and perhaps literal. I can sort out my conflicted feelings for my stunning assistant later. For now, I am Grayson Winthrop, captain of industry, and I have a company to steer through these rough, raging waters. I have both shareholders and a family to deal with. Obsession and desire must be squashed, no matter how intoxicating the temptation. My focus, my priorities, must be the empire I've built. Yet even as I steel my resolve, locking away the heated memories of our dance, I know one thing to be unshakably true. Amara has awakened something ravenous inside me, and no matter where this night leads, nothing will be the same again. Ringing interrupts the weighted silence. I fumble for my phone again, squeezing my eyes shut in vague frustration. Winthrop. Amara watches with quiet concern as I listen to the rapid-fire updates from my assistant. A few terse responses punctuate the call before I abruptly end it. I let out a long exhale, my posture stiffening as I face Amara once more. The red sparkles on her gown illuminate her face with curiosity. My apologies. That was a relatively uncontained situation back at the office. Understanding dawns in those soulful eyes. She gives the smallest of nods. Very well. Please join me for dinner, next Saturday. It's a request, not a command from her employer. My tone is soft, almost pleading. Somewhere more conducive to a private conversation. A hesitation then. Of course. We ride the remainder of the way in loaded silence, energy crackling between us like a live wire. I steal furtive glances at her profile, those lips I'd nearly tasted, that elegant neck I'd ached to trail with unhurried kisses. Like a sailor to rocky shoals, I'm doomed to follow this enigmatic woman wherever she may lead. The car slows before an upscale restaurant, one of the city's most exclusive and discreet locales. I exit first, rounding the vehicle to offer Amara my hand. An unnecessary formality, but one my body seems to crave. She accepts with a tremulous smile, her fingers lacing with mine in a way that sets my pulse thrumming. As I lead her inside, the primal masculine part of me rejoices. Tonight, one way or another, the stars will finally align. Amara's gravitational pull has become inescapable, and this time, Grayson Winthrop plans to do more than just dance with the flames consuming him.
Chapter 7. Amara. Grayson's invitation to a private dinner has caught me off guard, and I can't help but wonder what this evening has in store for us. The elevator doors open, revealing the stunning rooftop restaurant of the city's most exclusive hotel. I step out, my heart racing with anticipation as I follow the hostess to the table with Grayson. As we weave through the candlelit tables, I can't help but marvel at the breathtaking view of the city skyline, the twinkling lights below creating a magical atmosphere. The soft strains of a live jazz band fill the air, adding to the romantic ambience. As I look at him, I see a smile that makes my knees weak. "Amara," Grayson says, his eyes drinking me in. "Forgive me, I haven't said anything yet, but you look absolutely stunning." My cheeks heat, and I smooth my hands over my sparkling ruby gown. "Thank you, sir. This place is incredible. Just wow." He grins, pulling out my chair for me. "I thought tonight should be special." As we take our seats, a waiter appears, presenting us with menus bound in rich leather. "Good evening, Mr. Winthrop," he greets Grayson warmly. "Chef Russo has prepared a special tasting menu for you and your lovely companion tonight." Grayson nods, his eyes never leaving mine. "Perfect. Please extend my compliments." "Of course, sir. And if I may, Chef Russo has personally selected a bottle of champagne to complement your first course. It's a rare vintage from his private collection, a 2002 Bollinger RD Extra Brut. He thought you and your guests might enjoy its unique flavor profile." Intrigued, I glance at Grayson, who looks equally pleased by the recommendation. "That sounds exquisite," he replies, nodding his approval. "We'd be delighted to sample Chef Russo's selection." He's so easy and confident with every person who works here. It chills me to see him so comfortable in a restaurant this nice. My gown glitters appropriately with the patrons who sit here, but I feel like a fish out of water. Is it even possible to imagine that I could learn to breathe this air? "Relax," he says, fidgeting with the plateware on the table. "You're the most striking woman in the room." My cheeks burn hot, but it occurs to me watching the sweat bead on his forehead that I might just be giving him the same jitters he's giving me. The waiter returns moments later with a gleaming silver ice bucket, cradling the champagne bottle. With practiced flair, he pops the cork and pours 2 generous servings of the pale golden liquid into elegant flutes. As he sets the glasses before us, I can't resist leaning in to examine the champagne more closely. The bubbles are impossibly fine, streaming in delicate rivulets to form a perfect, persistent mousse. Breathing in, I detect notes of toasted brioche, roasted almonds, and a faint whiff of honey. This looks and smells divine, I murmur appreciatively. Grayson reaches for his glass, holding it aloft in a toast. To Chef Russo's impeccable taste, and to the woman who could rival any vintage with her complexity and allure. I feel heat rise to my cheeks at the compliment, clinking my glass gently against his as I half scold him. Mr. Winthrop. He grins boyishly, taking a sip of the effervescent nectar. Only stating the facts, Miss Jeffries, but I must say, Alessandro has outdone himself this time. This champagne is truly remarkable. Following suit, I let the crisp, full-bodied champagne dance across my tongue. It's an incredible balance of richness and freshness, with a long, luxurious finish that leaves me craving more. He certainly has, I agree, savoring another decadent sip. You must know him quite well to warrant such special treatment. Grayson's expression turns nostalgic, his eyes sparkling with memories. Alessandro and I go way back. We met in Italy during a business trip and bonded over our shared love of food, wine, and the occasional game of high-stakes poker. But that's a story for another time. He takes my hand, rubbing his thumb gently over my knuckles. The point is, when you find someone who shares your passions, who pushes you to explore and appreciate the finer things in life, you hold on tight. Whether it's a world-class chef who becomes a lifelong friend, or a brilliant, captivating woman. I lean in, drawn to his warmth and sincerity like a moth to a flame. Well then, here's to holding on tight and never letting go. The first course arrives, a delicate arrangement of oysters on the half-shell. As we savor each bite, Grayson regales me with stories of his travels, painting vivid pictures of the places he's seen and the people he's met. I've always been drawn to new experiences, he confesses, his eyes sparkling, to pushing myself out of my comfort zone and discovering what the world has to offer. I nod, taking a sip of my champagne. I can relate to that. It's part of what drew me to Winthrop Industries. The chance to learn and grow, to be a part of something bigger than myself. Grayson's gaze softens, his hand reaching across the table, almost touching mine. And you've done just that, Amara. You've made an incredible impact on the company and on me. I feel a flutter in my chest at his words, at the warmth of his touch. I couldn't have done it without your guidance and support, sir. You've been riding me in the best way possible. He shakes his head, his forefinger reaching out. I feel an electric surge when the tip of his finger collides with mine. It's more than that, Amara. Your passion, your intelligence, your compassion, they've all left an indelible mark on me. As the courses continue to arrive, a silky lobster bisque, a perfectly seared filet mignon, a decadent chocolate soufflé, our conversation deepens, moving from the professional to the personal. Grayson shares stories of his childhood, of the challenges he faced growing up, and the lessons he learned along the way. I've always been driven, he admits, his gaze distant. Driven to succeed, to prove myself worthy. But that drive has come at a cost. I squeeze his hand, my heart aching for the pain he's endured. We all carry our scars, sir, but they don't define us. They make us stronger, more resilient. He looks at me then, his eyes shining with an emotion I can't quite name. You're an extraordinary woman. You know that? As the lovely evening winds down, Grayson suggests a walk through the nearby park, the twinkling lights of the city guiding our way. The warm summer breeze whispers through the trees, carrying with it the faint scent of jasmine and the promise of something new. We find a quiet bench overlooking a tranquil pond, the moon's reflection dancing on the water's surface. Grayson turns to me, his eyes filled with a mix of nervousness and determination. Amara, there's something I need to tell you, he begins, his voice soft but steady. something I've been wanting to say for a while now. I feel my heart skip a beat, my breath catching in my throat. What is it, sir? He takes my hand in his touch gentle and reassuring. Amara, I have feelings for you. Feelings that go beyond the professional, beyond the boundaries of our working relationship. I'm stunned, my mind reeling. Grayson, he continues, his gaze never leaving mine. I know it's a risk, Amara. I know there are a million reasons why this could be a bad idea, but I can't deny what I feel for you any longer. I swallow hard, my heart pounding in my chest. I have feelings for you too, sir. Of course I do, but I'm scared. Scared of what this could mean for our careers, for our futures. He nods, his expression understanding. I know. I'm well aware of the risks, but I also know that what we have is special. It's rare, and I don't want to let it slip away without at least trying. I take a deep breath, my mind warring with my heart. But what about the company? What about the risks of mixing business with pleasure? Grayson's smile is gentle, his touch reassuring. We'll face them together, Amara. We'll be discreet, professional. We won't let our personal feelings interfere with our work. I bite my lip, torn between the desire to take a chance and the fear of the unknown. And if it doesn't work out, if we end up hurting each other or the company? He squeezes my hand, his gaze intense and sincere. Then we'll deal with it, Amara. We'll be honest with each other and with ourselves. But I truly believe that what we have is worth exploring. I look into his eyes, seeing the depth of his feelings and the sincerity of his words. And at that moment, I make a decision. Okay, Grayson, let's try. Let's see where this takes us. His smile is brilliant, his joy palpable. He pulls me into his arms, holding me close as the world around us fades away. Thank you, Amara, he whispers, his breath warm against my ear. Thank you for taking a chance on us. I cling to him, my heart soaring with the promise of what lies ahead. Thank you for being brave enough to ask, Grayson, for being willing to risk it all for what we could be. As we sit there, wrapped in each other's arms, I feel a sense of peace and rightness that I've never known before. The future may be uncertain, the risks may be high, but with Grayson by my side, I know that we can face anything. As we reluctantly leave the park bench, Grayson's hand finds mine, our fingers intertwining as if they were always meant to be together. We walk back to the waiting town car, the city lights twinkling around us like 1,000 tiny stars. Grayson opens the door for me, ever the gentleman, and I slide into the plush leather seat, marveling at the luxurious interior. As the car navigates the city streets, Grayson pulls me closer, his arm wrapping around my shoulders. I lean into him, savoring the warmth and strength of his embrace, feeling a sense of safety and belonging that I've never known before. We chat quietly as the journey continues, sharing stories and laughter, our connection deepening with every passing moment. And then, as the car turns onto a private drive, I gasp in awe at the sight before me. A magnificent mansion looms ahead, its grandeur taking my breath away. Manicured gardens and sparkling fountains surround the estate, creating an air of opulence and refinement. Grayson, this is incredible, I breathe, my eyes wide with wonder. He smiles, his hand squeezing mine. Welcome to my home away from home. I wanted to share this with you. As the car comes to a stop, Grayson helps me out, his touch gentle and reassuring. We walk hand in hand to the front door, where a butler greets us with a polite nod. Good evening, Mr. Winthrop, and you must be Miss Jeffries. Delightful to meet you. I blink in surprise, realizing that Grayson must have informed his staff of our arrival. He leads me through the grand foyer, the marble floors, and crystal chandeliers taking my breath away. This is like something out of a dream, I murmur, my eyes drinking in every detail. He chuckles, his arm slipping around my waist. It's just a house, darling, but it's a house I hope to someday fill with the people who matter most to me. I turn to him, my heart swelling with emotion. And am I one of those people, sir? Well, I have all this house to myself, and I just do better at work. So good investment if you ask me. His gaze softens, his hand cupping my cheek. Amara, you're not just one of those people. You're the person who matters most to me, the person I want to build a future with. I lean into his touch, my eyes fluttering closed. I want that too, Grayson, more than anything. He pulls me closer, his lips brushing against mine in a kiss that's both tender and passionate. I melt into him, my hands fisting in his shirt, my heart soaring with the promise of what lies ahead. When we finally pull apart, breathless, Grayson rests his forehead against mine. Stay with me tonight, Amara. Let me hold you. Let me show you how much you mean to me. I nod, my voice barely above a whisper. Yes, Grayson, I'll stay, for as long as you'll have me. He smiles, his eyes shining with love and devotion. Then I hope you're prepared to stay for a while, because now that I have you, I'm never not letting you go. As he leads me up the grand staircase, our hands clasped tightly together, I feel a sense of joy and excitement that I've never known before. The future may be uncertain, the risks may be high, but with Grayson by my side, I know that we can face anything. Chapter 8. Amara. My nerves are raw. Grayson looks incredible in his suit as he holds open the door for me. Dinner might be over, but the night isn't. Mixing business with pleasure was never something I intended to do, but I'm not sure I can help myself. There's something about Grayson that draws me in. I want to touch him. I want to run my hands up and down his chest. I want to comb my hands through his perfect hair, and hearing him confess that he has feelings for me is just the icing on the cake. He turns to me and takes my face in his hands, his eyes burning into mine. Amara, he says my name in a hot whisper. I won't do anything you don't want me to do, all right? I nod, looking down at my feet. All right. Grayson tilts my chin up, and our lips meet in a searing kiss that makes my bones melt. His tongue pushes into my mouth, and I moan into him, all thoughts of work and the possible repercussions of this vanishing from my mind. His mouth is hungry and demanding, his hands moving up and down my backside, pulling me closer to him. I ache for him. I want to feel all of him against me. I break the kiss and look into his eyes. I want this, I say, leaving no room for doubt. Grayson growls, and in one swift motion, he has me pressed against the wall, his hips grinding against mine. Heat pools between my thighs, and I realize just how much I've wanted this. I've wanted you for so long, Amara, he says against my lips before he's kissing me again, his tongue dancing with mine. Oops, it looks like we've reached a part of the story that's just too hot for YouTube. But don't worry. You can unlock the uncut, steamy details over at tylawalker.com. Use code SAVE40 for a special discount on the thrilling conclusion. Now, back to the adventure. I laugh softly, too spent to do anything else but nod in agreement. Yeah, it was. And we've only just begun. Grayson whispers into the nape of my neck, sending shivers down my spine once again. His words promise more nights like this, more shared intimacy, more of him, and I find that I can't wait.
You won't know what hit you, baby. I'm going to take you, break you, and make you mine. And when I'm done, you're...
Now hold on just a minute.
What?
I got something to say.
What's the meaning of this?
Now you may be some fine-looking white boy,
Got that right, baby. It takes hard work.
and you might got the money,
Fat stacks, baby, to spoil you with.
but that doesn't mean I'm going to give it up to you without a fight.
A fight?
You want some limp wilting flowers? Go to historical romance, baby. But you want sassy and spicy strong black queens that tame their alpha male bad boys?
I think our listeners do.
Then you go on and look at Miss Tyla's Bougie Brides and Billionaires audio bundle.
50 hours of me whispering the most romantic things in your ears. Fake marriages, alpha male billionaires, strong black women, steamy scenes that will make your eyes roll back. And everything wrapped up in a happily ever after that will put you in an afterglow.
Use code SAVE40 to get 40% off this bundle and any other digital product in Miss Tyla's store.
Unabridged and uncut.
Just like you,
You're gonna have to find out.
Tyla Walker Romances. Escape your life with sassy romance.
Chapter 9. Grayson. The workday following our intimate night, I find myself sitting at my desk, staring blankly at the stack of papers before me. My mind is reeling, thoughts of her consuming me, making it nearly impossible to focus on the task at hand. Like, how did I ever live without her? I lean back in my chair, running a hand through my hair in frustration. This isn't like me. I'm Grayson Winthrop, the man who's always in control, always focused on the next big deal, the next challenge to conquer. But now, with Amara in my life, everything feels different. I think back to our dinner, to the way she looked at me, the way her hand felt in mine. It was like coming home, like finding a piece of myself I never knew was missing. And now I can't imagine my life without her. But as I sit here, staring at the looming deadline for the biggest account of my career, I can't help but wonder if I'm going soft. If my feelings for Amara are clouding my judgment, making me lose sight of what's important. I shake my head, trying to clear my thoughts. No, I can't let that happen. I've worked too hard, sacrificed too much to get where I am today. I can't let my guard down now, not even for Amara. A knock at the door startles me out of my reverie. "Come in," I call out, straightening in my chair. Amara enters, looking as beautiful as ever in a sleek black dress that hugs her curves in all the right places. I feel my heart skip a beat, my palms suddenly clammy. "Good morning, Grayson," she says, a soft smile playing on her lips. "I have those reports you asked for." I nod, gesturing for her to take a seat. "Thank you, Amara. I appreciate your promptness." She hands me the files, our fingers brushing briefly. I feel a jolt of electricity at her touch, a reminder of the intimacy we shared just hours ago. "Is everything all right, sir?" she asks, with one eyebrow coolly raised. "You seem distracted." I can hardly stifle the laugh. She knows damn well why I'm off my game today. Yet her professionalism is like a playful slap in the face, teasing what's to come if I catch her alone. I sigh, leaning back in my chair. I'm just thinking about the Hawthorne account. It's a big one, and I can't afford to mess it up. Amara nods, her expression understanding. "I know how important this is to you, Grayson, to the company, but I also know that you're more than capable of handling it." I smile, warmed by her faith in me. "Thank you, Amara. Your support means a lot to me." She reaches across the desk, taking my hand in hers. "We're in this together, Grayson. No matter what happens, I'm here for you." I squeeze her hand, feeling a sense of calm wash over me. "I know, Amara, and I'm here for you too." We sit there for a moment, lost in each other's eyes, the rest of the world fading away. But then, reality comes crashing back, and I reluctantly pull my hand away. "We should probably get back to work," I say, my voice hoarse with emotion. Amara nods, standing up to leave. "Of course, sir. I understand." As she walks towards the door, I can't help but admire the sway of her hips, the grace of her movements. Damn it, I need to focus. I can't let myself get distracted, not now. But as the door closes behind her, I find myself wondering if it's already too late. If my feelings for Amara have already taken root, too deep to be ignored or pushed aside. I shake my head, turning back to the stack of papers on my desk. I have work to do, a company to run. I can't let my heart get in the way of my head, no matter how much it may want to. But even as I try to focus on the task at hand, my mind keeps drifting back to last night. The way her nails dug into my back when she came. The way she screamed my name. We were way past professionalism then, and my mind couldn't stay focused, wondering if it would happen again. To say nothing of the way she makes me feel, the way she sees me in a way no one else ever has. She's more than just a work wife, meeting my every need in the office. She sees the other needs, the things a man can't just ask for. And as much as I try to fight it, I know that I'm falling for her, falling hard and fast, with no safety net to catch me. As I sit in my office, going over the final details of the Hawthorne account, my phone buzzes with an incoming call. I glance at the screen, my blood running cold as I see Sophia's name flashing across the display. I answer the call, bracing myself for the inevitable drama. "Sophia, what do you want?" Her voice is sickly sweet, dripping with false concern. "Oh, Grayson, I just thought you should know about your precious little toy's past. I've uncovered some rather unsavory details that I think you'd find quite interesting, and I came to you right away. I'm so sorry, darling. It's like I said. We belong together." I feel a knot forming in my stomach, my mind racing with the possibilities of what Sophia could have discovered. Then my better judgment kicks in. "Sophia, I'm not interested in your games. Amara is a valued member of my team, and her past is none of your business." She laughs, a cold, cruel sound. "Oh, but it is my business, Grayson. You see, I have proof that your darling Amara isn't quite the innocent little lamb she appears to be. In fact, she has a rather sordid history, one that could ruin both of you if it ever came to light." I take a deep breath, trying to keep my composure. "Sophia, I don't believe a word you're saying. You're just trying to stir up trouble, to get back at me for ending things between us. I said it before and I'll say it again. We will never be together again. I don't care what you or anyone says. It's not happening." "Believe what you want, Grayson," she purrs, her voice dripping with malice. "But check your email. I think you'll find the evidence I've gathered to be quite compelling." With that, she hangs up, leaving me staring at the phone in disbelief. A moment later, my computer chimes with an incoming email. I click on the message, my heart sinking as I see the subject line. "Amara's dirty little secret." With trembling fingers, I open the email, my eyes scanning the contents rapidly. Sophia has included several documents and images that appear to show Amara in compromising situations, engaged in activities that could ruin her reputation and career. But as I look closer, I start to notice inconsistencies in the evidence. The dates don't line up, the images look doctored, and the details just don't add up. I feel a sense of relief wash over me, followed quickly by a surge of anger. Sophia is trying to manipulate me, to use my feelings for Amara against me, but I won't let her succeed. I pick up the phone, dialing Amara's extension. When she answers, I can hear the concern in her voice. "Grayson, what's wrong? You sound upset." I take a deep breath, trying to keep my voice steady. "Amara, I just got a call and an email from Sophia. She's trying to spread lies about your past, to damage your reputation and our relationship." There's a moment of silence on the other end of the line, followed by a shaky intake of breath. "Grayson, I don't know what to say. I'm so sorry." I shake my head, even though she can't see me. "You have nothing to apologize for. I know that whatever Sophia is saying, it's not true. I trust you, and I believe in you." I can hear the relief in her voice, the gratitude and affection that shines through her words. "Thank you, Grayson. That means more to me than you know." I sigh, leaning back in my chair. But we need to be prepared, Amara. Sophia won't stop until she gets bored or does serious damage. And with her track record, I'm afraid it's going to be the latter. There's a pause on the other end of the line, followed by a soft, humorless chuckle. Sounds like a crazy ex situation. I feel a wry smile tugging at my lips. Don't even get me started. Between Sophia and my mother, I feel like I'm constantly fighting a losing battle. Amara's voice is gentle, understanding. Your mother too? I'm so sorry. I had no idea you were dealing with so much. I close my eyes, feeling a wave of exhaustion wash over me. It's not your fault. I've been dealing with my mother's expectations and disapproval my entire life. And Sophia, well, let's just say she's never been one to take rejection well. I can only imagine, Amara murmurs, her voice filled with sympathy. But Grayson, you don't have to face this alone. I'm here for you no matter what. I feel a surge of warmth and affection wash over me, a sense of gratitude and relief that I'm not in this fight alone. I know. I can't tell you how much that means to me, but I fear the worst is yet to come. We're a team, sir, she says, her voice firm and resolute. And together, we can handle anything that comes our way, even manipulative exes and overbearing mothers. I chuckle, feeling some of the tension and stress drain out of my body. You're right. It's stupid. We got this. Of course, sir, she says, and I can hear the smile in her voice. Now, what do you say we take a break from all this drama and focus on something a little more positive? I raise an eyebrow, intrigued. What did you have in mind? Well, she says, her voice taking on a playful, mischievous tone. I was thinking we could start planning that weekend getaway you mentioned. You know, the one where we leave all our troubles behind and just focus on each other? I grin, feeling a thrill of excitement and anticipation run through me. I like the way you think. Let's do it. Let's plan the most amazing, unforgettable weekend of our lives. As we say our goodbyes and hang up the phone, I feel a renewed sense of hope and optimism wash over me. Yes, Sophia and my mother may try to tear us down, to destroy the happiness we found together, but they only succeed if we let them.
Chapter 10. Amara. As I step out of the sleek black car that Grayson had sent to pick me up, I feel like a princess transported into a world of unimaginable luxury and beauty. The private jet gleams in the sunlight, its sleek lines and polished exterior showing my boss and man's wealth and power. Amara, welcome to your weekend getaway, Grayson says, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he takes my hand and helps me board the plane. You earned this. We earned this. Grayson, it's incredible. I breathe, my eyes wide with wonder. I can't believe you did all this for me. He smiles, his hand reaching out to clasp mine. He's nothing like the office version I'm used to seeing, all business and no play. Now light shines in those steel gray eyes of his, showing me that deep down, he's able to relax when he wants to. You deserve it. You deserve the world, and I want to be the one to give it to you. I can hardly contain my joy and gratitude as I settle into the plush leather seats, marveling at the opulent surroundings, crystal glasses, silk pillows, and a fully stocked bar. It's like something out of a movie, a fantasy come to life. As the plane takes off, soaring high above the clouds, I can't help but feel a sense of giddy anticipation. Grayson has been tight-lipped about our destination, wanting to keep it a surprise until the very last moment. But as we fly further and further from the city, I start to get a sense of where we might be headed. The turquoise waters of the Caribbean stretch out below us, dotted with lush green islands and pristine white beaches. And then, just when I think the view can't get any more spectacular, the pilot's voice comes over the intercom. "Mr. Winthrop, Miss Jeffries, welcome to St. Bart's. We'll be landing at the private airstrip in just a few minutes." I gasp, my heart racing with excitement. St. Bart's, the playground of the rich and famous, a paradise of sun, sand, and crystal clear waters. I've only ever dreamed of visiting a place like this, never imagining that I would one day have the chance to experience it for myself. As the plane touches down and we step out onto the tarmac, I'm struck by the sheer beauty of our surroundings. The air is warm and fragrant, scented with the sweet perfume of tropical flowers and the salty tang of the sea. A sleek black limousine awaits us, ready to whisk us away to our final destination. As we settle in, Grayson takes my hand, his eyes shining with anticipation. "Are you ready for the weekend of a lifetime, Amara?" he asks, his voice low and filled with promise. I nod, my heart racing with excitement and desire. With you by my side, I'm ready for anything. As the limousine winds its way along the narrow, twisting roads of the island, I can hardly contain my excitement. Every turn reveals a new vista of breathtaking beauty: crystal clear bays, lush green hills, and pristine white beaches that seem to stretch on forever. And then, just when I think the scenery can't possibly get any more stunning, we pull up to the gates of our resort. The Villa Marie St. Barth is a sprawling estate of unparalleled luxury, with private villas nestled amidst the tropical foliage, and a private beach that seems to have been plucked straight from a postcard. As we step out of the car and make our way up the winding path to the main cabana, I'm struck by the sheer opulence of our surroundings. The air is scented with the sweet perfume of frangipani and hibiscus, and the sound of the waves crashing against the shore is like a siren song, calling us to relax and unwind. Our hotel is a masterpiece of understated elegance, with soaring ceilings, plush furnishings, and floor-to-ceiling windows that offer a breathtaking view of the ocean. A giant infinity pool sparkles in the sunlight. Its waters blend seamlessly with the turquoise sea beyond. As excitement sets in, I can almost taste the pina colada from here. "Grayson, it's so incredible," I whisper, my eyes wide with wonder. "I can't believe we get to spend the whole weekend here, just the two of us." He smiles, his arms wrapping around me from behind as he pulls me close. "Believe it. This is all for you, for us. A chance to escape the world and focus on what really matters, each other." As we step into the grand lobby of the resort, I can't help but gasp in amazement. The soaring ceilings, the gleaming marble floors, the elegant furnishings, it's like something out of a fairy tale, a world of unimaginable luxury and beauty. The receptionist greets us with a warm smile, her eyes sparkling with recognition as she takes in Grayson's tailored suit and confident demeanor. "Mr. Winthrop, welcome to the Villa Marie St. Barth. We've been expecting you." Grayson nods, his voice smooth and assured as he speaks. "Thank you. I trust that everything is in order for our stay." "Of course, sir," she replies, her fingers flying over the keyboard as she pulls up our reservation. "You'll be staying in our finest suite, the Ocean View Villa. It features a private infinity pool, a spacious terrace overlooking the sea, and a personal butler to attend to your every need." I feel my jaw drop open in shock, my mind reeling at the thought of such extravagance. A personal butler? Grayson, that's too much. I can't possibly. He cuts me off with a gentle kiss, his lips brushing against mine with a tenderness that takes my breath away. "Nonsense, Amara. You deserve to be pampered, to be treated like the incredible woman you are. You're my girl now, and my girl only gets the best." As we follow the bellhop to our villa, I can't help but marvel at the sheer beauty of our surroundings. The resort is like a tropical paradise, with lush gardens, winding paths, and breathtaking views of the ocean at every turn. And when we step inside our villa, I feel like I've been transported into a world of pure, unadulterated luxury. The space is enormous, with plush furnishings and floor-to-ceiling windows that offer a panoramic view of the sea. We spend the rest of the day exploring the resort, marveling at the endless array of amenities and activities on offer. From the world-class spa to the Michelin-starred restaurant, every moment feels like a dream come true, a fantasy brought to life. As we lounge by the infinity pool, sipping on cocktails and soaking up the warm Caribbean sun, I can't help but feel a sense of pure, unadulterated bliss. Grayson, it's like something out of a movie. I sigh, my head resting on his shoulder as we watch the sun dip below the horizon. He chuckles, his arms tightening around me as he pulls me closer. Well, get used to it. Because as long as you're with me, every day is going to feel like a fairy tale. As the sun dips below the horizon, painting the sky in a breathtaking array of pinks and oranges, Grayson and I find ourselves lounging on the terrace of our villa, a bottle of champagne and a platter of fresh fruit laid out before us. The conversation flows easily between us, our words punctuated by laughter and the occasional comfortable silence. But as the night wears on, I can sense a shift in the air, a deepening of the connection between us that goes beyond the physical, beyond the surface-level attraction that first drew us together. Amara, Grayson says softly, his hand reaching out to clasp mine. I want to know everything about you. Your hopes, your dreams, your fears. I want to understand what makes you tick, what drives you. I feel a flutter of nervousness in my stomach, a hesitation to let down my walls and reveal the parts of myself that I've kept hidden for so long. But as I look into Grayson's eyes, I see a depth of understanding there, a willingness to listen without judgment or expectation. I've always been driven by a need to prove myself. I begin, my voice soft and hesitant. Growing up, I never felt like I was good enough, like I didn't deserve the love and attention that other people seem to receive so easily. Grayson's hand tightens around mine, his thumb stroking my palm in a gesture of comfort and support. I understand that feeling all too well, he murmurs, his voice tinged with a hint of sadness. My father was a hard man, a man who believed that success was the only measure of worth. I spent my entire childhood trying to live up to his impossible standards, to earn his approval and affection. I nod, my heart aching for the boy he once was, for the wounds that still linger beneath the surface. I can't imagine how difficult that must have been, I whisper, my free hand reaching out to cup his cheek. But you are so much more than your father's expectations. You are a good man, a kind and generous man, and you deserve to be loved for who you are, not what you achieve. He leans into my touch, his eyes fluttering closed as he savors the warmth of my skin against his. Thank you, he murmurs, his voice thick with emotion. You have no idea how much it means to me to hear you say that. We sit in silence for a moment, the weight of our shared vulnerabilities hanging in the air between us, and then, before I can lose my nerve, I take a deep breath and begin to speak. There's something else I want to tell you, I say softly, my heart pounding in my chest. Something that I've never told anyone before. Grayson's eyes lock with mine, his gaze filled with a depth of understanding and compassion that takes my breath away. You can tell me anything. I'm here for you no matter what. I nod, my throat tight with emotion as I begin to speak. I want to tell him everything about my past, what I had to do to survive, but he would hate me if he found out what I really am. I quickly scrape my memories for something, anything. When I was younger, I fell in love with a man who I thought was my soulmate. We were inseparable, spending every waking moment together and making plans for a future together. I pause. But then one day, he disappeared. No explanation, no goodbye, just a text message saying that he couldn't do this anymore. I was devastated, convinced that I had done something wrong, that I wasn't enough to make him stay. Grayson's arms wrap around me, pulling me close as I bury my face in his chest. "I'm so sorry, Amara," he whispers, his voice filled with a depth of empathy that breaks my heart. No one deserves to be treated like that, to be abandoned without a word. I nod, my tears soaking into his shirt as I cling to him like a lifeline. It took me a long time to trust again, to believe that I was worthy of love and respect. But being with you has helped me to heal in ways that I never thought possible. He pulls back slightly, his hands cupping my face as he looks deep into my eyes. For once, those steel gray eyes of his look soft and loving. "Amara, you are the most incredible woman I have ever met. You are strong, brave, and beautiful, and I am so grateful to have you in my life." And then, before I can respond, his lips are on mine, his kiss filled with a depth of passion and tenderness that steals my breath away.
Chapter 11. Grayson. Every moment spent with Amara is incredible. We spend the time having fun, getting to know each other, and enjoying the amenities the resort has to offer. We indulge in long strolls along the beach, leaving footprints in the wet sand, and take moonlit dips in the warmth of the tranquil sea. We taste exotic cocktails under the shade of swaying palm trees, letting our laughter float into the vast blue skies. Our hearts beat faster as we race each other on rented bicycles, exploring every hidden corner of the resort. Every shared meal is an adventure. The food is deliciously unfamiliar and divinely spicy. We argue over who gets the last serving of succulent tropical fruit or freshly baked bread. The aroma of coffee wafting from our balcony rouses us from sleep most mornings, unwillingly tearing us away from our dreams to face a new day. As night blankets the resort in a comfortable silence, we sit on our window ledge, absorbing the serene beauty of a star-studded night sky that neither one of us have ever seen before. We share stories about our lives back home, revel in shared dreams for the future, and shiver as cool night breezes kiss our skin. Every day with Amara feels like an enchanting dance, sometimes slow and graceful, much like a waltz that lulls you into dreamy comfort, and at other times fast-paced and exhilarating, like a passionate tango that leaves you breathless, but wanting for more. As we fall asleep to the soothing sound of waves crashing against the shore, I can't help but hold her tighter, knowing that these precious moments are fleeting yet unforgettable. My absolute favorite are the quiet moments when we're alone, moments where it was just us, a bottle of wine and a sky full of stars. Like now. "Amara," I call. She looks up at me, eyes wide, and I smile. I grab her around the waist and kiss her before picking her up and tossing her onto the bed, where I begin to undress her carefully, reverently. Each small movement is a confession, a prayer of desperate adoration. Amara gasps as my fingers trace lines of fire down her copper-brown skin. She arches beneath me, her pulse racing as I lean in to taste the softness of her lips. Her laughter fills the room as we tumble into our shared pleasure. The world outside ceases to exist. All that remains is us and the intoxicating rhythm of our hearts beating in sync. She whispers my name like it's a sacred chant, and I can't help the shiver that runs through me at the sound of it. I recite her name back to her, like a mantra, like a vow, feeling her tremble beneath me with every word. Our bodies entwine and begin their own conversation, one full of longing and fulfillment, whispered promises and silent pleas. We lose ourselves in each other, tangled up in white sheets dotted with moonlight trickling in through the bamboo blinds. Her dark skin glows under the pale illumination. She looks ethereal, a goddess descended from among the stars. Her brown hair, lightly dusted with gold, shines in the soft moonlight. These two just can't get enough of each other, and neither can we. Find all the glorious details over at tylawalker.com. Use code SAVE40 for the unabridged, steamy conclusion to this scene. Thanks for reading, As we lay there, tangled in each other and lost in our shared pleasure, the world outside continues to move. The sounds of crashing waves against the shore and the whispering wind are our only companions, adding a natural soundtrack to our intimate moments. As sleep begins to claim us, we surrender willingly, knowing that this night, like all the others before it and all that will come after, will forever be etched in our hearts. Our bodies may bear the marks of our love, but it's our souls that carry the true depth of our connection. And as I drift into sleep with Amara in my arms, I know that no matter what tomorrow brings, tonight was worth every second. You think you can catch me? You think you can tame me?
Oh, I know I can. And you know it too, baby.
I gotta tell you, you're not the first to try.
But don't worry, baby. I'll be the last.
With sass like that, maybe I'll be the one that needs to tame you.
Let's cut to the chase, big boy. What you selling me?
Your appetite is big AF. I have just the thing that'll satisfy you.
Oh, really? And what's that?
Over 120 hours of romance audiobooks. Brought to you by Tyla Walker Romances in the Big AF audio bundle.
120 hours? That sounds amazing.
Your knees won't work afterwards if I do my job right.
Don't make promises you can't keep.
Well, I can keep this promise. Because these audiobooks are unabridged with all the spicy scenes that will make you put your earbuds on. You know, Tyla can get freaky because she marked the bundle down by 69% for a limited time.
I can't wait to take this bundle for a ride.
Visit TylaWalker.com and get this audio bundle. Just don't start listening if you're going to be cooking dinner, because you might just forget to feed your family.
TylaWalker.com. Escape your life with Tyla.
Chapter 12. Grayson. The sound of the jet engines fades away as Amara and I step onto the tarmac, the harsh reality of our return to the city hitting me like a punch to the gut. The blissful bubble of our romantic getaway has burst, and now we're back in the real world, where deadlines loom and the pressure to succeed never lets up. I glance over at Amara, taking in the soft curve of her smile and the way the sunlight glints off her hair. I can still smell the salt water on her skin and savor it, a souvenir of our romantic getaway. The first of many, I hope. She looks relaxed, happy, and I feel a surge of possessiveness wash over me. I want her to feel this way all the time. Sophia's threats to come between us could cause lines between her brows with worry, and I can't have that. She's too beautiful to worry. She's mine, and I'll be damned if I let anyone or anything come between us. The moment I step back into the office, my worst nightmare comes true. I'm immediately bombarded with a barrage of messages and urgent requests. It seems that in my absence, a major deal has fallen through, and now the entire company is scrambling to pick up the pieces. I feel a surge of anger wash over me, hot and prickly beneath my skin. This is the trade-off for my sun-soaked days with Amara. But no good deed goes unpunished, and now it's all blown up in my face. But as I storm into my office, barking orders and demanding answers, I feel a gentle hand on my arm. It's her brown eyes soft and understanding as she looks up at me. "Grayson," she says quietly, her voice cutting through the chaos like a beacon in the night. "Take a deep breath, sir. We'll untangle this mess together." I want to push her away, to tell her that I don't need her help, that I can handle this on my own. But as I look into her eyes, I feel something inside me surrender. She's right. We're a team now and we'll face this challenge together. And the thought drives me wild. I think I'm really falling for this woman. "Let's start with something simple," she says, distracting me from my growing list of needs, if only for a second. "Like what?" I ask quickly. "We need coffee, don't we?" she suggests with a half-smile. She's right. One thing at a time. We work side by side, poring over contracts and financial statements, looking for any way to salvage the deal and keep the company afloat. The stress and intensity of the situation bring us even closer, and I find myself relying on her calm demeanor and quick thinking more than ever before. It turns late as we're hunched over a pile of papers in my office. I feel a sudden surge of desire wash over me. The way the lamplight plays off her skin, the soft curve of her neck, the intensity of her focus. It's all too much to resist. She's everything I've ever wanted in a woman. Hard-working, driven, knows I'm a grumpy workaholic. And what's more, she's been in the financial trenches with me all day. She knows how tense this work can be, and it doesn't scare her. Before I can stop myself, I'm pulling her into my arms, my lips crashing down on hers in a passionate kiss. She responds instantly, her body melting into mine as we lose ourselves in the heat of the moment. But even as we come up for air, gasping, I feel a flicker of doubt in the back of my mind. What are we doing? We're supposed to be keeping our relationship under wraps, not making out like teenagers in my office. I pull away, running a hand through my hair as I try to collect my thoughts. "Amara," I say roughly, my voice hoarse with emotion. "We can't do this here. We have to be careful." She tilts her head to the side, one hand on her hip, and says, "Then you probably shouldn't kiss me like that, sir." Her voice sends a quiver through me. But she's right. I should control myself. I'm the boss here, aren't I? Doesn't that mean I can do what I want? But I also know that going public with our relationship could have serious consequences for our careers. I'm the CEO of a major company, and she's my subordinate. There are rules against this kind of thing, and I don't want to put her in a position where she feels like she has to choose between me and her job. I sigh, my mind spinning with the weight of the decision before me. I need some advice, some perspective from someone I trust. Later that day, I find myself sitting across from Ethan, my best friend and closest confidant. He's been by my side through every major milestone, every upheaval in my career. "I need your counsel on a personal matter," I begin, rubbing my temples wearily. He arches an eyebrow but says nothing, allowing me to gather my thoughts. "It's about Amara, my assistant." I trail off, unsure of how to label the depth of my feelings for her. She's become more than just an employee. We've grown extremely close during our time together. Understanding dawns in Ethan's eyes. "You finally found an assistant who can handle you, huh? How bad is it?" I nod, feeling like a weight has been lifted by giving voice to the truth. Worse than I could have imagined. Amara, she's remarkable, intelligent, driven, insightful, and beautiful. Good God, is she beautiful? I've got it bad. The hint of a smile plays across his lips. I'm not surprised. You two have incredible chemistry. Anyone with eyes could see that. Yes, well, I shift in my seat. The fact is, we took our relationship to more ... in timate levels during the recent trip. And now I find myself utterly incapable of going back to how things were. He strokes his chin thoughtfully. I can't say I'm shocked you finally acted on those lingering sparks. What I want to know is, what are your intentions with Miss Amara? My intentions? The words catch in my throat. Ethan, I've never felt this way about anyone before. What I have with Amara goes far beyond a casual dalliance. She's everything. He holds up a hand. Everything she may be, Grayson, but she's also an employee of your company. This relationship carries tremendous risk to both your professional and personal lives. I stiffen, his words striking a nerve. You think I don't realize that? I'm well aware of the potential consequences for both of us. But I'll be damned if I'll let stuffy corporate rules deny me someone who makes me feel like she does. His eyes flash with sympathy and concern. Take a breath, my friend. You know I only want what's best for you. Exhaling slowly, I nod. You're right. You're right. I'm sorry. It's just, Amara sets my soul on fire in a way I didn't think was possible anymore. Not after. The unspoken name of my ex hangs heavy in the air between us. He reaches across and grips my shoulder firmly. Listen to me, my man. I've seen the look in your eyes when you're with that young woman. It's the look of a man who has found his life's great love. And if that's the truth of what you feel, then you must fight for it with every breath. To hell with propriety. His words resonate deep within me, shoring up my resolve. You're right. I can't let this amazing once-in-a-lifetime connection slip away due to fear or obligation. Amara is the one, and I'll be damned if I don't move heaven and earth to make her mine. He slaps me squarely between the shoulder blades, his expression one of unbridled pride. That's the spirit, my friend. It's time the great Grayson Winthrop stopped giving a damn what others think and finally put his own desires first for once. I stand, newfound determination coursing through me. You're right. It's time to stop hiding, to stop denying what's so plainly true. I'm going to make Amara mine, rules and reputation be damned. He rises with me, his eyes shining. Then go get her, you magnificent bastard. We embrace firmly, two men bonded by decades of struggle and triumph in the office and out. As I turn to leave, I feel a lightness in my steps that hasn't been there in years. No more hiding, no more doubts. It's time to make my move and seize the passionate oblivion we've both craved. My feet jump into Amara's office a few moments later, pulling her from her monitor with surprise. I need to talk to you, I say, palms sweating. Let's do this for real. Let's go public.
Chapter 13. Amara. I sit in the company break room, replaying the incredible conversation I had with Grayson last night. Over and over in my mind, his declaration that he wants us to go public with our relationship, to shout our love from the rooftops, fills me with a euphoric mix of elation and trepidation. To finally be able to hold his hand in the office halls, to share lunch dates unencumbered by secrecy. It's a dream I've fantasized about for months now. No more furtive glances and charged silences. Just us, together publicly, with nothing to hide. A giddy smile spreads across my face as I envision introducing Grayson as my partner at the next company gala, the prestigious power couple, turning heads and shutting down any doubters. After all, what we share is rare and incredibly special. So lost am I in my reverie that I don't immediately notice the hushed whispers carrying from the next table over. Did you hear the latest? Rumor has it Winthrop is giving his new little assistant toy another raise. My chest tightens as the gleeful, scandalized tones reach my ears. I know I shouldn't eavesdrop, and yet I can't seem to unstick myself from my seat. Oh, honey, that's no rumor, another voice scoffs. Just look at the way she bats those big doe eyes at him whenever he's around. It's painfully obvious she's been sucking up to the boss, if you know what I mean. Raucous laughter accompanies the crude insinuation. I feel my face heat with humiliation and outrage. How dare those bitches diminish my talents and achievements to mere sexual politics? Jaw clenched. I seriously consider whirling around and giving those chatty Cathys a piece of my mind. But what would be the point? Their small, vindictive minds are already made up about me. This is just a tiny sample of what Grayson and I can expect once our relationship becomes public knowledge. The skepticism, the rumors, the unbearable scrutiny, all because I dared to follow my heart straight into the arms of the city's most eligible bachelor. A tremor of doubt seizes my heart. Can I truly weather such a storm of venom and judgment, all for the sake of being with the man I love? What if they're right? What if this all blows up in my face and destroys everything I've worked so hard to build? I need to talk to someone to get an objective perspective outside the incubator of office gossip. Pushing away from the table, I head for the one person whose counsel I trust completely. A few hours later, I'm seated across from my best friend Sarah at a quiet cafe, a warm mug of chamomile tea trembling between my palms. Grayson asked me to go public with our relationship. I blurt out, needing to purge the tumultuous thoughts rattling around my mind. As in, openly admit to the world that we're a couple. No more hiding, no more secrecy. Hello to you too, she says, eyes going wide, the other hand shushing the waiter. If anything, there's a hint of a proud smile playing on her lips. "Well, it's about damn time you two stopped sneaking around," she proclaims. "You are literally made for each other, Amara. This is amazing news." I worry my lower lip, suddenly feeling very unsure. Is it, though? Don't you realize what this could mean for my career? For both of our reputations? What if someone digs up my past? I know my past is sealed, but still. Sarah's expression softens as she reaches across to squeeze my hand reassuringly. "Ames, when are you going to realize that love, real, all-consuming, once-in-a-lifetime love like what you have with Grayson, is worth fighting for? Worth risking it all and dealing with some raised eyebrows? Oh, once in a lifetime? But Girl, you listen. I've never seen you like this. Not since Jamal back in junior high. You love him. You finally found your other half, a man worthy of your time." Her words resonate within me, chipping away at the veneer of fear and self-doubt. Sarah's right. The connection Grayson and I share is far too precious to simply discard out of propriety or misguided obligation. Not to mention he's kind, successful, and sophisticated. Any guy I was with before simply pales in comparison. Over cocktails and countless shared anecdotes, my best friend helps me see the bigger picture. The rampant office speculation is just ephemeral noise, water off a duck's back compared to the profoundly beautiful journey I've started with Grayson. By the time we part ways with a fierce hug, my reservations have been sanded away, replaced by a renewed sense of determination. I won't let societal expectations or corporate red tape dictate the circumstances of my happily ever after. Which is why, when Grayson appears at my doorstep that evening, with a hopeful yet apprehensive look, I usher him in and lead him to the sofa without preamble. "We should talk," I murmur, watching the kaleidoscope of emotions flicker across his striking features. When I was in the break room earlier, I overheard some of my colleagues gossiping. I grimace at the word, hating how petty it sounds. They were speculating that the only reason I've achieved success here is because I'm sleeping with you. Grayson's jaw tightens, but he remains silent, letting me continue uninterrupted. It's such an insulting insinuation, as if my skills and accomplishments don't stand on their own merits. I shake my head ruefully. But it's just the tip of the iceberg, isn't it? If we go public, that's the kind of venom and skepticism we'll face at every turn. Clutching his hands tightly, I stare deep into those piercing eyes that have captivated me from the start. And as much as I try to convince myself that the opinions of bitter, small-minded people shouldn't affect me, there's this relentless voice of self-doubt, whispering that perhaps they're right. My voice cracks with vulnerability. What if I'm not enough for you, Grayson? What if loving me, being openly associated with me, somehow diminishes the incredible empire you've built? The words are like shrapnel tearing from my lips, each one laced with the crippling insecurity that he is simply too good, too accomplished, too extraordinary for someone like me. That our relationship is an ill-fated dream, destined to combust under the scrutiny of the real world. I'm terrified, I confess in a small voice. Terrified of the fallout raining down on us from all sides, once our relationship transcends the safety of secrecy. Of your powerful family looking down on me, Sophia, and of my own career becoming a laughingstock, of losing you because I can't withstand the pressure. A single tear trails down my cheek as I finally lay myself bare, exposing the deepest fears and vulnerabilities I've kept walled off, until this man came along and gradually dismantled every one of my carefully constructed barriers. Tell me it's worth it, I plead softly. Tell me that the abundance of love I've found with you can eclipse all the hatred and doubt sure to be thrown our way, because I need to hear it. I need to hear that our love can withstand any storm and emerge even stronger on the other side. When I'm finally spent, he pulls me into his powerful embrace, burying his face in the crook of my neck like a man reunited with his oasis. I know the risks, perhaps better than anyone. There may very well be turbulent times ahead as we face down the scrutiny side by side. But my commitment to you, to us, is absolute and unwavering. A solitary tear streaks down my cheek, but it's one of relief and overwhelming affirmation, not sorrow. Grayson's devotion washes over me like a balm. With him by my side, standing tall and strong as we charge into the storm together, I feel capable of conquering any obstacles in our path. I love you, I whisper fervently, and I'll fight for us. Grayson's responding smile is radiant and sure as he captures my lips in a searing kiss. That's my girl, he murmurs proudly.
Chapter 14. Grayson. The shrill ringtone shatters the peaceful quiet of my home office. I frown at the interruption, hitting the answer button with more force than necessary. Winthrop. Grayson, it's William from the Tokyo office. The voice on the other end is tinny but unmistakable, the CEO of our operations in Asia. We have a situation that requires your immediate attention. I lean back in my chair with a resigned sigh. What's going on, William? This had better be good, disturbing me on my day off like this. Straight to business as always, my friend, William chuckles grimly. You know I wouldn't call unless it was critical. We've got a potential crisis brewing with a Fujiwara conglomerate. My blood runs cold at the mention of the prestigious multi-billion-dollar megacorp. We've been pursuing an exclusive partnership with them for over 2 years now, one that could widen our access to the entire Asian market. Well, spit it out then, I growl, my earlier irritation forgotten in the face of potential catastrophe. What's the situation with Fujiwara? William exhales heavily. There's been a shakeup in their leadership, let's say. Murmurs of a hostile takeover from within the family ranks. The whole deal could collapse amid the power struggle unless we take drastic measures to solidify our position. Damn it, I hiss, pushing to my feet and beginning to pace the confines of my study. You know how much the Fujiwara alliance means to us, William, to the future of Winthrop Industries. We can't allow this to slip through our fingers now, not after so much time and effort cultivating the relationship. There's a pregnant pause on the other end of the line before William hesitantly speaks again. Which is why I think it's critical you come to Tokyo and oversee negotiations in person, Grayson. Get a read on the dynamics firsthand. Your take-no-prisoners leadership style may be the only way to forcefully insert ourselves into their moment of weakness. My heart plummets at the suggestion, even as my pragmatic mind knows he's right. The Tokyo office is in over their heads dealing with adversarial titans like Fujiwara. Nothing less than my direct intervention will ensure the deal goes through, and by extension the job security and prosperity of my entire company. All right, I grit out, scrubbing a hand down my face. Looks like I'm booking a ticket to Tokyo then. But this had better be worth the upheaval in my personal life, William. You know how I feel about extended overseas trips disrupting the flow of operations. It will be worth it, my friend, William reassures quickly. Fujiwara is the keystone that unlocks Asia for Winthrop Industries. The future of our legacy could well hinge on you being there in person to seize control of the situation. I grunt in acknowledgement, already contemplating the massive shakeups this trip will cause. Fine. I'll have Alice start making the arrangements. Just try to keep a lid on this Fujiwara chaos until I arrive. You have my word, William vows solemnly. Get here as soon as you can. The line goes dead, leaving me alone with the weight of the daunting task ahead. There's no choice but to make this journey, to fight like hell for a partnership that could define my company's next decade of growth and prosperity. But that means leaving. Amara, I call out, my voice strained. Within moments she appears in the doorway, eyes wide with concern at whatever she heard. My girl, always attuned to the slightest fluctuation in my emotions, has already picked up a change in the usual routine of the day. I motion for her to enter, steadying my nerves as I prepare to drop a bombshell on our newly cemented relationship. Something's come up. Something urgent that's going to take me away from the country for a while, I begin without preamble. Amara stills, her expression clouding with apprehension. Is everything okay? What's going on? Meeting her warm, caring gaze, I feel the first flickers of guilt lick at my insides. The idea of leaving her, of depriving us both of the closeness we've only just embraced, is almost physically painful. But I forge on, detailing the precarious situation with Fujiwara, the need for me to travel to Tokyo, and apply some strong-armed hand-holding to keep our most promising deal from derailing. Each word seems to pull her face into tighter lines of distress. I'm so sorry to spring this on you, I conclude remorsefully. But you must know how critical this is, both for our future and that of the entire company. William expressly requested my presence, and, if I'm honest with myself, nobody else has the clout or steel nerves to ram this through. Amara worries her lower lip, struggling visibly to process my unexpected announcement. I feel like a heel, a bastard without a shred of chivalry for upending our blissful existence so soon. But before I can offer the chance to unburden her emotions, she surprises me. Straightening her shoulders, my Amara regards me with a look of pure, steadfast conviction. This is a massive opportunity for the company, for your legacy, she states carefully. If William believes your personal involvement is crucial, then that's where you need to be. I blink owlishly, thrown by her lack of protest or complaint. Surely she must feel the same gut punch of disappointment that I do at the thought of being separated. I don't want you to feel like I'm abandoning you. Our relationship, I insist hoarsely. You mean everything to me. This is the last thing I want. She actually laughs, a crystalline peal of amusement amid the swirling tension. Crossing the room in 2 strides, she takes my face in her soft palms and peers up at me with a look of pure adoration. Grayson Winthrop, you beautiful fool. Did you really think I'd resent you following your calling, seizing an opportunity to continue building your life's work? This is who you are, she murmurs fiercely. The driven, unrelenting visionary I fell in love with. I'll never stand in the way of your ambition, my love. In fact, she hesitates before admitting, I find it terribly sexy, sir. Relief washes over me in crashing waves. Of course she understands. This incredible woman who has time and again proven herself my equal, my partner in every sense of the word. I crush her lithe form against my chest, savoring the feminine curves and intoxicating floral scent that have become my oasis. Have I told you lately how amazing you are? I rumble into the crown of her hair. How you were destined to be more than just the woman by my side, but the woman advancing that side itself? Amara pulls back just enough to grin impishly up at me. You could remind me more often if you'd like. My laughter booms through the room, pure and unfettered. Deal, I murmur, capturing her lips in a blisteringly ardent kiss. And speaking of deals... Trailing off, I guide Amara to the plush leather sofa, pulling her down into my lap as I set to outline the full scope of the challenges awaiting me in Tokyo. She's too perfect, in a tight white blouse that shelves the perfect resting place for my head. Her brow furrows with concentration as I elucidate on the delicate intricacies of the Fujiwara situation. Before long, suggestions and observations are flowing easily between us in a give and take of professionalism and intimacy. This woman, my partner in every sense of the word, she will be the key to maintaining my sanity and equilibrium during the ordeal ahead. Our connection, so newly established, will be strained and tested in ways I can scarcely fathom right now. But whatever obstacles await, we will overcome them in tandem, partners forging an unstoppable future together. Over the next few days, Amara and I worked tirelessly to prepare for my impending departure. With each meeting and briefing, I find myself leaning more heavily on her insights and strategic mind. While I'm abroad, you'll need to take point on the Henderson merger, I instruct, sliding a thick file across my desk towards her. Caroline in acquisitions will be your primary contact, but I want you to oversee every step. Amara's expression is a mask of intense focus as she flips through the documents. Understood. Though I have a few thoughts on streamlining the integration process if you'd like to hear them now. I gesture for her to proceed, quietly marveling at her eye for efficiency. As she lays out her proposals, I find myself nodding along, impressed by her ability to identify potential snags before they even arise. Excellent points, all of them, I praise when she's finished. Make it so, but run any major adjustments by me before implementing them, just in case. She fixes me with a wry look. Does that apply to when you're 14 hours ahead on the other side of the planet? Or... Chuckling, I shake my head at her cheek. Fine. You have the discretion to make judgment calls as needed. I'm entrusting a great deal to you in my absence, Amara. No sense in tying your hands unnecessarily. A look of solemn pride registers in her soulful eyes. Thank you for the faith, Grayson. I'll ensure Winthrop Industries doesn't miss a beat while you're playing gunslinger in Tokyo. I love you so much right now. The night before my scheduled departure, Amara and I forego work in favor of a quiet, intimate dinner together. My housekeeper has outdone herself, preparing a decadent feast that seems to stretch on for hours. Finally pushing away from the table with a contented sigh, I regard my beautiful partner over the dimly lit expanse. You know, if anyone had told me 6 months ago, I'd be madly in love and counting down the hours until I fly to the other side of the world. You'd have had them committed? Amara supplies impishly, refilling my glass with a sultry Cabernet. Laughing, I shake my head and capture her hand, pressing a reverent kiss against her knuckles. Something like that. But now, the idea of being separated from you is difficult. Even more than leaving the office, my company is in your hands when I'm gone. She sobers under the weight of my gaze, her own eyes shimmering with the same unnameable longing that's been steadily blooming within me since our first fevered exchange. I don't want you to go, Amara confesses in a small voice. Selfish as that may be, every molecule in my body cries out at the thought of you being on the other side of the earth. But it's going to be fine. We planned for this. Drawing her into my embrace, I tuck a stray curl behind her ear and drop a tender kiss against her deliciously soft skin. My darling, we are two particles of energy in a cosmic dance, remember? No force in this universe could keep us apart for long. She smiles up at me. That was almost too cheesy, even for you. Yet it's exactly what I needed to hear. Amara responds by capturing my lips in a searing, soul-shattering kiss. A probing, insistent thing that vows to imprint every shared heartbeat, every indelible caress into my marrow where distance can never hope to reach. We make love that night with a wild, untamed passion, two halves of the same soul savoring every blended breath before the looming separation, giving and taking and connecting in the most rapturous ways imaginable. When her lips tremble soft gasps with her ecstasy, she wraps me tightly in her legs so as not to let me go. And as the first pale rays of dawn filter through the bedroom window, illuminating Amara's sated form nestled against me, I know with unshakable conviction, this woman is my tether, my destiny personified, the other half of my spirit who will make any trial, any sacrifice worth enduring in the end. Leaving her is agony, but knowing she'll be waiting, safeguarding my legacy, and ensuring the home fires burn brightly until my return, that gives me the resolve to board that plane with a fire lit under my heels. Fujiwara and all its corporate machinations don't stand a chance.
Chapter 15. Amara. The next few days are a blur of back-to-back meetings, negotiations, and short burst tactical sessions, and yet I find myself thriving under the relentless pressure, making judgment calls, and deftly navigating the high-wire political games that safeguard Winthrop Industries' interests at every turn. You're a natural-born closer, kiddo. Jazz, one of the senior partners, Praises after I stare down a trio of combative Henderson attorneys, forcing them to concede on several key points. I've never seen a newbie jockey egos like that before. Despite my fatigue, I find myself laughing at the apt moniker. Just keeping everything afloat till the real general returns. His expression turns sly. I may be biased, but word around the campfire is that the little general is outperforming even Grayson's highest expectations. My cheeks warm at the insinuation, even as my heart swells with pride. You're too kind, but I'll take the compliment anyway. Truth is, I think Grayson would be proud of the way he molded me perfectly for this job. When the day gets long, I imagine his face and his steel gray eyes softening as seeing me handle his clients like he would. He taught me well. As the merger proceedings roll on over the next few weeks, I find myself settling into a new normal that is somehow both energizing and utterly depleting. My days are consumed by mounting responsibilities and conquering acute emergencies, my nights haunted by video conferences with Grayson from his Tokyo hotel room. I just got the latest updates from Caroline, he says during one particularly late tete-a-tete. His hair is delightfully mussed from constantly raking frustrated fingers through it, and my heart clenches at his disheveled appearance. Amara, you're blazing a trail of settling the score. I don't know how you're juggling all these moving pieces while keeping Henderson in lockstep. I shrug, aiming for nonchalance despite the very unsettled thrill that zings through me at his open appreciation and respect. All part of the job, Mr. Winthrop, though I do find myself wondering what our merger asset risk is if I keel over from exhaustion before we hit the goal line. I feel myself softening at the reminder of our transcendent connection, the force that bridges all distances and surmounts any obstacles. I miss you, I murmur, the simple admission seeming to encapsulate all the complex yearnings and profound emptiness I've been wrestling with. Grayson's unguarded gaze pins me in place. Same, more than you will ever know. And you know it's actually killing me to see you lead in my absence. I've never been so attracted to you, and I'm so proud of you, Amara. In that heated moment, I make a decision, one born of pure recklessness and not a small amount of desperation. This separation is too large. It's time to close the gap. Sarah, I need your advice, I blurt out over lunch the next day. I'm thinking about flying to Tokyo to surprise Grayson. My best friend's eyes widen, her fork frozen halfway to her mouth. Whoa, that's a bold move, Ames. What brought this on? I shrug helplessly, pushing my salad around the plate. I miss him so much, Sarah. And seeing him last night on the video call, looking so worn down and lonely, it broke my heart. Sarah nods sympathetically. I get it, babe. Long distance is tough, especially when you're used to being joined at the hip. Exactly, I sigh. And I know it's impulsive and maybe even a little unprofessional, but I feel like I need to do this. For him and for us. Okay, let's think through the logistics, Sarah says, her expression turning pensive. How long would you stay? And what about the merger you're overseeing? I bite my lip, the practicalities threatening to dim my impetuous spark. I was thinking just for the weekend. I can fly out Friday night and be back in time for work on Monday. Sarah takes a slow sip of her iced tea, evaluating me over the rim of the glass. And you're sure Grayson would welcome the surprise? You don't think it might throw him off his game? The question gives me pause. Am I being selfish, prioritizing my own needs over Grayson's critical deal-making? I don't know, I admit quietly. I mean, he's always saying how much he misses me and wishes I was there, but what if I'm just being a needy girlfriend who can't handle a little time apart? Oh, please, Sarah scoffs, waving a dismissive hand. That man is crazy about you, Amara. Anyone with eyes can see that. He'd probably love nothing more than to have you by his side, even for a couple days. Her unwavering confidence bolsters my own. You're right, I declare, sitting up straighter. I'm doing this. I'm going to Tokyo, and I'm going to show Grayson how much I love and support him. Sarah grins, raising her glass in a toast. That's my girl. Go get your man. As soon as she says the words, I feel a wave of fierce adoration sweeps over me. She's right. I'm right. This is right. The next few days pass in a whirlwind of covert preparations. I clear my schedule with Caroline, feigning a family emergency that requires my brief absence. Thankfully, the merger proceedings are in a stable holding pattern, allowing me to step away without catastrophic consequences. Before I know it, I'm stepping off the plane at Haneda Airport, my heart lodged firmly in my throat. Grayson thinks I'm tied up with work this weekend, so my arrival will be a complete shock. I navigate the bustling terminal in a daze, my rolling suitcase bumping along behind me. The cacophony of foreign languages and dizzying array of neon signs only amplify my rising nerves. Thousands of faces look up at me, but I'm here for only one. It seemed like an easy task until about an hour ago. What if this was a mistake? What if Grayson is upset that I disrupted his business trip with my impromptu visit? But then I'm standing in front of his hotel room door, my hand poised to knock, and all my doubts fade away. This is Grayson, my partner, my love, my future. He could never be anything but overjoyed to see me. I rap my knuckles against the polished wood, my heart threatening to pound right out of my ribcage. There's a beat of silence, then the sound of muffled footsteps approaching. The door swings open, revealing Grayson's towering form, clad in nothing but a fluffy white bathrobe. His eyes widen in disbelief, his mouth falling open in a silent gasp. Surprise, I whisper, suddenly shy. Amara? He breathes, blinking rapidly as if to clear a mirage. What? How is this real? In lieu of answering, I launch myself into his arms, the force of my embrace sending us stumbling back into the room. Grayson recovers quickly, kicking the door shut and wrapping me up in a fierce hug. I can't believe you're here, he mumbles into my hair, his voice thick with emotion. God, I've missed you so much. Tears prick at the backs of my eyes as I burrow deeper into his warmth. I've missed you too. More than I could ever put into words. We cling to each other desperately, reconnecting through touch and shared breaths. When Grayson finally pulls back to cup my face in his large hands, his expression is one of pure wonder and adoration. You never cease to amaze me, Amara Jeffries. Flying halfway across the world to be with me, I'm the luckiest man alive. I grin up at him, my earlier nerves replaced by bubbling elation. Well, I couldn't let you have all the fun in Tokyo without me now, could I? Grayson laughs, a deep, joyful rumble that sets my soul alight. Oh, I think we can find some fun to have together, sweetheart. In fact, his eyes darken with intent as he walks me backwards towards the king-sized bed. Why don't I show you just how much fun we can have right now? The rest of the weekend passes in a glorious haze of laughter, lovemaking, and adventure. Grayson takes me to all his favorite spots in the city, from hole-in-the-wall ramen shops to tranquil temple gardens. But more than the sights and sounds of Tokyo, it's the uninterrupted time together that rejuvenates us both. Lazy mornings tangled in the sheets, whispering dreams and desires. Late nights curled up on the couch, dissecting the intricacies of Grayson's business deal. By the time Sunday evening rolls around, I can see a new lightness in Grayson's eyes, a fresh determination in the set of his shoulders. My visit has reminded him of what he's fighting for, not just a successful company, but a love that transcends oceans. I don't know how to thank you for this weekend, he murmurs, pressing a lingering kiss to my forehead as we stand entwined at the departure gate. You've given me a fresh sense of purpose, Amara. I feel like I can conquer anything with you by my side. I reach up to stroke his smooth jaw, memorizing every plane and angle. You've got this, sir. You're going to blow Fujiwara away and seal the deal of a lifetime, and I'll be waiting for you when you get home, ready to celebrate. He captures my hand, pressing a fervent kiss to the inside of my wrist. I love you, Amara, more than anything in this world. I love you too, I whisper, blinking back tears. Now go be the brilliant businessman I know you are. I'll see you soon. As I settle into my seat on the plane, already counting down the hours until our reunion, I drink in the remnants of our time together. The smell of his aftershave clings to my face from when he kissed me goodbye. The way he tugged at my hair when he came for me. I'll keep these thoughts and thousands more as the plane starts its ascent into the sky.
Chapter 16. Grayson. As the first rays of dawn filter through the floor-to-ceiling windows of my corner office, I find myself energized in a way I haven't felt in weeks. The memory of Amara's surprise visit, the feel of her in my arms, and the sound of her laughter propels me forward with renewed purpose. Looks like someone's got his mojo back, Jung teases, elbowing me playfully. I haven't seen you this fired up in ages, Grayson. What's gotten into you? I chuckle, shaking my head. Let's just say I had a visit from a very special someone who reminded me of what's truly important in life. His eyes widen, his smile turning sly. Ah, the lovely Amara strikes again. That woman is a goddamn miracle worker. That she is, I agree, my heart swelling with love and pride. I honestly don't know where I'd be without her. She's my rock, my partner in every sense of the word. My friend nods, his expression turning serious. Sounds like she's the real deal, Grayson. The kind of love that comes along once in a lifetime if you're lucky. I swallow hard, the truth of his words hitting me like a freight train. She is, and I'd be a fool to let her slip away. Jung claps me on the shoulder, his eyes gleaming with understanding. Then don't, my friend. Hold on to that woman with both hands and never let go. Because a love like that, it's worth fighting for. His words echo in my mind long after we part ways, mingling with the heady rush of victory from the successful negotiation. As I gaze out over the glittering skyline of Tokyo, I'm struck by a realization that feels both startling and inevitable. I want to marry Amara. I want to build a life with her, to wake up every morning with her in my arms and fall asleep every night, knowing she's mine, now and always. She is my future, my forever. And I'll be damned if I let another day go by without making that crystal clear. I pull out my phone and begin making arrangements for the most important decision I've ever made, to make my work wife my real wife. It's time to put a ring on her finger. It's time to start a family. And as I lose myself in the giddy rush of proposal plans, I swear I can almost hear my father's approving chuckle and sage advice. About damn time, son. About damn time. I'm pacing the length of my hotel room, my phone pressed to my ear as I wait for Ethan to pick up. The adrenaline from my successful negotiation with Fujiwara has given way to a buzzing anticipation, a desperate need to set my proposal plans into motion. Grayson, my man! Ethan's booming voice fills the line. To what do I owe the pleasure of this late-night call? Don't tell me the Tokyo nightlife has finally lured you out of your workaholic cave. I chuckle, shaking my head even though he can't see me. Not quite, buddy. I actually have some big news to share with you. Oh, yeah. Ethan's tone turns curious. Don't keep me in suspense, Winthrop. Spill. I take a deep breath, my heart hammering against my ribs. I'm going to propose to Amara. As soon as I get back to the States, I'm going to ask her to marry me. There's a beat of silence, then a whooping cheer that nearly shatters my eardrum. Hell yeah, brother. It's about damn time you put a ring on that woman's finger. I grin, feeling a rush of relief at his enthusiastic response. Thanks, man, I can't imagine my life without her, you know? She's the one, Ethan. The love of my life. I know she is, Ethan says, his voice softening with genuine affection. Anyone with eyes can see that you two are meant for each other. So, what's the plan? How are you going to pop the question? I run a hand through my hair, suddenly feeling a bit overwhelmed. That's where I could use your help, actually. I want it to be perfect, Ethan. Something romantic and unforgettable. A proposal worthy of the incredible woman she is. Say no more, Ethan declares, and I can practically hear the gears turning in his head. Operation Put a Ring on It is officially underway. First things first, we need to get you back home ASAP. I'm thinking a surprise early return, maybe even showing up at her office with a bouquet of her favorite flowers. I nod, a smile spreading across my face as I picture Amara's reaction. Love it. I closed the deal today. They can finish up here. Goddamn, I'm on fire. Can I have you as my guy on the ground until I get there? I need to catch her off guard, sweep her off her feet with a grand gesture. Exactly, Ethan agrees, his enthusiasm infectious. I can be your ground man. Get some reservations going. A candlelit dinner at a downtown joint, and we can't forget the ring. Have you thought about what kind of rock you want to put on her finger? I pause, realizing that I haven't given much thought to the actual engagement ring. I can just imagine the glitter of a princess-cut diamond on her copper-brown skin. I'm not sure, honestly. I want it to be something nice, something that shows she's the woman of the damn CEO. Say no more, Ethan declares. I know a guy who knows a guy. We'll find the perfect ring, Grayson. One that will rock her world. I feel a surge of gratitude for my best friend's unwavering support. Thank you, Ethan. Seriously, I don't know what I'd do without you. Best man. Best man? If you're up for it. Of course. That's what brothers are for, Ethan says warmly. Now let's get cracking on those travel arrangements. I want you back on U.S. soil and ready to put a ring on it ASAP. We spend the next hour hashing out the details of my surprise return and proposal plans, Ethan's excitement and encouragement bolstering my own confidence. By the time we hang up, I'm practically vibrating with anticipation, my mind racing with visions of Amara's teary smile as I drop to one knee and pour my heart out to her. I know there will be logistics to sort out, rescheduling meetings, delegating tasks to my team, but none of that matters in the face of my all-consuming need to make Amara my wife. She is my everything, my reason for breathing, and I'll move heaven and earth to ensure that she knows, beyond a shadow of a doubt, that I am hers, now and forever. As I begin drafting emails and making phone calls to set my plans into motion, I feel a sense of peace settle over me, a bone-deep certainty that I am on the brink of the greatest adventure of my life. Amara and I, hand in hand, ready to take on the world together as husband and wife. It's a future I never knew I wanted, but now that it's within reach, I'll be damned if I let it slip away. So watch out, world. Grayson Winthrop is coming home, and he's got a question to ask. A question that will change everything, for better or worse.
Chapter 17. Amara. The morning after my return from Tokyo, I stride into the office with a renewed sense of purpose. My head held high and my heart full of love for the incredible man who has stolen my heart. Damn the jet lag and the 8 a.m. conference call. These days, I don't even feel tired. I'm running on the power of love. Good morning, Lisa. I chirp as I breeze past her desk, a broad smile stretched across my face. She looks up, her eyes widening at my unusually chipper demeanor. Well, well, well. If it isn't little Miss Sunshine, what's got you grinning like the cat that ate the canary? I shrug, unable to contain my joy. Oh, you know, just feeling extra motivated to tackle the day and make some major strides on the Henderson account. She narrows her eyes, a sly smile playing at the corners of her mouth. Uh-huh. And this sudden burst of enthusiasm wouldn't have anything to do with a certain handsome boss of ours now, would it? I feel my cheeks heat, but I meet her knowing gaze head on. Maybe. But can you blame me? Grayson he's everything. And I just want to make him proud, you know? She softens, reaching out to give my hand a squeeze. Oh, honey. That man is already so proud of you. It's written all over his face every time he looks at you. But I get it. Go on and show him what you're made of, boss lady. With a wink and a renewed spring in my step, I head into my office, ready to conquer the world and prove myself worthy of the incredible love Grayson and I share. The morning flies by in a blur of conference calls, strategy sessions, and metric analysis. I'm so engrossed in my work that I almost don't notice my cell phone buzzing with an incoming call from an unknown number. Frowning, I pick up, my standard professional greeting at the ready. This is Amara. How may I assist you? Amara, I'm so glad I could reach you. The voice on the other end is feminine, with a hint of a cultured accent. Something about it sends a shiver down my spine, though I can't quite place why. I'm sorry, who is this? I ask, my grip tightening on the phone. Oh, do forgive me. This is Sophia. Sophia Ashford, Grayson's Sophie. I nearly dropped the receiver, my heart plummeting to my feet at the mention of her name. What could she possibly want with me? And why now? When Grayson and I are finally in such a blissful, secure place. I see. I manage, struggling to keep my voice even. And to what do I owe the pleasure of this call? She laughs, a tinkling sound that grates on my nerves. Straight to the point. I can see why Grayson likes you. I grit my teeth, in no mood for her games. Is there something I can help you with? As I'm sure you can imagine, I have a rather full schedule to attend to. Of course. I won't take up too much of your time. I was just hoping we could meet for coffee sometime this week. There are some things I'd like to discuss with you. Woman to woman. Every instinct in my body is screaming at me to refuse, to tell this woman to take a hike and leave my relationship alone. But some morbidly curious part of me, the part that has always wondered about Grayson's past and the women who came before me, finds itself agreeing before I can think better of it. Fine. I suppose I could carve out some time tomorrow afternoon. Shall we say 2:00 at the Café Lumiere on Main Street? Perfect. I look forward to our chat. Until tomorrow, then. And with that, she's gone, leaving me to stare at the phone in my hand and wonder what the hell I've just gotten myself into. I spend the rest of the day in a distracted haze, my earlier enthusiasm dampened by the looming specter of tomorrow's meeting. What could Grayson's glamorous ex possibly want to discuss with me? What hidden agenda might she have up her designer sleeve? By the time I drag myself home that evening, I'm a bundle of nerves. You're awfully quiet tonight, babe, my best friend Sarah remarks as we indulge in our weekly girls' night ritual of takeout Chinese and trashy reality TV. What's going on in that overactive brain of yours? I hesitate, my chopsticks hovering over the container of Kung Pao chicken. Should I confide in Sarah about Sophia's cryptic invitation, or would that be a form of betrayal? Airing Grayson's past without his knowledge? In the end, my desperate need for counsel wins out over my reservations. Grayson's ex-girlfriend called me today, I blurt out, my eyes fixed on the colorful array of takeout containers littering my coffee table. She wants to meet with me tomorrow afternoon to talk. Sarah's eyes go wide, her mouth forming a perfect O of shock. Hold up. The ex-girlfriend? The one who made his life a living hell before you came along? I nod miserably, my appetite suddenly deserting me. She wouldn't say what it was about, just that she had some things she wanted to discuss with me, woman to woman. What do you think that means? What could she possibly want with me now? Sarah sets down her container of lo mein, her expression turning pensive. Well, it could be any number of things, really. Maybe she wants to warn you off, try to stake some kind of claim on Grayson. Or maybe she's sniffed out your growing success at Winthrop Industries and wants to leech off your rising star. I blanch at the thought, my stomach churning with dread. You don't think she's trying to win Grayson back, do you? That she sees me as some kind of obstacle to be removed? Sarah reaches out, gripping my hand tightly in hers. Oh, Amara, no, of course not. That man is unbelievably in love with you. She squeezes my hand reassuringly and continues. There's no way in hell some 2-bit ex from his past is going to swoop in and steal him away. Not when he looks at you like you hung the damn moon and stars. I manage a weak smile, trying to let her words soothe the anxious butterflies swarming in my gut. I know. I'm probably being ridiculous. It's just, what if seeing her stirs up old feelings for Grayson? What if it makes him realize that I'm not enough? That I'll never measure up to the glamorous women of his past? Okay, I'm going to stop you right there, Sarah says firmly, her eyes flashing with fierce protectiveness. You, Amara Jeffries, are a goddamn catch. You're brilliant, you're driven, you're gorgeous inside and out. Any man would be lucky to have you, and Grayson knows it. She leans forward, her expression softening. Don't let this hussy get in your head, babe. She's ancient history. Grayson chose you, and he continues to choose you every single day. That's what matters. I feel my shoulders relax fractionally, the tight knot of anxiety in my chest loosening at her words. You're right. I know you're right. I guess I just needed to hear it from someone else. She is gorgeous. You should have seen her, and rich and cultured. But she's not you. Who's he with? Me? Sarah grins, reaching for her abandoned lo mein. Damn straight. Now, let's stop wasting precious brain cells on this thirsty ex and get back to the important business of judging the hell out of these real housewives. I laugh, feeling lighter than I have all day. Deal. And Sar, thanks for always knowing just what to say to talk me off the ledge. Anytime, babe. Anytime. That's what best friends are for. The next day, I take extra care with my appearance before heading to Café Lumiere, determined to project an air of unflappable confidence and poise. I refuse to let Sophia see even a flicker of the insecurity that had plagued me the night before. I spot her immediately upon entering the chic little coffee shop, her sleek blonde hair and designer ensemble standing out among the sea of caffeine-starved college students and bohemian artists. She wears her snow-white cashmere sweater with a kind of regalia that can't be taught. She was clearly born into it. Amara, darling, so good of you to make time for me, she purrs as I approach, air kissing my cheek with a familiarity that sets my teeth on edge. Sophia, I reply coolly, sliding into the seat across from her. I must admit, your call yesterday caught me quite off guard. To what do I owe this unexpected invitation? She smiles, a slow, cat-like thing that doesn't quite reach her eyes. Always so direct, I can see why Grayson finds you refreshing. I bristle at the thinly veiled condescension in her tone, but force myself to remain calm and collected. Yes, well, as I said, I do have quite a busy schedule to attend to, so if we could cut to the chase. She takes a dainty sip of her latte, clearly enjoying the power play. Of course. I won't beat around the bush, Amara. I asked you here today because I wanted to discuss Grayson, and more specifically, my intentions towards him. My heart stutters in my chest, but I keep my expression carefully neutral. I can't let this apex predator sense any weakness in me. I see. And what exactly are those intentions? She sets down her cup, leaning forward with a conspiratorial air. I want him back, Amara. Plain and simple. Or rather, I will have him back. Grayson and I, we have a history, a connection that never truly died. Even after all these years, we belong together. I know it. Our families know it. You are really the only roadblock in the way. I feel like I've been sucker punched. The air rushing from my lungs in a dizzying whoosh. But still, I cling to my composure, refusing to give her the satisfaction of seeing me crumble. I see, I say again, my voice impressively steady. And does Grayson know about these intentions of yours? Have you shared this little revelation with him? She waves a dismissive hand, her perfectly manicured nails glinting in the sunlight, streaming through the cafe windows. All in good time, darling. I wanted to speak with you first. Woman to woman, as I said. He's left every woman ever since for me. I lean back in my chair, crossing my arms over my chest. All right then, woman to woman. What is it that you want from me? My blessing? My permission to pursue a man who is very much in a committed relationship with someone else? She has the audacity to laugh, a trilling sound that sets my nerves even further on edge. Oh, Amara, you truly are adorable. No, I'm not asking for your permission. Frankly, I don't need it. Just giving you a chance to save face. To pull out? You're not getting through me, and you're certainly not getting through Mother. He's mine, plain and simple. Her eyes harden, all pretense of friendliness falling away. I'm simply informing you of my plans, giving you a chance to gracefully step aside before things get messy. Because make no mistake, darling, I will have Grayson back. Just like I always do, quite frankly, you're out of your league, and you know it. Outclassed in every way, and again, it's not on you. That's not your fault. Sweetie, poor thing, the foolish man shouldn't have roped you into this. But he had to find out, so you see, it can't be helped. I gape at her, momentarily stunned by the sheer nerve of this woman. But then, a calm settles over me, an unshakable certainty born of the love and trust Grayson and I have built together. I'm afraid you're mistaken, I say quietly, my voice laced with steely resolve. Grayson is not some prize to be won or a pawn to be manipulated. He's a man who has made his choice, and that choice is me. I rise to my feet, gathering my purse and fixing her with a look of pure, unbridled determination. I'll give you this one chance to back off gracefully. Whatever you may have shared with Grayson in the past, that's where it belongs, firmly in the rear view. He's with me now. I'm his future, and no amount of scheming or delusional entitlement on your part is going to change that. Her eyes flash with rage, her pretty face twisting into an ugly sneer. You naive little fool. You think you can hold on to a man like Grayson with your entry-level ambitions? Please, you won't last another week. I shake my head, a mixture of pity and disgust welling up inside me. You know what? I actually feel sorry for you. To be so trapped in the past, so obsessed with a relationship that died long ago, 'tis sad. I hope one day you can find the strength to move on and build something real for yourself. Something beyond these twisted little power games. Is that what he tells you? Adorable. With that, I turn on my heel and stride out of the cafe, my head held high and my resolve unwavering. I know, deep in my bones, that no force on this earth could tear Grayson and me apart, not even the machinations of a vindictive ex with delusions of grandeur. As I slide behind the wheel of my car, I make a decision. I won't tell Grayson about this little meeting, Not yet, anyway. I refuse to let her toxic presence cast a shadow over our joyful reunion. But still, the things she said, it makes me wonder. Are we strong enough to weather her storm?
Chapter 18. Grayson. I step into the hushed, opulent interior of the high-end jewelry store, my heart hammering in my chest. Today's the day I finally choose the ring that will symbolize my eternal commitment to Amara, and I'll be damned if it's anything less than perfect. Ah, Mr. Winthrop. Welcome, welcome. The impeccably dressed jeweler greets me with a deferential bow, his eyes gleaming with recognition. It's an honor to have you in our humble establishment. How may I assist you today? I clear my throat, suddenly feeling a bit out of my depth amidst the glittering display cases and plush velvet trays. I'm looking for an engagement ring, something truly exceptional for a truly exceptional woman. The jeweler's face lights up with understanding, a knowing smile playing at his lips. But of course, sir, I take it this lucky lady is someone very special indeed. Special doesn't even begin to cover it, I murmur, my mind flooding with images of Amara's radiant smile, her tender touch, her unwavering strength. She's everything. My partner, my soulmate, my guiding light. I want a ring that reflects the depth and beauty of our love. I understand completely, the jeweler nods, gesturing for me to follow him towards a more secluded corner of the store. In that case, might I suggest our signature collection? Each piece is one of a kind, crafted with only the finest materials and designed to take the breath away. He reaches beneath the counter, pulling out a velvet-lined tray that gleams with an array of stunning rings. But one in particular catches my eye, a flawless cushion-cut diamond set in a delicate band of platinum and rose gold, the intricate metal work reminiscent of lace. That one, I breathe, pointing to the ring in question. May I see it up close? The jeweler beams, carefully extracting the ring and placing it on a small pedestal for my inspection. Exquisite choice, Mr. Winthrop. The Eternelle is one of our most sought-after designs. See how the diamond seems to float within the latticework of the band? It's meant to symbolize two souls intertwined, forever joined as one. I swallow hard, emotion welling up in my throat as I picture the ring adorning Amara's delicate finger. It's perfect. She's perfect, and I can't wait another moment to make her mine. I'll take it, I declare, my voice ringing with certainty. It quote S ... it quote S everything I've been searching for, just like her. The jeweler claps his hands together, his expression one of pure delight. Wonderful, sir. Simply wonderful. I'll just need to take a few measurements to ensure the perfect fit, and then we can discuss the finer details of the setting and engraving if you so choose. As I work with the jeweler to finalize the particulars of Amara's ring, my phone buzzes with an incoming call. Excuse me for just a moment, I murmur to the jeweler, stepping away to answer the call. Grayson Winthrop speaking, I answer, a bit puzzled as to why Amara's best friend would be calling me out of the blue. Grayson, hi, it's Sarah. I hope I'm not catching you at a bad time. Not at all, Sarah. As you now know, I'm asking her to marry me, I say, stepping further away from the jeweler to give myself a bit more privacy. Smart man. I'm so excited for you two. Got any advice? I ask her eagerly. Anything I should know before I take the plunge? Well, I think I know just the thing. We've been planning this since we were kids, you know. My heart skips a beat, my mind immediately racing to the ring I was just moments away from purchasing. Is that so? What exactly can you tell me? Sarah laughs, a knowing lilt to her voice. Oh, Grayson. She's been dreaming of the Maldives, of those incredible overwater bungalows she's been obsessing over since we were little girls. She used to drag me to the library every weekend just so she could drool over the pictures in those fancy travel magazines. We'd pick out our boats and our grooms. So you better step it up, mister. I find myself grinning, picturing a young Amara with her nose buried in glossy pages, her eyes wide with wonder and longing. That sounds like my Amara, all right. Always dreaming big. Exactly, Sarah agrees, her enthusiasm palpable through the phone. And you know what she used to say to me every single time? She used to say, "Sar, one day, when I find my soulmate, my perfect match, that's where we'll go. That's where we'll start our forever, in a little slice of paradise made just for us." Emotion clogs my throat, my vision blurring slightly as I imagine the sheer joy, the utter contentment on Amara's face as she whispered those long-ago dreams to her best friend. And the realization that I, Grayson Winthrop, am the man she's chosen to make those dreams a reality, it's almost more than I can bear. "Sarah," I manage, my voice thick with feeling. "Thank you. Thank you for the inside info. You have no idea how much it means to hear those words, to know that I can give Amara the honeymoon she's always dreamed of." "Of course, Grayson." Sarah's tone softens, warmth and understanding radiating through the connection. I wanted you to know. Because I've never seen Amara as happy, as utterly at peace as she is with you. You're her soulmate, Grayson, her perfect match. And I know that when the time comes, you'll make all her dreams come true. I swallow hard, my grip tightening on the phone as a fierce rush of love and determination surges through me. I will, Sarah. I swear it. I'll spend the rest of my life making sure Amara has everything she's ever wanted, everything she deserves. We exchange a few more pleasantries before saying our goodbyes, Sarah extracting a promise from me to keep her little revelation under wraps. "Let it be a surprise," she urges, a smile in her voice, "for when you finally pop the question." As I slide my phone back into my pocket and return to the waiting jeweler, I feel a new sense of purpose, of absolute certainty settling over me. This ring, this proposal, it's not just about declaring my love for Amara. It's about promising her a lifetime of dreams come true, of paradise found in each other's arms. And I'll be damned if I let anything, or anyone, stand in the way of that promise. With renewed determination, I point to the gleaming Eternelle ring, my voice ringing with conviction. I'll take it. And I'd like to discuss the possibility of booking a very special honeymoon package as well, to the Maldives, if you please. The jeweler beams, his eyes crinkling with delight. But of course, Mr. Winthrop, it would be my absolute pleasure to assist you in crafting the proposal and the honeymoon of a lifetime. As I lose myself in the intricacies of planning the perfect surprise for the love of my life, I can't help but marvel at the twists and turns that have led me to this moment. To Amara, my guiding light, my forever home. And I know, with a bone-deep certainty, that no matter what challenges may come our way, our love will always lead us back to paradise. The next day I stride into the office, my mind still reeling with the excitement of my proposal plans. The ring feels like a lead weight in my pocket, a constant reminder of the monumental question I'm about to ask the love of my life. But as I make my way towards my corner suite, I can't help but notice the hushed whispers and furtive glances from my employees. They fall silent as I pass, their eyes darting away guiltily as if caught in the midst of some forbidden conversation. Frowning, I pause outside the break room, straining to catch the thread of gossip that seems to have infected my usually focused and professional staff. "Heard she was sleeping with him long before the promotion. I mean, how else do you think she climbed the ladder so quickly? I always thought there was something fishy about their relationship. I mean, the way he looks at her. That's not just a boss appreciating his assistant's work, if you know what I mean. Do you think that's why his ex dumped him? Because she found out about the affair? Of course, you know Kathy said she stopped by and told her everything." I feel my blood run cold, a mixture of shock and rage coursing through my veins. How dare they speak about Amara that way, as if she was some kind of opportunistic seductress? And for Sophia to meddle, to insinuate that our relationship was anything less than professional before we fell in love, it's unthinkable. I'm about to burst into the break room and give my gossiping employees a piece of my mind when I catch sight of Amara through the glass walls of her office, She's hunched over her desk, her shoulders tense, and her face pinched with stress. My heart clenches at the sight, all thoughts of confrontation flying out of my head. In that moment, all that matters is comforting the woman I love, reassuring her that no amount of vicious rumors or petty speculation can touch the unshakable bond we share. I change course, striding purposefully towards Amara's office and rapping gently on the door. She looks up, startled, and I feel a pang at the shadows lurking in her usually bright eyes. "Hey, you," I murmur, slipping inside and closing the door firmly behind me. "Is everything okay? You look tense." Amara tries to force a smile, but it doesn't quite reach her eyes. "I'm fine, Grayson. Just a lot on my mind, I guess." I perch on the edge of her desk, reaching out to take her hand in mine. "Amara, love, I know things have been stressful lately with the merger and the long hours, but I need you to know that I'm here for you, always. That you can tell me anything, no matter how big or small." She looks up at me, her eyes searching mine as if looking for some kind of reassurance. "It's just people are talking, Grayson. About us, about our relationship. They're saying horrible things, things that couldn't be further from the truth." I feel a flash of anger, my jaw clenching at the thought of anyone causing my Amara pain. "Let them talk," I growl, cupping her face tenderly in my hands. "Their small-minded gossip means nothing, Amara. They don't know us. They don't know the depth of our love or the strength of our bond." A single tear slips down her cheek, and I brush it away with the pad of my thumb. "I know, Grayson. I know. It's hard sometimes. Hearing those whispers, feeling those judging eyes on me wherever I go, as if I'm some kind of homewrecker or gold digger. I'm not sure if I can take it. Will it always be like this?" My heart breaks at the pain in her voice, the undeserved shame coloring her words. "Amara Jeffries, you listen to me," I say fiercely, tilting her chin up until her eyes meet mine. "You are the most brilliant, talented, kind-hearted woman I have ever known. You earned your place at this company through hard work and dedication, not because of some imagined affair with me." I lean in, resting my forehead against hers. "And as for our relationship, it's the most real, most beautiful thing I've ever experienced. Falling in love with you, building a life with you, is the greatest joy of my existence. And no amount of petty gossip or baseless rumors will ever change that." As hard as it is to resist the urge to drop on my knee, then and there, I know that now isn't quite the time. The ring presses against me, a sturdy reminder that rumors will fall to the wayside when I make her my wife. Amara sniffles, a watery smile breaking through the clouds of her distress. "I love you, Grayson Winthrop, more than I ever thought possible. And I love you, Amara Jeffries, with every fiber of my being." I seal my declaration with a soft, sweet kiss, pouring every ounce of my devotion into the gentle press of my lips against hers. As we lose ourselves in the tender moment, the rest of the world fades away. The whispers, the rumors, the ghosts of my past, none of it can touch us here, in the sanctuary of each other's embrace.
Chapter 19. Amara. The sound of the door slamming breaks me out of my blissful reverie, my heart plummeting as I take in the scene unfolding before me. Grayson and I had been enjoying a quiet romantic dinner at his place, basking in the glow of our rekindled connection after his return from Tokyo. But our peaceful evening has been rudely interrupted by the sudden appearance of Sophia, who seems to have let herself in with a key I didn't know she possessed. "What the hell?" Grayson demands, rising from his seat with a look of shocked anger on his face. "What are you doing here? And how did you get in?" She ignores him, her icy blue eyes locking onto me with a triumphant gleam. Well, well, well. If it isn't the flavor of the month. I hope you're enjoying your little fairy tale romance, sweetheart, because it's about to come crashing down around you, just like I told you, stupid girl. You should have stayed in your lane. The ruse is up. I feel my stomach twist, a sense of foreboding washing over me at her cryptic words. I think you should leave. Grayson and I are trying to enjoy a private dinner, and you're not welcome here. She laughs, a harsh, grating sound that frays at my nerves. Oh, but I think Grayson might want to hear what I have to say. After all, it concerns him just as much as it does you. Grayson steps forward, placing himself between Sophia and me in a protective stance. Enough games. Say what you came to say and then get the hell out of my house. Sophia smirks, a cruel twist of her perfectly painted lips. With pleasure, darling. You see, Amara, your precious Grayson isn't quite the knight in shining armor you think he is. In fact, he's been keeping quite the dirty little secret from you. My heart stutters, a tendril of doubt creeping into my mind despite my fierce love and trust in the man beside me. What are you talking about? She reaches into her purse, pulling out a stack of glossy photographs and tossing them onto the dinner table. Take a look for yourself, honey. Seems your devoted boyfriend has been playing house with more than one woman these past few months. With trembling fingers, I reach for the photos, my breath catching in my throat as I flip through image after image of Grayson in compromising positions with various women. Kissing, groping, in states of undress, the evidence of his apparent infidelity is laid out before me in sickening detail. This can't be real, I whisper, my vision blurring with unshed tears. Grayson, tell me this isn't real. Grayson snatches the photos from my hands, his face draining of color as he scans the damning images. Amara, I swear to you, I have no idea what this is. These are fake. They have to be. I would never, ever betray you like this. Sophia scoffs, crossing her arms over her chest with a smug expression. Oh, please, don't insult her intelligence, Grayson. You and I both know you've never been the faithful type. Old habits die hard and all that. Let's stop playing these games. Nobody will satisfy you, truly satisfy you but me. We both know this. That is nothing on you, though. You're a powerful man who has powerful urges. You need someone who gets that about you. Grayson, I choke out, my voice breaking on a sob. How could you? After everything we've been through, everything we've shared, how could you do this to me? He reaches for me, his eyes wild with desperation and panic. Amara, please, you have to believe me. I don't know where these photos came from, but they're not real. I swear on my life, on everything I hold dear. I have never, ever been unfaithful to you. I step back, shaking my head as the tears finally spill over. I don't know what to believe anymore. I thought I knew you, Grayson. I thought our love was unshakable, that we could weather any storm together. But this, Sophia clucks her tongue, a mockery of sympathy. Oh, you poor thing, so naive, so trusting. Grayson Winthrop is mine, always has been, always will be. Why do you think I have a key? Grayson whirls on her, his face contorted with rage. Shut up. I don't know what game you're playing, but I won't let you poison Amara's mind with your twisted lies. These photos are fake, and you know it. She shrugs, a picture of cool indifference. Believe what you want, darling, but the proof is right there in black and white. And if you think this is the only copy, well, let's just say I have plenty more where that came from. With a final malicious smile in my direction, she turns on her heel and stalks out of the house, leaving devastation in her wake. I sink into a chair, my legs no longer able to support me as the weight of her revelations crashes over me. Grayson kneels before me, his hands gripping mine with fierce urgency. Amara, my love, please, you have to listen to me. She's lying. She does this every time. But you know me. You know my heart. I would never, ever do anything to hurt you like this. I look into his eyes, searching for the truth amidst the swirling chaos of my emotions. And deep down, in the very core of my being, I know he's telling the truth. I know, with a bone-deep certainty, that Grayson Winthrop is not the man that bitch is painting him to be. But all this drama, so early in our relationship, is this how it will always be? Did I just gamble my entire life and career for this? For a chance to play princess? The seeds of doubt have been planted, the cracks in our foundation exposed, and as much as I want to fall into his arms and let his love chase away the shadows, I need time. Time to process, to think, to rebuild the trust that has been so violently shaken. Grayson, I whisper, my voice thick with tears. I believe you. I do, but I need some space to wrap my head around all of this, to figure out where we go from here. His face crumples, a look of such profound heartbreak that it takes my breath away. Amara, please, don't leave me. We can figure this out together. We can prove that she's lying and that our love is stronger than her games. Then what? She digs deeper into my past and exposes me for exactly what I am. I cup his face in my hands, pressing a trembling kiss to his forehead. I'm not leaving you, Grayson. I need a little time to process, to heal. But I promise you, I'm not going anywhere. I love you, and I won't let her lies destroy what we've built. With a final tearful embrace, I gather my things and walk out, my heart heavy and my mind whirling with unanswered questions. I drive home, the streets passing in a blur. I don't know what to believe. Maybe deep down I've been thinking Grayson was too perfect for a girl like me. With her cream white aesthetic, Sophia blends right into his work and lifestyle. I'm just his assistant. What could I possibly add to his already perfect life? As I stumble into my apartment, my vision blurred by a fresh wave of tears, I fumble for my phone and dial the one person I know I can always count on. Sarah? I choke out, my voice barely above a whisper. Are you home? I really need you right now. Sarah's voice is thick with concern as she answers. Amara, what's wrong, honey? You sound awful. Did something happen with Grayson? At the mention of his name, a sob tears itself from my throat. Can I come over? I don't want to be alone right now. Of course, babe. I'll put the kettle on and break out the emergency ice cream stash. Get your butt over here, stat. 20 minutes later, I'm curled up on Sarah's couch, a pint of double fudge brownie in my lap and my best friend's arm around my shoulders. Okay, spill, Sarah commands gently, her eyes soft with sympathy. What happened, Amara? Last I heard, you and Grayson were on cloud 9, basking in the glow of your epic love story. I take a shuddering breath, the words pouring out of me in a jumbled rush. Sophia happened, Sar. She showed up at Grayson's place tonight, waving around these photos of him with other women. It looked so real. Sarah's eyes widen, her grip on my shoulder tightening. Holy crap, are you serious? That conniving bitch actually tried to frame Grayson for cheating? I nod miserably, swiping at my tears with the back of my hand. She was so smug, so sure of herself. Like she'd been waiting for the perfect moment to drop this bomb and watch us implode. And what did Grayson say? Sarah asks, her voice carefully neutral. Did he try to deny it? He swore up and down that the photos were fake, that he had no idea where they came from. And Sar, I believe him. I do. But there's this tiny nagging part of me that can't help but wonder. What if she's telling the truth? What if I don't know Grayson as well as I thought I did? Sarah is quiet for a moment, her brow furrowed in thought. Amara, honey, I've seen the way that man looks at you, like you're the sun, the moon, and every star in his sky. And more importantly, I've seen the way you two are together. The love, the trust, the unshakable bond you share. That's not something that can be faked. I sniffle, a glimmer of hope sparking in my chest at her words. You really think so? I know so, babe. Grayson Winthrop is in love with you. And if there's one thing I'm sure of, it's that he would never, ever do anything to jeopardize that love, least of all for a bitter harpy like Sophia. I manage a weak laugh, the knot in my chest loosening ever so slightly. You're right. I know you're right. It's just the seed of doubt has been planted, you know? And it's hard to shake the feeling that maybe, just maybe, our love isn't as unbreakable as I thought it was. Sarah sets down her own pint of ice cream, turning to face me fully. Amara Jeffries, you listen to me. What you and Grayson have, it's the once-in-a-lifetime, ride-or-die kind of love that most people only dream of. And if there's one thing I know about you, it's that you don't give up on the things that matter, least of all the man who holds your heart in his hands. I feel the tears well up again, but this time, they're tears of gratitude, of fierce love for the incredible friend who always knows just what to say. I love you, Sarah. You know that? I don't know what I'd do without you. She grins, pulling me into a tight hug. Back at ya, babe. Now let's put on a sappy rom-com and finish this ice cream. And in the morning, you're going to march your cute little butt over to Grayson's place and fight for your man. Because if there's one thing I'm sure of, it's that your love story is far from over. As we settle in for a night of tear-jerking movies and sugar therapy, I feel a new sense of determination settling over me. Sarah's right. What Grayson and I have is worth fighting for, worth weathering any storm, conquering any obstacle. I don't know what I was thinking. I'm more than enough for Grayson Winthrop. Sophia may have rattled me with her perfect hair and blanched cable knit sweaters, but that was round one. I'm just getting warmed up. The next morning, I wake up with a renewed sense of purpose. Sarah's words from the night before ringing in my ears. I know what I need to do, what my heart has been telling me all along. I need to talk to Grayson, to hear him out and give him a chance to explain, to trust in the love we've built and the man I know him to be. With trembling fingers, I dial his number, my heart in my throat as I listen to the ringing on the other end. Amara? Grayson's voice is hoarse, thick with emotion, as he answers on the first ring. God, baby, I've been going out of my mind. Are you okay? I take a deep breath, steeling myself for the conversation ahead. I'm okay, Grayson, but I think we need to talk. Can I come over? Of course, he says immediately, a note of desperate hope in his tone. I'll be here, waiting.
Chapter 20. Grayson. As I pace the length of my living room, my heart pounding and my palms wet with nervous sweat, I can't help but marvel at the turn my life has taken in the past 24 hours. Just yesterday, I was on top of the world, ready to propose to the love of my life and start our forever together. But Sophia's vicious lies and manipulation have thrown everything into chaos, leaving Amara and me reeling in the aftermath. When she called me this morning, agreeing to meet and talk things out, I felt a flicker of hope reignite in my chest. A chance to clear the air, to lay all my cards on the table and prove, once and for all, that my love for her is true and unshakable. I've chosen a quiet, secluded spot for our reconciliation, a hidden garden on the outskirts of the city, a place I've always found peace and solace in times of turmoil. As I arrange a blanket and a basket of Amara's favorite treats, I can't help but pray that the serene surroundings will work their magic on our battered hearts. The sound of footsteps on the gravel path alerts me to her arrival, and I turn to see Amara approaching, her face a mix of apprehension and tentative hope. Her soft brown hair is tied up in a messy bun, and I wonder if she's had a night of hell like me. A night worrying if I've lost the best thing that ever happened to me. Amara, I breathe, drinking in the sight of her like a man lost in the desert. You came. She nods, her eyes searching mine as she comes to a stop before me. I told you I would, Grayson. I believe in us, in the love we've built. I need to understand, to hear the truth from you, once and for all. I take her hands in mine, marveling at the perfect fit, the way our fingers lace together like two halves of a whole. Amara, I don't even know where to begin. The things Sophia said, the photos she showed you. I swear to you, on everything I hold dear, that it was all a lie. A twisted, cruel manipulation designed to tear us apart. The woman doesn't know how to lose. She's an heiress to a vast fortune, you understand? She doesn't know how to accept no as an answer. Amara nods, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. I know, Grayson. In my heart, I know. But I need to hear it from you. I need to understand why she would do something so vicious, so calculated. I take a deep breath, steeling myself for the painful truths I'm about to unveil. We have a history. A messy, complicated one that I've never fully shared with you. And for that, I'm so deeply sorry. I lead Amara to the blanket, settling us both down amidst the blooming flowers and lush greenery. When I first met her, I was young and naive, dazzled by her beauty, her charm, her seemingly effortless grace. I thought I was in love, thought she was the one I was meant to spend my life with. Amara listens attentively, her hands still clasped tightly in mine. What happened? She asks softly, her voice free of judgment or accusation. I quickly realized that her beauty was only skin deep, I confess, my chest tight with long-buried pain. Beneath that polished exterior was a woman consumed by greed, by a desperate need for power and control. She used me, manipulated me, twisted my love for her own gain. I swallow hard, forcing myself to meet Amara's gaze head-on. When I finally found the strength to end things, she didn't take it well. She lashed out, threatened to ruin me, to destroy everything I'd worked so hard to build. I thought I'd seen the last of her when I walked away, but I was wrong. Amara's eyes widen, a flash of understanding dawning on her face. And now she's back, determined to make good on those threats. I nod, my throat tight with emotion. She can't stand to see me happy, to see me in love with someone who isn't her. And so she stooped to the lowest of lows, fabricating evidence and lies, all in a desperate attempt to shatter what we've built. Amara is silent for a moment, her gaze distant as she processes my words. Silence parts her lips in emotions so alluring, it takes all my strength not to finish my explanation with my mouth on hers. Then, to my surprise and immense relief, she turns to me with a soft, understanding smile. Grayson, she murmurs, reaching up to cup my face in her gentle hands. I can't imagine how difficult it must have been to carry that pain and that fear for so long, and I'm so sorry that she has chosen to resurface in such a vicious way. I lean into her touch, my eyes fluttering closed as I savor the warmth of her skin against mine. I should have told you sooner, Amara. I should have been fully transparent about my past, about the demons I fought so hard to leave behind. And I understand if this changes things, if you can't trust me in the same way anymore. But Amara just shakes her head, her eyes fierce with love and determination. Grayson Winthrop, you listen to me. Your past, your scars, they don't define you. They don't change the man I know you to be, the man I've fallen so deeply, irrevocably in love with. She takes my hands in hers, her grip strong and unwavering. I trust you, Grayson. With my heart, with my future, with every breath in my body. And no amount of lies or manipulation from a bitter ex can change that. I feel a wave of emotion crash over me, so intense and overwhelming that it steals my breath. Amara, I choke out, my vision blurring with tears. I don't deserve you. Don't deserve your forgiveness, your unwavering faith in me. She just smiles, leaning in to press a soft, sweet kiss to my lips. Yes, you do, Grayson. You deserve all the love, all the happiness in the world, and I intend to spend the rest of my life giving you just that. In that moment, amidst the blooming flowers and the golden sunlight, I feel a sense of peace settle over me. A bone-deep certainty that, no matter what storms may come our way, Amara and I will weather them together. And so, with a heart full of love and a soul bursting with hope, I reach into my pocket and pull out the ring that has been burning a hole there for weeks. Amara Jeffries, I whisper, sliding to one knee before her. You are my light, my love, my everything. You've stood by me through the darkest of times and loved me through my flaws and my scars. And I can't imagine spending another day without you by my side. Amara's eyes widen, her hands flying to her mouth as realization dawns. Grayson, she breathes, her voice trembling with emotion. Will you marry me, Amara? I ask, my heart in my throat as I hold out the gleaming diamond. Will you be my partner, my soulmate, my forever love? For a moment, the world stands still, the only sound the pounding of my own heart in my ears. And then, with a tearful, joyous laugh, Amara launches herself into my arms, nearly knocking us both to the ground. Yes, she whispers, peppering my face with kisses. Yes, yes, 1,000 times yes. I love you, Grayson Winthrop, and I can't wait to be your wife. As I slide the ring onto her finger, marveling at the perfect fit, I feel a sense of rightness settle over me. A certainty that, no matter what the future may hold, Amara and I will face it together. Hand in hand, heart to heart, ready to conquer the world and build our happily ever after, one precious day at a time.
Chapter 21. Amara. The morning sunlight streams through the gauzy curtains of Grayson's bedroom, casting a warm golden glow over our entwined bodies. I stretch languidly, my heart full to bursting with the events of the past 24 hours. Grayson stirs beside me, his arm tightening around my waist as he nuzzles into the crook of my neck. He's never looked better with his manicured hair disheveled and his gorgeous pecs pressed against me. Good morning, future Mrs. Winthrop, he murmurs, his voice rough with sleep and undisguised happiness. I giggle, the sound bubbling up from my chest like champagne. Good morning, my handsome fiancé, I reply, turning in his arms to face him. How did you sleep? He grins, his eyes crinkling at the corners in that way I love so much. Like a baby, though I must admit I had a hard time drifting off at first. I couldn't stop staring at the gorgeous woman wearing my ring. I hold up my hand, admiring the way the diamond catches the light. It is pretty mesmerizing, isn't it? I feel like I'm dreaming, Grayson. Like any moment, I'm going to wake up and realize this was all just a beautiful fantasy. He leans in, capturing my lips in a slow, sweet kiss that leaves me breathless. It's no dream, Amara. This is real, every blissful, incredible moment. And I plan on spending the rest of my life making sure you never doubt that for a second. We spend the morning lazily, reveling in our newfound status as an engaged couple. But as the day wears on, reality begins to creep in, reminding us of the responsibilities and challenges that await us outside our little cocoon of bliss. We should probably start spreading the news, I muse, my head resting on Grayson's chest as we lounge on the couch. I know Sarah's going to have a conniption when she finds out she's going to be my maid of honor. Grayson chuckles, pressing a kiss to the top of my head. And I can already hear Ethan's best man speech in my head. Equal parts embarrassing and heartfelt, with a healthy dose of brotherly roasting. I grin, picturing our motley crew of friends and family gathered around us on our big day. Everyone is going to be so thrilled for us, Grayson. I can't wait to celebrate with everyone we love. But even as the words leave my mouth, I feel a flicker of anxiety begin to take root in my chest. The reality of planning a wedding, of merging our lives and our families, suddenly feels daunting in the face of everything else on my plate. Grayson, ever attuned to my moods, frowns slightly as he tilts my chin up to meet his gaze. Hey, what's going on in that beautiful head of yours? You look like you're a million miles away. I sigh, biting my lip as I try to put my swirling thoughts into words. But there's so much to do, Grayson. Between work and wedding planning, and trying to keep up with everything else, I'm worried I'm going to drop the ball somewhere along the line. He nods, his expression understanding as he strokes a soothing hand down my back. I know it feels overwhelming. But you're not in this alone, remember? We're a team, now more than ever. And I promise, I'm going to be right by your side, every step of the way. I feel some of the tension drain from my shoulders at his reassurance, but the nagging sense of unease persists. And as the week wears on, my fears seem to manifest in every corner of my life. At work, a new client proves to be a nightmare, demanding impossible deadlines and last-minute changes that leave me scrambling to keep up. I find myself staying late at the office night after night, poring over spreadsheets and proposals until my eyes blur and my head pounds. And at home, the mountain of wedding-related tasks seems to grow by the day, from choosing a venue to assembling a guest list to finding the perfect dress. I feel like I'm being pulled in 1,000 different directions, each one more urgent and overwhelming than the last. It all comes to a head one evening when Grayson finds me slumped over my laptop, tears of frustration streaming down my face as I try to make sense of the caterer's convoluted contract. "Amara, love," he murmurs, gently prying the computer from my hands and setting it aside. "Talk to me. What's going on?" I sniffle, swiping at my tears with the back of my hand. I'm so tired, Grayson. I feel like I'm failing at everything, like I'm letting everyone down. This wedding, my clients, you. I can't seem to keep up, no matter how hard I try. He takes my face in his hands, his eyes fierce with love and concern. "Amara, listen to me. You could never, ever let me down. You're the strongest, most capable woman I know, and I hate seeing you run yourself into the ground like this." I lean into his touch, drawing strength from his unwavering support. I know. It's just, there's so much pressure, Grayson. To be the perfect employee, the perfect fiancée, the perfect bride. I feel like I'm being pulled in 1,000,000 different directions, and I'm terrified of dropping the ball. Grayson is quiet for a moment, his thumb stroking soothing circles on my cheek as he considers his words. "Amara," he says finally, his voice low and earnest. "Do you remember what you said to me when I was at my lowest? When I was convinced I couldn't handle the weight of my father's legacy?" I nod slowly, the memory of that long-ago conversation flooding back. "I told you that you were stronger than you knew, that you had the power to rise above any challenge that came your way." He smiles, pressing a soft kiss to my forehead. "Exactly. And now it's my turn to remind you of the same. You, Amara Jeffries, are not so easily deterred. And no client, no catering contract, no wedding-related stressor can change that." I feel a rush of love and gratitude wash over me, so strong it takes my breath away. "I don't know what I did to deserve you," I murmur, blinking back a fresh wave of tears. But I thank my lucky stars for you every day, Grayson Winthrop. He pulls me into his arms, holding me close as he strokes my hair. We're in this together, Amara, forever and always. And I promise, we're going to figure this out, one step at a time. I nod, burying my face in the crook of his neck. He's right. Despite everything, this is the real home, right here in his arms. Together, I repeat, letting the word wash over me like a balm. Over the next few days, Grayson and I work to create a plan for managing the chaos of our personal and professional lives. We delegate tasks, enlist the help of our friends and family, and make a concerted effort to carve out time for just the two of us, away from the demands of the outside world. And slowly but surely, the knot of anxiety in my chest begins to loosen, replaced by a growing sense of confidence and calm. Because with Grayson by my side, I know I can weather any storm.
Chapter 22. Grayson. The sound of my mother's voice on the other end of the line sends a chill down my spine, her words echoing in my mind long after I've ended the call. "Grayson," she had said, her tone equal parts congratulatory and cautionary. "Your sister and I are thrilled about your engagement to Amara. I'm sure she's a lovely girl, even though we haven't had the pleasure of her acquaintance. Possibly a red flag? Who knows? But there are certain considerations we need to discuss, given our family's position." I had known deep down that this conversation was coming. The Winthrops are a wealthy, influential family, with a business empire spanning generations. And as the heir apparent to that legacy, I've always been expected to uphold certain traditions and expectations, including apparently the signing of a prenuptial agreement. I paced the length of my office, my mind whirling with conflicting emotions. On one hand, I understand my mother's need to protect our assets, to ensure that the company and the family name remain strong and secure. But on the other hand, the idea of asking Amara to sign a prenup feels like a betrayal of everything we've built together. A declaration that, despite my unwavering love and commitment to her, I don't fully trust in the strength of our bond. I'm torn from my thoughts by a knock at the door, followed by the appearance of my closest friend. "I could hear you brooding from down the hall," he quips, his eyes twinkling with a mixture of amusement and concern. "What's got you looking like you've just swallowed a lemon, Grayson?" I sigh, running a hand through my hair as I sink into my desk chair. It's my mother, Ethan. She wants me to ask Amara to sign a prenup before the wedding. Ethan's eyebrows shoot up, a low whistle escaping his lips. "Ah, I see. And I take it you're not exactly thrilled about the idea?" I shake my head, my jaw clenching with frustration. It just feels so wrong. Like I'm putting a price tag on our love, on our future together. How can I ask Amara to sign a document that basically says, "I love you, but just in case things don't work out, I want to make sure my money stays mine"? I have half a mind to just write Mother out of the will. I knew she was going to try something. Ethan is quiet for a moment, his expression thoughtful as he perches on the edge of my desk. "Grayson," he says finally, his voice gentle but firm. "I understand where you're coming from. Truly I do. But I think it's important to look at this from all angles." I frown, my brow furrowing as I try to wrap my head around his words. "What do you mean?" He leans forward, his elbows resting on his knees as he fixes me with a pointed look. "I mean, a prenup doesn't have to be a death knell for your relationship, Grayson. In fact, if handled correctly, it can be an opportunity for you and Amara to have some really important conversations about your future together." I blink, surprised by the sudden shift in perspective. "How so?" Ethan shrugs, a small smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "Think about it. A prenup is, at its core, a document that outlines your individual assets, your financial goals, and your expectations for the future. By sitting down and having an open, honest dialogue about those things, you and Amara are laying the groundwork for a strong, healthy marriage. I nod slowly, the gears in my mind starting to turn. So, you're saying that instead of seeing the prenup as a threat to our relationship, I should see it as an opportunity to strengthen it? I do like that. You think it would make us stronger? More able? Exactly, Ethan nods, his smile widening. And more than that, I think it's a chance for you to show Amara that no matter what your family's expectations may be, your love for her is unconditional and unwavering. I feel a rush of gratitude wash over me, a sense of clarity cutting through the fog of my earlier doubts. You're right, Ethan. I can approach this from a position of power. I need to talk to Amara about this, to explain where I'm coming from, and to make sure she knows that my commitment to her is absolute, prenup or no prenup. Ethan claps me on the shoulder, his expression proud as he rises to leave. That's the spirit, my friend. And remember, you and Amara have already weathered some pretty intense storms together. If anyone can handle this with grace and understanding, it's the two of you. With Ethan's words ringing in my ears, I pick up the phone and dial Amara's number, my heart pounding in my chest as I wait for her to answer. Hey, babe, she greets, her voice warm and slightly breathless. I was just thinking about you. How's your day going? I take a deep breath, steeling myself for the conversation ahead. It quote, ... itty quote. That's been an interesting one, to say the least. Listen, Amara, there's something I need to talk to you about. Something important. There's a beat of silence on the other end, followed by a soft, concerned murmur. Is everything okay, Grayson? You sound serious. I close my eyes, picturing her face in my mind's eye. Everything's fine, love. I got a call from my mother earlier, and she brought up something that I think we need to discuss. I spend the next few minutes outlining the situation, my voice shaking slightly as I try to convey the depth of my feelings, the sincerity of my intentions. Amara listens quietly, her breath hitching every so often as she takes in the weight of my words. Amara, I say finally, my throat tight with emotion. I need you to know that this prenup, it doesn't change anything for me. It doesn't change the way I feel about you, or the future I want to build with you. There's a long, heavy pause, and for a moment, I'm terrified that I've said the wrong thing, that I've hurt her in some irreparable way. But then... Grayson, Amara whispers, her voice thick with unshed tears. I understand, and I'm not going to lie. The idea of a prenup, it stings a little. It makes me feel like maybe you don't trust me, or our love, as much as I thought you did. I feel my heart crack in my chest, a physical ache blooming behind my ribs. Amara, no, that's not it at all. I trust you with my life, with my heart, with everything that I am. This prenup, it's not about you or us. It's about my family and their expectations. She's quiet for a moment, and I can practically hear the gears turning in her mind. I get it, Grayson. I do. And I'm willing to have this conversation, to try and understand where you and your family are coming from. I let out a shuddering breath, relief washing over me in a dizzying wave. Thank you, Amara. Thank you for being open to this, for trusting in our love enough to navigate this together. We spend the next hour talking, really talking, about our hopes and dreams for the future, our individual goals and expectations. We discuss the prenup in detail, Amara asking thoughtful questions and offering her own perspective on what feels fair and equitable. And as we talk, I feel a sense of peace settle over me, a bone-deep certainty that no matter what challenges we may face, Amara and I will always find a way through, together. I love you, Amara Jeffries, I murmur, my voice rough with emotion. More than anything in this world. And I promise I will always put our love first, no matter what. I know you will, Grayson, she whispers back, her voice equally thick with feeling. I can just imagine her face, her soft brown eyes, brimming with tears as she clings to the phone in her hand. And I love you too, forever and always. As we say our goodbyes and hang up the phone, I lean back in my chair, a small smile playing at the corners of my mouth. Because I know, with a clarity that pierces through the very heart of me, that Amara and I were unbreakable, and no prenup, no family expectation, no challenge or obstacle can ever change that.
Chapter 23. Amara. Ladies and gentlemen, I begin, my voice ringing out clear and strong. I want to thank you all for being here today. I know that the past few weeks have been challenging to say the least. The Hawthorne account has tested our limits, pushed us to the brink of what we thought was possible. I pause, letting my gaze sweep across the room, taking in the nods of agreement and murmurs of recognition. But I'm proud to say that, thanks to the hard work and dedication of every single person in this room, we've not only met the client's demands, but exceeded them in every way. A ripple of applause breaks out, the tension in the room dissipating as smiles bloom on every face. I feel a rush of pride and gratitude wash over me, a sense of accomplishment that goes beyond just this one project. I want to take a moment to recognize a few key players. I continue, my eyes sparkling with appreciation. First and foremost, our fearless leader, Grayson Winthrop. Without his unwavering support and guidance, none of this would have been possible. I catch Grayson's eye from across the room, my heart skipping a beat at the love and pride shining back at me. He nods, a small smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he mouths, "I love you." And of course, I couldn't have done this without my incredible team. I press on, turning to face the group of colleagues who have become like family over the past few months. Each and every one of you brought your A game, your passion, your creativity to the table, and it shows in the final product. I spend the next few minutes recognizing individual contributions, calling out specific moments of brilliance and innovation. The energy in the room is electric, a palpable sense of camaraderie and shared triumph. As I smile at my colleagues, the memories of the rumors that nearly stood in my way are long in the rearview mirror. I've more than earned my success here today. And even though I can see the jealousy on some faces, I know it's because I made this happen. Grayson and I made it happen together. As the meeting wraps up and the team begins to disperse, I feel a hand on my shoulder, a familiar warmth that sends shivers down my spine. "You were incredible up there," Grayson murmurs, his breath hot against my ear. "I am so proud of you." I turn to face him, my eyes shining with unshed tears of joy and gratitude. I couldn't have done it without you, Grayson. Your support, your belief in me, it means everything. He leans in, pressing a soft, sweet kiss to my lips. "You're a rock star, Amara Jeffries. And the world is finally starting to see what I've known all along." I grin, feeling a rush of love and happiness wash over me. I guess I better get used to the spotlight then, because if the whispers I've been hearing are true, this is just the beginning. Grayson raises an eyebrow, curiosity sparking in his eyes. "Whispers? Do tell, my love." I take a deep breath, my heart pounding with a mixture of excitement and trepidation. Apparently, word of our success with the Hawthorne account has spread. I've been getting calls from headhunters, Grayson, big companies, offering me the moon and stars. His eyes widen, a slow smile spreading across his face. "Amara, that's incredible. I'm not surprised in the least. But still, wow." I nod, biting my lip as I try to wrap my head around the magnitude of the offers. It quote, S.IT quote, Wes, a lot to take in, Grayson. I mean, I love my job here. I love working with you, building something together. But these opportunities, they're the kind of thing I've always dreamed of. Grayson is quiet for a moment, his expression thoughtful as he takes my hands in his. Amara, he says finally, his voice low and earnest. I want you to know that, no matter what you decide, I support you 100%. I blink, surprised by the certainty in his tone. Really? Even if it means leaving Winthrop Industries, leaving us working together? He smiles, his eyes soft with understanding. Amara, my love, your happiness, your success, that's what matters most to me. And if that means spreading your wings and taking on new challenges in new places, then I will be right there beside you, cheering you on every step of the way. I feel a rush of emotion wash over me, so strong it takes my breath away. I don't know what to say, Grayson. I mean, the idea of leaving this place, these people, it's scary. But the idea of staying, of not taking a chance on myself, that's even scarier. Grayson nods, his expression full of love and understanding. I know, baby, and I won't lie. The thought of not seeing your beautiful face every day at work, it kills me a little inside. But more than that, I want to see you shine, Amara. I want to see you reach for the stars and grab them with both hands. I take a shuddering breath, my decision crystallizing in my mind with a sudden, stunning clarity. Okay, I whisper, a small smile playing at the corners of my mouth. Okay, I'm going to do it, Grayson. I'm going to take the leap. He whoops with joy, lifting me off my feet and spinning me around in a dizzying circle. That's my girl, he exclaims, his face split wide with a grin. I am so proud of you. You're going to take the world by storm. I just know it. I laugh, feeling lighter than I have in weeks, months, maybe ever. I couldn't do it without you. Your love, your support, it means everything to me. He sets me down gently, his hands coming up to cup my face with a tenderness that steals my breath. I will always be your biggest cheerleader, Amara Jeffries. No matter where your path may lead, because I know without a doubt that you were meant for greatness, and I can't wait to watch you soar. As we stand there wrapped in each other's arms, I feel a sense of peace wash over me, a bone-deep certainty that no matter what the future may hold, Grayson and I will face it together, hand in hand and heart to heart. And as I take a deep breath and prepare to take the first step into this new chapter of my life, I know that, with him by my side, anything is possible.
Chapter 24. Grayson. The shrill ring of my phone pierces the air, jolting me out of my contented reverie. I glance at the screen, my heart sinking as I see my mother's name flashing insistently. Grayson, darling, Mother purrs, her voice dripping with false sweetness. I hope I'm not interrupting anything important. I sigh, already feeling a headache brewing behind my eyes. Hello, Mother. To what do I owe the pleasure of this unexpected call? There's a pause, a delicate clearing of the throat. Well, my dear, I was rather hoping we could discuss your situation with Amara. I feel my hackles rise, a defensive growl building in my chest. And what exactly do you mean by situation, Mother? Amara and I are engaged. We're building a life together. I fail to see what there is to discuss. She tuts, a sound of mock sympathy that grates on my last nerve. Oh, my precious angel. I know you think you're in love, but really, do you honestly believe that this girl is the right fit for our family? For the Winthrop legacy? I clench my jaw, fighting to keep my temper in check. Amara is the love of my life, Mother. She is kind, intelligent, and compassionate. She makes me happier than I ever thought possible. So yes, I do believe she is the right fit. The only fit. But darling, Evelyn presses, her tone turning wheedling, I think we've let this little folly with your co-worker go on long enough. It's time to get serious. What about Sophia? She comes from such a good family with impeccable connections, and she's always been so fond of you. I let out a bark of laughter, the sound harsh and humorless. You can't be serious, Mother. That woman is a viper, a manipulative schemer who cares for nothing but her own selfish desires. She would make a terrible wife, and an even worse partner. But think of the benefits, Grayson, Evelyn insists, her voice rising with a note of desperation. With her by your side, the Winthrop fortune would be secure for generations to come. She understands the demands of our lifestyle, the expectations of our social circle. Can you really say the same for Amara? I feel a wave of anger wash over me, hot and fierce. Enough, Mother. I will not sit here and listen to you disparage the woman I love, or try to sell me on some twisted arrangement with a woman I despise. Amara is my future, my forever, and nothing you say or do will change that. There's a long, tense silence on the other end of the line. When she speaks again, her voice is cold, laced with a menace that sends a chill down my spine. Very well, Grayson. If you insist on proceeding with this foolish infatuation, I suppose I have no choice but to accept it. But mark my words, you will come to regret this decision. And when you do, don't come crying to me. With that, the line goes dead, leaving me staring at the phone in my hand with a mixture of anger and disbelief. I knew my mother would have her reservations about Amara, that she would likely try to interfere in our relationship in some way. But to hear her so blatantly dismiss my feelings, to try and manipulate me into a loveless marriage for the sake of money and status, ridiculous. It's a betrayal that cuts deep, a reminder of just how little my own mother truly knows me. But even as the hurt and anger swirl inside me, I feel a flicker of determination, a steadfast resolve that only grows stronger with each passing moment. I love Amara, wholly, completely, and no amount of maternal meddling or societal pressure will ever change that. And if my mother can't accept that, then that is her loss, and her burden to bear. I am the CEO and majority shareholder after all. I can make her life a living hell, shut down her company cards, and take my estate back. But as I sit there, stewing in my own righteous indignation, a small, nagging voice in the back of my mind whispers a warning. Evelyn Winthrop is not a woman to be trifled with, and if she is truly determined to sabotage my relationship with Amara, then we should be careful. Nothing will stop her from throwing all of her resources to stop this wedding if she so chooses. A few weeks later, I'm sitting in my office, poring over some financial reports, when my intercom buzzes with a message from my assistant. Mr. Winthrop, your mother is here to see you. She says it's urgent. I frown, a sense of unease prickling at the back of my neck. It's not like Evelyn to show up unannounced, especially not after our last tense conversation. Send her in, I say, steeling myself for whatever fresh hell she's about to unleash. The door swings open, revealing my mother in all her designer-clad glory. She sweeps into the room, her high heels clicking ominously against the marble floor. "Grayson, darling," she trills, air-kissing my cheek with a cool, perfunctory peck. I apologize for the intrusion, but I have some information that simply couldn't wait. I lean back in my chair, crossing my arms over my chest as I eye her warily. And what information might that be, Mother? I thought I told you the matter was settled. If this is another attempt to convince me to break things off with Amara... Evelyn holds up a perfectly manicured hand, silencing me mid-sentence. Oh no, dear. I've come to realize the error of my ways on that front. You're a grown man, capable of making your own decisions. I blink, taken aback by her sudden change of tune. Well, Thank you, Mother. That's very big of you to admit. She smiles, a cat-like curl of her lips that sends a shiver down my spine. Of course, darling. I only want what's best for you after all, which is why I felt it was my duty to bring this to your attention. With a flourish, she produces a thick manila envelope from her Birkin bag, sliding it across my desk with a sense of barely contained triumph. I pick it up gingerly as if it might bite me. What's this? Just a little research I've been conducting, Evelyn says, examining her perfectly lacquered nails with a studied nonchalance. On your darling fiancée, Amara. My heart stops, a cold sweat breaking out on my brow. You've been investigating Amara? Why? What could you possibly hope to find? Evelyn tuts, a sound of mock sympathy. Oh, Grayson, I was only looking out for your best interest, darling. The family's best interest. Would be selfish not to. You understand, don't you? And what I found? Well, let's just say it's rather alarming. With trembling fingers, I open the envelope, my eyes widening as I take in the contents. Police reports, news articles, affidavits from anonymous sources, all painting a picture of Amara that I hardly recognize. What is all this? I whisper, my voice hoarse with shock and disbelief. Mother leans forward, her eyes glinting with a malicious glee. It seems your precious Amara has quite the checkered past, my dear. Arrests for petty theft and vandalism, a stint in juvenile detention, and most damning of all, a history of sexual promiscuity that would make even the most hardened libertine blush. I shake my head, my mind reeling as I try to reconcile this information with the woman I know and love. No, this can't be true. There must be some mistake, some misunderstanding. I'm afraid not, darling, Evelyn says, her voice dripping with false sympathy. It's all there in black and white. Your sweet, innocent Amara. Nothing more than a common criminal and a hussy. You understand now? Why we can't have a degenerate in the family, especially with the company at stake. Your father would be rolling in his grave. I feel a surge of anger, hot and fierce, rising up in my chest. How dare you? I growl, my hands clenching into fists at my sides. How dare you come in here and slander the woman I love with these lies and half-truths? Evelyn raises a perfectly arched eyebrow, a look of cool disdain on her face. Lies, Grayson. I assure you, every bit of information in that file has been thoroughly vetted and verified. But by all means, ask your beloved Amara. See what she has to say for herself. I'm about to retort, to tell my mother exactly where she can shove her so-called research, but something stops me. A small, niggling doubt, worming its way into my brain. Could there be some truth to these allegations? Could Amara really have hidden such a dark, troubled past from me? I need to talk to Amara, I mutter, more to myself than to Evelyn. I need to hear her side of the story to understand. My mother nods, a look of faux concern on her face. Of course, darling. You do what you must. But remember, a leopard never changes its spots. And a woman with a history like Amara's, well, she's hardly fit to be a Winthrop bride now, is she? With that parting shot, Evelyn sweeps out of my office, leaving me alone with my swirling thoughts and a sinking feeling in the pit of my stomach. I know deep down that I should trust Amara, that I should have faith in the love we've built, in the unshakable bond we share. And just like when Sophia made her baseless claims about me, I owe Amara the benefit of the doubt. But the seeds of doubt have been planted, the cracks in our foundation exposed. And as I reach for my phone, my finger hovering over Amara's number, I can't shake the feeling that everything is about to change. For better or for worse, the truth will out.
Chapter 25. Amara. Grayson, I ask, swinging the door open with a sense of growing unease. What's going on? Is everything okay? He steps inside, his movements stiff and mechanical. "We need to talk, Amara." My stomach drops, a cold sense of dread washing over me at his tone. "Of course. Come in, sit down. You're scaring me. What's this all about?" He takes a seat on the couch, his hands clasped tightly in his lap. He doesn't look like himself, from the stubble on his face to the wrinkles in his suit. For a long moment, he says nothing, his gaze fixed on some invisible point in the distance. "My mother came to see me today," he says finally, his voice flat and emotionless. "She had some information about you." I blink at the sudden shift in topic. "Information? What kind of information?" Grayson reaches into his jacket pocket, pulling out a thick manila envelope. He tosses it onto the coffee table, the contents spilling out in a damning fan of papers and photographs. "She's been investigating you, Amara, digging into your past, and what she found, God, I don't even know where to begin." I feel the blood drain from my face, my heart pounding in my ears as I reach for the nearest document with trembling fingers. It's a police report, dated nearly a decade ago. My name, alongside a litany of charges: petty theft, vandalism, disorderly conduct. "Grayson," I whisper, my voice cracking with emotion. I can explain." He looks up at me, his eyes burning with a mixture of hurt and confusion. "Can you, Amara? Can you explain why you never told me about any of this? About the arrests? The juvenile detention? I thought we were supposed to be honest with each other. I thought we trusted each other." I feel tears welling up in my eyes, hot and stinging. "I do trust you, Grayson, more than anyone in this world, but my past it's not something I'm proud of, and those records were supposed to be sealed. It's a part of my life that I've worked so hard to put behind me." He shakes his head, a look of anguish on his face. "But how can you say that, Amara? How can you claim to have put it behind you when you've been hiding it from me all this time? When you've been lying to me every day about who you really are?" "I haven't been lying to you, Grayson," I exclaim, my voice rising with the desperation. "The person you know, the woman you fell in love with, that's who I am. That's who I've worked so hard to become." I take a deep, shuddering breath, forcing myself to meet his gaze head on. Yes, I have a past. A troubled, painful past that I'm not proud of. It doesn't change the love I have for you, or the future I want to build with you. He's quiet for a long moment, his expression unreadable. "Then tell me, Amara. Tell me the truth. The whole truth. Help me understand." And so, with a heavy heart and a trembling voice, I do. I tell him about my childhood, about the poverty and neglect that marked my earliest years, about the desperate, reckless choices I made as a teenager, trying to escape the pain and hopelessness that threatened to consume me. I tell him about the night that changed everything, the night I hit rock bottom and realized that I had to change, or risk losing myself forever. And I tell him about the years of hard work and self-discovery that followed, the long, difficult road to becoming the woman I am today. Through it all, Grayson listens, really listens, his eyes never leaving my face as I bare my soul, my deepest secrets and fears. When I'm finished, I'm trembling, my cheeks wet with tears. "I'm sorry, Grayson," I whisper, my voice raw with emotion. "I'm sorry I didn't tell you sooner. I was so afraid of losing you, of seeing the disappointment, the disgust in your eyes when you realized the truth about my past." But to my surprise, Grayson doesn't recoil. He doesn't push me away or look at me with revulsion. Instead, he reaches out, taking my face in his hands with a tenderness that steals my breath. "Amara," he murmurs, his voice thick with emotion. "My love, my heart, you could never, ever disappoint me. Your past, your struggles, they don't define you. They don't change the incredible, strong, compassionate woman I know you to be. I let out a sob, burying my face in his chest as he wraps his arms around me, holding me close. I love you, Amara Jeffries, he whispers fiercely, pressing a kiss to the top of my head. Every part of you, every flaw and imperfection. You're my everything, my reason for breathing, and nothing, not even the darkest parts of your past, could ever change that. We stay like that for a long time, clinging to each other as the weight of the revelation settles over us. But even amidst the pain and the fear, I feel a flicker of hope, a sense of unshakable love and acceptance that brings fresh tears to my eyes. Because I know, with a bone-deep certainty, that Grayson and I can weather any storm, overcome any obstacle. As long as we have each other, we are unbreakable. But even as I bask in the warmth of Grayson's embrace, a small nagging thought tugs at the back of my mind. Evelyn, the woman who dug up my past, who tried to use it as a weapon to destroy my happiness, my future with the man I love. I pull back, looking up at Grayson with a fierce determination in my eyes. I need to talk to your mother, I say, my voice steady and unwavering. I need to confront her, to make it clear that I won't be intimidated or driven away. Grayson nods, a look of pride and admiration on his face. I understand, Amara, and I support you 100%. But let me come with you. Let me stand by your side and show my mother that we are united now and always. I feel a rush of love and gratitude wash over me, so strong it takes my breath away. Together, I whisper, lacing my fingers through his. Always and forever. And as we step out into the night, hand in hand and heart to heart, I know that we can face anything as long as we have each other. Evelyn Winthrop may have tried to tear us apart, but she underestimated the power of our love, the unbreakable bond we share, and she's about to learn the hard way. The drive to the Winthrop family estate is tense, the air thick with unspoken emotions. Grayson's hand rests on my knee, a silent show of support and solidarity as we wind our way up the long tree-lined driveway. I can feel the tension coming from him as he grips my knee with every turn of the car, until at last, the gravel driveway crunches underneath us. As we pull up to the sprawling mansion, I feel a flicker of nervousness, a momentary doubt in my resolve. But then I catch sight of Evelyn standing on the front steps with a look of icy disdain on her face, and my determination hardens into steel. "Darling," she calls out as we exit the car, her voice dripping with false sweetness. "What an unexpected surprise. And I see you've brought your little friend." I feel Grayson tense beside me, his jaw clenching with barely contained anger. But I squeeze his hand, a silent reminder to let me handle this. "Evelyn," I say coolly, meeting her gaze head on. "We need to talk." She raises a perfectly arched eyebrow, a look of bored indifference on her face. "Do we now? And what could we possibly have to discuss, my dear?" I take a deep breath, steeling myself for the confrontation ahead. "I think you know exactly what we need to discuss, Evelyn. The file you compiled on me, the secrets from my past that you dug up and tried to use against me." For a moment, she looks taken aback, a flicker of surprise crossing her features, but then her expression hardens, a cruel smile playing at the corners of her mouth. "Ah, yes, your sordid little history. I must say I was quite shocked to learn of your, shall we say, colorful past. It's a wonder Grayson would even consider tying himself to someone with such a questionable background." I feel a flash of anger, hot and fierce, rising up in my chest, but I force myself to remain calm, to keep my voice level and controlled. My past is just that, Evelyn. The past. It doesn't define me. And it certainly doesn't give you the right to pass judgment on my character or my relationship with Grayson. She scoffs, a sound of derision. Doesn't it, though? A woman with a history like yours, well, let's just say it raises some serious concerns about your suitability as a Winthrop bride. I feel Grayson's hand tighten around mine, a low growl of warning rumbling in his chest. But I give him a subtle shake of my head, a silent plea to let me handle this. Evelyn, I say, my voice ringing out clear and strong. I understand that you have reservations about me, about my background and my past. But let me make one thing perfectly clear. I love your son, and I would love him regardless of his standings or company or anything else. And I will fight for him, for our relationship, with every ounce of strength and determination I possess. Now you best straighten up the way I understand it. Your dear boy is in fact the majority shareholder of the company, the family's wealth. And it looks like this fine estate too. Now, that technically makes him your boss, and me yours by extension. I take a step forward, my eyes blazing with a fierce, unwavering resolve. I am not going anywhere, Evelyn. Not now, not ever. Grayson and I are a team, a partnership, and nothing you say or do will ever change that. So you best mind your manners. Nothing good will come from further meddling, I'll tell you that much. For a long moment, she stares at me, her eyes narrowed and calculating. But then, to my surprise, she throws back her head and laughs, a sound of genuine amusement that catches me completely off guard. Well, 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 she chuckles, more shocked than anything. It seems I may have no choice. I can't lose my baby boy over something he dragged out of one of his little gentlemen's clubs, I'm assuming. Grayson grins, a look of fierce pride and adoration in his eyes as he pulls me close. That will be enough nasty talk, Mother. You know I won't have it. I told you, Amara is the love of my life, my soulmate, and nothing, not even your meddling and manipulation, will ever change that. Evelyn nods with a guilty look on her face. I can see that now, darling. And while I may not always agree with your choices, I suppose I have no choice but to accept them, for the sake of our family and for the happiness of my only son. She turns to me, her expression serious and solemn. Amara, I apologize for my actions. It was wrong of me, and I hope that, in time, you can find it in your heart to forgive me. I feel a rush of emotion wash over me, a mixture of relief and gratitude and cautious hope. Thank you, Evelyn, I say softly, my voice thick with feeling. That means more to me than you know. And while it may take time for us to build a relationship, to find a way to coexist, I promise to try, for Grayson's sake, and for the sake of our future together. She nods, a look of understanding and acceptance on her face. That's all I can ask for, my dear. And who knows, perhaps in time, we may even find a way to be friends. As we say our goodbyes and make our way back to the car, I feel a sense of lightness, a weight lifted from my shoulders that I didn't even realize I'd been carrying. Because I know with a bone-deep certainty that Grayson and I can weather any storm, overcome any obstacle. As long as we have each other, we are unbreakable. And as we drive off into the night, hand in hand and heart to heart, I know that our love story is far from over. In fact, it's only just beginning.
Chapter 26. Grayson. The weeks following our confrontation with my mother are a whirlwind of activity, a mad dash to the finish line of our rapidly approaching wedding day. Despite Mother's grudging acceptance of Amara, the air between them remains frosty, a palpable tension that puts me on edge every time they're in the same room. I just don't understand it, I sigh one evening, as Amara and I pore over yet another set of floral arrangements. She said she would try, that she would make an effort to build a relationship with you. But every time I see her, it's like she's barely holding herself back from saying something cutting or cruel. Amara looks up from the glossy pages, her expression soft and understanding. Grayson, love, I know it's hard, but we have to give her time. This is a big change for her, a shift in the way she's always seen the world and her place in it. I nod, feeling a rush of gratitude and love for the incredible woman beside me. You're right, as always. I hate seeing my baby girl hurt. I hate the way she looks at you sometimes like you're not good enough, like you'll never measure up to her impossible standards. She reaches out, taking my hand in hers and giving it a gentle squeeze. I know, I won't lie, it does sting sometimes, but I also know that her opinion of me, of us, it doesn't define our love or the future we're building together. I lean in, capturing her lips in a soft, sweet kiss. How did I get so lucky, To have a partner as wise and compassionate as you by my side? Amara grins, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Oh, I don't know. Maybe it's because you're a devastatingly handsome billionaire with a heart of gold and a jaw that could cut glass. I laugh, feeling the tension and worry of the past few weeks start to melt away in the face of her playful teasing. Is that so? Well, I suppose I should count my blessings then. Not every devastatingly handsome billionaire is lucky enough to snag a bride as brilliant and beautiful as you. We dissolve into giggles, the stress and strain of wedding planning momentarily forgotten as we revel in the simple joy of being together, of loving each other. But as the days tick by and the big day draws ever closer, the challenges and setbacks seem to mount, each one more daunting than the last. What do you mean the venue is double booked? I growl into the phone, my free hand clenched into a fist at my side. We put down a deposit months ago. We have a contract. How could this happen? The hapless event coordinator on the other end stammers out an apology, a litany of excuses and platitudes that do little to soothe my fraying nerves. I'm about to launch into a blistering tirade when I feel a soft hand on my arm, a gentle touch that instantly calms the raging storm inside me. I turn to see a pair of soft brown eyes coaxing me down from the ledge. Grayson, Amara murmurs, her voice low and soothing. It's okay. We'll figure this out, just like we figured out everything else. I take a deep breath, feeling the anger and frustration start to drain away, replaced by a sense of calm and certainty that I only ever feel when she is by my side. You're right, I sigh, giving the coordinator a curt but polite goodbye before hanging up the phone. I'm sorry, love. I want everything to be perfect for you, for us. And it feels like the universe is conspiring against us at every turn. It bothers me to not have control. Amara smiles, reaching up to cup my face in her hands. Grayson Winthrop, you listen to me. Our wedding day will be perfect no matter what. Because at the end of the day, all that matters is that we're together, that we're pledging our lives and our hearts to each other in front of the people we love most. I feel a lump form in my throat, a rush of emotion that threatens to overwhelm me. How do you do that? I whisper, my voice thick with feeling. How do you always know just what to say? My magic woman. She shrugs, a small, secret smile playing at the corners of her mouth. It's a gift, I suppose, or maybe just a side effect of being in love with you. I lean down, resting my forehead against hers as I breathe in the sweet, familiar scent of her. I love you, Amara Jeffries, more than I ever thought possible, and I can't wait to be your husband, to spend the rest of my life showing you just how much you mean to me. Amara's eyes flutter closed, a single tear slipping down her cheek. I love you too, Grayson, with every beat of my heart, every breath in my body. You're my everything, my reason for being, and I can't wait to be your wife. We stay like that for a long moment, lost in the warmth and comfort of each other's embrace. But finally, reluctantly, we pull apart, the realities of the day intruding on our blissful bubble. We should probably get back to it, Amara sighs, glancing at the ever-growing pile of to-do lists and vendor contracts. These centerpieces aren't going to choose themselves, after all. I nod, feeling a renewed sense of determination and purpose. You're right, love. But before we dive back in, there's something I want to do first. I take her hand, leading her out to the balcony of our apartment. The city stretches out before us, a glittering sea of lights and endless possibility. I reach into my pocket, pulling out a small velvet box. Amara's eyes widen, her hand flying to her mouth as I sink to one knee before her. I know I've already asked you this once before, I say softly, my heart pounding in my chest. But I want to ask you again, here and now, with the whole world as our witness. I open the box, revealing a stunning diamond bracelet, each stone carefully chosen to represent a milestone in our relationship, a moment that brought us closer together. Amara Jeffries, my love, my heart, will you do me the incredible honor of becoming my wife, of building a life together, of facing every joy and every challenge hand in hand, side by side? For a moment she's silent, tears streaming down her face as she stares at the glittering bracelet. But then, with a watery laugh, she nods, flinging her arms around my neck and peppering my face with kisses. Yes, she whispers, her voice thick with emotion. Yes, yes, 1,000 times yes. I love you, Grayson Winthrop, and I can't wait to be your wife. As I slide the bracelet onto her wrist, marveling at the way it sparkles and shines in the moonlight, I feel a sense of peace wash over me, a bone-deep certainty that, no matter what the future may hold, I am hers as she is mine.
Chapter 27. Amara. The morning of my wedding day dawns bright and clear, a perfect azure sky stretching out above the bustling city streets. I wake with a flutter of excitement in my stomach, a giddy, dizzy feeling that only intensifies as the hours tick by. I can't believe it's finally here, I whisper to my maid of honor, Sarah, as we sit in the bridal suite of the luxurious hotel where the ceremony will take place. I hardly recognize the vision in white in the mirror before me. Her elegant hair, pin-curled with the tiniest pearls. Her gown, one of 1,000 she tried on, but the perfect one for her on this day. I'm almost jealous to be me right now, standing here, reading to take vows with a man I've been dreaming of all my life. "Oh, Sarah," I exclaim, the excitement jittering inside me. I've dreamed of this day for so long, and now it's really happening. Sarah grins, her eyes sparkling with joy and mischief. "You better believe it, babe. In just a few short hours, you'll be Mrs. Grayson Winthrop, wife of the most eligible bachelor in the city." I laugh, feeling a rush of love and happiness wash over me. I don't care about his money or his status, Sar. I love Grayson for who he is, for the incredible, kind, compassionate man he's shown himself to be. She nods, her expression softening. I know, Amara, and that's why I know this marriage is going to be one for the ages. You two, you're the kind of love that most people only dream of. I'm about to respond when there's a sudden sharp knock at the door, a sound that sends a jolt of unease through my veins. "Were we expecting anyone else?" I ask, glancing at Sarah with a furrowed brow. She shakes her head, looking equally confused. "Not that I know of. Maybe it's just one of the vendors, or a lost guest." I nod, feeling a flicker of relief at her logical explanation. "You're probably right. Can you see who it is while I finish getting ready?" Sarah nods, rising from her chair and crossing to the door, but as she opens it, her posture goes rigid, a sharp intake of breath hissing through her teeth. "What are you doing here?" she demands, her voice low and angry. "You have no right, no reason to be anywhere near this wedding." I feel my stomach drop, a cold sense of dread washing over me. "Sarah, who is it?" What's going on? She turns to me, her face pale and stricken. Amara, it's Sophia, Grayson's crazy ex-girlfriend. My heart stops, my blood running cold in my veins. What could she possibly want here and now, on the day I'm set to marry the love of my life? I rise from my chair, my legs trembling beneath me as I cross the room to stand beside Sarah. Sophia, I say, my voice carefully neutral. This is a surprise. She smiles, a cold, cruel twist of her lips that sends a shiver down my spine. Oh, I'm sure it is, darling, but trust me, you'll want to hear what I have to say. I glance at Sarah, seeing the same mix of fear and anger in her eyes that I'm sure is reflected in my own. Whatever it is, I'm not interested. This is my wedding day, and I won't let you ruin it with your games and manipulations. But she just laughs, a harsh, grating sound that flares up my annoyance. Oh, but you see, it's not just my news to share. It's Grayson's news, too. Or should I say, our news. I feel my breath catch in my throat. My heart pounding so hard I'm sure she must be able to hear it. What are you talking about? Sophia's smile widens, a look of pure malicious triumph on her face. I'm pregnant, Amara, and the baby, it's Grayson's. For a moment, the world stands still, the air sucked from my lungs as if by a vacuum. This can't be happening. It can't be true. You're lying, I whisper, my voice trembling with a mixture of shock and denial. Grayson would never cheat on me. He loves me. He wants to marry me. But Sophia just shakes her head, a look of mock sympathy on her face. Oh, you poor naive girl. Do you really think a man like Grayson Winthrop could ever be satisfied with someone like you? He needs a woman who understands his world. His needs a woman like me. Just like I said, he always comes crawling back to me. I feel tears streaming down my face, hot and stinging, as they mix with the carefully applied makeup I'd been so excited to put on just hours before. When? I choke out, my voice barely above a whisper. When did his alleged affair happen? Sophia examines her perfectly manicured nails, a bored expression on her face. Oh, a few months ago. We ran into each other at a bar, had a few drinks, something led to another, and, well, here we are. I feel like I'm going to be sick, my stomach churning with a noxious mixture of betrayal and heartbreak. This can't be happening. It can't be real. I don't believe you, I say, my voice stronger now, fueled by a desperate, clawing hope. I don't believe Grayson would ever do something like this, to me or to anyone else. She shrugs, a look of cool indifference on her face. Believe what you want, darling, but the proof is right here. She reaches into her purse, pulling out a sheaf of papers and shoving them into my hands. Ultrasound images, doctor's reports, blood tests is all there. Grayson Winthrop is the father of my child, and there's nothing you or anyone else can do to change that. I stare down at the papers in my hands, the words and images blurring together as my vision swims with tears. This can't be real. It has to be a mistake, a cruel joke, a nightmare. But as I flip through the pages, seeing the undeniable evidence of her condition, of the life growing inside her, I feel something inside me break, a fundamental shift in the fabric of my reality. I need to talk to Grayson, I whisper, my voice hoarse and ragged. I need to hear this from him, to know the truth. She smiles, a look of pure, unadulterated triumph on her face. But of course, darling, I'm sure he'll be thrilled to explain everything to you. Just don't be surprised if it's not the fairy tale ending you were hoping for. With that, she turns on her heel and walks away, leaving me standing there in my wedding gown, my world shattered into a million glittering pieces. Amara, Sarah whispers, her voice thick with tears and sympathy. I don't know what to say. I'm so sorry. But I barely hear her, my mind reeling with the implications of Sophia's revelation. How could Grayson do this to me? How could he betray me like this, on the day we were supposed to start our lives together? I need answers. I need the truth. And I won't rest until I have them, no matter how much it may break my heart in the process. With a shaking hand, I reach for my phone, dialing the number I know by heart. The number of the man I thought I would spend the rest of my life with. Grayson, I say, my voice barely above a whisper. We need to talk, now. And as I wait for his response, my heart pounding in my chest and my world crumbling around me, I can only pray that the truth, when it comes, will not destroy me completely.
Chapter 28. Grayson. I feel like my world has been turned upside down, my heart shattered into a million jagged pieces. How could this be happening? How could Sophia, a woman I thought I had left firmly in the past, come back to haunt me on the day I was supposed to start my forever with the love of my life? I don't even remember leaving the church, my feet carrying me on autopilot to the one place I know I might find answers. Her penthouse apartment, the scene of so many past mistakes and regrets. I raced to her brownstone in a fury, my tuxedo long discarded. I roll up my sleeves to deal with this bitch once and for all. I pound on the door, my fists clenched and my heart pounding with a mixture of fury and desperation. Sophia! I roar, not caring who might hear me. Open the damn door! We need to talk, now! For a long moment there's nothing but silence, the faint sound of my own ragged breathing echoing in the empty hallway. But then, just as I'm about to give up and break the door down myself, I hear the click of the lock, the creak of hinges as the door swings open. Grayson, she purrs, a look of smug satisfaction on her face. What a surprise. I thought you'd be halfway to your honeymoon by now, playing house with your little wifey. I push past her, my jaw clenched and my eyes blazing with barely contained rage. Cut the crap. You know damn well why I'm here. What the hell do you think you're doing, showing up at my wedding with some bullcrap story about a pregnancy and an affair? She has the audacity to look hurt, a mock pout on her perfectly painted lips. But Grayson, darling, it's not a story. It's the truth. You and I, we made a baby together. That night at Benny's, when we reconnected and rekindled our old flame. I feel like I'm going to be sick, my stomach churning with revulsion at the very thought. You're lying, I spit out, my hands clenched into fists at my sides. I never touched you. Not that night. Not any night since we broke up. I'm in love with Amara. I'm committed to Amara. I would never, ever betray her like that. Her eyes flash with anger, her true colors finally showing through the cracks in her carefully crafted facade. Oh, please. You think I don't know about your reputation, Grayson? The way you used to run through women like they were disposable, like they meant nothing to you? What makes you think Amara is any different, any more special than the rest of us? I take a step forward, my voice low and dangerous. Amara is everything to me. She's my heart, my soul, my reason for living, and I won't let you or anyone else tarnish what we have with your lies and manipulations. For a moment, a flicker of uncertainty crosses her face, but then, just as quickly, the mask slips back into place, a cruel smile curling her lips. It's too late, Grayson. The damage is done. Amara will never trust you again, not after what I've told her. She'll always wonder, always doubt, and eventually, she'll leave you, just like all the others. I feel a surge of white-hot rage course through me, my vision narrowing to a pinpoint of fury. You bitch, I growl, my voice shaking with barely contained violence. You think you can destroy my life, my happiness, with your twisted little games? You think you can ruin the best thing that's ever happened to me, just because you can't stand to see me with someone else? Her eyes widen, a a flicker of fear showing through the cracks in her bravado. "Grayson, I didn't mean—" But I'm not listening anymore, my mind racing with the implications of her confession. "You lied," I whisper, my voice hoarse with shock and disbelief. "There is no baby. There was no affair. It was all just a sick, twisted scheme to get back at me, to punish me for moving on with my life." Her face crumples, tears streaming down her cheeks as she collapses onto the couch. I'm sorry, Grayson. I never meant for it to go this far. I couldn't stand the thought of losing you, of watching you build a life with someone else. I just love you so much and know I'm the best one for you. The only one for you." I shake my head, feeling a wave of disgust wash over me. You never had me. Not really. What we had, it was a lie, a facade. Our families wanted it, yes. But I never loved you. Not the way I love Amara. I turn to go, my heart pounding with a desperate need to find Amara, to explain everything and beg for her forgiveness. But before I can take a step, her hand shoots out, grabbing my arm in a vice-like grip. "Grayson, wait, please. I know what I did was wrong, was unforgivable, but please, don't leave me like this. Don't throw away everything we had, everything we could still have together." I yank my arm free, my eyes blazing with a fury that borders on hatred. "We have nothing. Not anymore. Not ever again. You're poison. A cancer that I need to cut out of my life once and for all." I storm out of the apartment, my mind reeling with the weight of her betrayal. How could I have been so blind, so foolish as to let her back into my life, even for a moment? How could I have put Amara, the love of my life, through this kind of pain and heartbreak? I need to find her. I need to explain, to beg for her forgiveness and her trust. I can't lose her. Not like this. Not because of Sophia's lies and manipulations. I pull out my phone, my fingers shaking as I dial the one number I know better than my own. "Amara," I whisper when it goes to voicemail, my voice thick with tears and desperation. "Please, baby. Please, just give me a chance to explain. I swear to you, on everything I hold dear, it was all a lie. The pregnancy, the affair, none of it was true." I take a shuddering breath, my heart breaking with every word. "I love you, Amara. I love you more than life itself. And I can't lose you. Not like this. Not because of someone else's cruelty and jealousy." I end the call, my chest heaving with sobs as I lean against the wall of the building, my legs barely able to support my weight. I can't imagine my life without Amara, without her love and her light and her unwavering faith in me. Swatting away the thought of her sobbing in her wedding gown, I know what I need to do. I need to fix this. I need to prove to her, once and for all, that she's the only one for me, the only woman I will ever love. And I won't rest until I've won her back, until I've shown her the depth and breadth of my devotion, my commitment to our love. No matter what it takes, no matter how long I have to fight, I will never, ever give up on us.
Chapter 29. Amara. The days following the disastrous wedding attempt pass in a blur of tears, heartache, and soul-searching. I feel like I'm drowning, like the very foundation of my world has been ripped out from under me, leaving me lost and adrift. But through it all, there's one constant, one lifeline that keeps me tethered to shore. My best friend, Sarah. She's been my rock, my confidant, my shoulder to cry on as I try to make sense of the chaos and confusion that has become my life. I don't know what to believe anymore, I confess one night as we sit curled up on my couch with wine and a box of tissues. I love Grayson, Sarah. I love him more than I ever thought possible. But how can I trust him after everything that's happened? Sarah is quiet for a moment, her brow furrowed in thought. "I won't lie to you, Amara. What that bitch did, it was cruel, and manipulative and designed to hurt you in the deepest way possible. But she takes a deep breath, her eyes searching mine with a mix of sympathy and conviction. But I also know Grayson. I've seen the way he looks at you, the way he talks about you. That man, he's head over heels, stupid in love with you. And I can't believe he would ever do something like this. Not in a million years. I feel fresh tears prick at the corners of my eyes, my heart clenching with a painful mix of hope and fear. I want to believe that, Sarah. I want to believe in him, in us. But how can I ever trust him again, after all the doubt and confusion Sophia has sown? Sarah reaches out, taking my hand in hers and giving it a gentle squeeze. You talk to him, Amara. You hear him out. You give him a chance to explain. And then you listen to your heart. Because deep down, I think you already know the truth. You already know what you need to do. I'm quiet for a long moment, my mind reeling with the weight of her words. Admittedly, I haven't been able to stop thinking about him. I never got to see him in his tux. We never got to have our day. It fills me with a hopeless disappointment that makes me want to fall into him, if only to share the regret with the person who gets it the most. Him. Could it really be that simple? Could the answer to all my pain and heartache really be as easy as talking to Grayson? Hearing him out? Okay, I whisper finally, my voice trembling with a mix of nerves and determination. Okay, I'll meet with him. I'll hear what he has to say. Sarah nods, a small smile playing at the corners of her mouth. Good, that's good, Amara. And remember, no matter what happens, no matter what he says, I'm here for you, always. The next day, I find myself sitting across from Grayson at a quiet cafe, my heart pounding and my palms slippery with sweat. He looks like he hasn't slept in days, his eyes red-rimmed and his face drawn with exhaustion and grief. I've seen 1,000 clean-cut, well-shaven versions of him, but this guy has been through hell. I realize just looking at him that he looks as miserable as I feel. Amara, he says softly, his voice hoarse with emotion. I don't even know where to begin. The things Sophia said, the accusations she made, I swear to you, on everything I hold dear, none of it was true. I feel my throat tighten, tears threatening to spill over as I force myself to meet his gaze. Then why, Grayson? Why would she do something like this? Why would she go to such lengths to hurt us? He takes a deep, shuddering breath, his hands clenching into fists on the table. Because she's sick, Amara. She's twisted, cruel, and so consumed by her own jealousy and bitterness that she can't stand to see anyone else happy. Least of all me. He reaches out, tentatively taking my hand in his. I flinch at the contact, but don't pull away. Some small part of me craving his touch, his reassurance. Amara, I know I've made mistakes in the past. I know I've hurt you, even if it was unintentional. But please believe me when I say that you, and you alone, are the love of my life. The one I want to spend the rest of my days with. The one I want to build a future with. I feel a sob catch in my throat, my vision blurring with tears. I want to believe you, Grayson. I want to trust in you, in us, but I'm so scared. Scared of getting hurt again, scared of opening myself up to more pain and heartbreak. I feel like we've been on this roller coaster from day one. Every time I think I can trust the way I feel about you, the bottom drops out. He nods, his own eyes glistening with unshed tears. I know, baby, I know. And I can't promise that I'll never hurt you again, never cause you pain. But what I can promise is that I will spend the rest of my life proving my love for you, my devotion to you. I will wake up every single day and choose you, choose us, no matter what challenges we face. I'm quiet for a long moment, my heart warring with my head as I try to make sense of the swirling emotions inside me. Can I really do this? Can I really take this leap of faith? Put my trust in Grayson once more? But as I look into his eyes, seeing the depth of love and sincerity shining back at me, I know that there's only one answer, only one path forward. Okay, I whisper, my voice trembling with a mix of fear and hope. Okay, Grayson, I believe you, I trust you, and I want to try again. I want to build a life with you, a future, together. His face breaks into a watery smile, a look of such pure joy and relief that it takes my breath away. Oh, Amara, my love, my heart, you have no idea how much that means to me, how much you mean to me. He slides out of his chair, dropping to one knee before me and taking my hand in his. Amara Jeffries, I know I've asked you this before, and I know I've put you through hell in the process, but I'm asking you again, here and now, will you marry me? Will you be my wife, my partner, my everything? I feel fresh tears streaming down my face, but this time, they're tears of joy, of love, of pure, unbridled happiness. Yes, I whisper, my voice choked with emotion. Yes, Grayson. 1,000 times, yes. He surges to his feet, pulling me into his arms and crushing his lips against mine in a kiss that's equal parts passionate and tender. We stay like that for a long moment, lost in each other, in the promise of a future together. And as we finally break apart, breathless and giddy with love, I know that this is just the beginning, just the first chapter in a story that will last a lifetime. A few weeks later, surrounded by our closest friends and family, Grayson and I exchange vows in a small intimate ceremony. There are tears and laughter, joy and solemnity, but through it all, there's an undercurrent of pure, unshakable love. As Grayson takes my hands in his eyes shining with unshed tears, he begins to speak, his voice trembling with emotion. Amara, my love, there was a time not so long ago when I thought I had lost you forever, when I thought my own mistakes and the cruelty of others had shattered our bond beyond repair. But even in my darkest moments, even when all hope seemed lost, I never stopped loving you. I never stopped fighting for you, for us. He takes a deep, shuddering breath, his grip on my hands tightening. You see, Amara, you're not just my lover, my partner. You're my savior, my guiding light. Before I met you, I was lost, adrift in a sea of my own making. But you showed me what it means to be truly seen, truly loved. You challenged me to be a better man, to strive for something greater than myself. I feel tears streaming down my own face now, my heart so full of love and gratitude that it feels like it might burst. Grayson, I whisper, my voice choked with emotion. You are my rock, my safe haven. When the world feels like it's spinning out of control, when I'm lost and scared and unsure, I know that I can always find my way back to you. Your love, your strength, ... T.S, the compass that guides me home every single time. He smiles at me then, a watery, tremulous thing that's so full of love and devotion that it steals my breath. I know we've had our share of setbacks, of obstacles that seemed insurmountable at the time. But through it all, through every trial and tribulation, our love has only grown stronger, more unshakable. Because that's the thing about true love, Amara. It's not about perfection or never making mistakes. It's about choosing each other day after day, no matter what life throws our way. I nod, my own smile blossoming through the tears. Grayson, I can't promise that our journey will always be easy. I can't promise that we won't face our share of challenges and heartaches along the way. But what I can promise you, here and now, is that I will always, always choose you. I will choose our love, our life together no matter what. He brings my hands to his lips, pressing a reverent kiss to my knuckles. Amara Jeffries, you are my everything, my heart, my soul, my reason for being, and I promise you, from this day forward, I will spend the rest of my life proving my love for you, my devotion to you. I will wake up every single morning and thank my lucky stars that I get to call you mine, that I get to build a future with you by my side. I lean in, resting my forehead against his as I'd whisper my own vows, my own promise. Grayson Winthrop, you are the love of my life, my soulmate in every sense of the word. And I vow to you, here and now, that I will love you, honor you, and cherish you. For all the days of my life, I will be your partner, your equal, your biggest cheerleader, and your softest place to land. I will choose you, choose us every single day for the rest of our lives. As we seal our vows with a kiss, the world around us fading away until there's nothing but the two of us, lost in each other, I feel a sense of peace, of rightness, settle over me like a warm blanket. Because I know, with a bone-deep certainty, that this is exactly where I'm meant to be. With a Grayson by my side, my husband, my forever love, I know that there's nothing we can't face, no challenge we can't overcome. Our love story may not have been a fairy tale, a perfect, seamless journey from beginning to end, but it's ours, in all its messy, complicated, beautifully imperfect glory. And as we turn to face our cheering loved ones, hand in hand and heart to heart, I know that this is just the beginning of our happily ever after. A love story for the ages, a testament to the power of choosing each other day after day, no matter what life may bring. Grayson and Amara, forever and always.
Chapter 30. Grayson. It's a strange feeling to think I have a wife. Not strange in a bad way. Never that. It's strange as in I have someone with me to love until the end of my days. And I do love her. That's for damn sure. And I'm going to prove it to her right now. She chose the location for our honeymoon. She wanted to go to the Maldives, and since I can't say no to anything she wants, we're here on a warm, sunny beach. The best part about this beach is the privacy. Our bungalow is the only one for a mile. No one can see us. No one can hear us. And I plan on making her scream my name before the night is through. The sand beneath is a soft white, the sun above a vibrant orange. It's setting slowly, painting our world in hues of pink and gold. She's sitting on the edge of our bungalow deck, her feet dipping into the turquoise sea below, staring out to the horizon. Her soft brown hair is blowing slightly in the wind, and I can see the side of her face as she smiles softly to herself. I approach her then, drawn in by her radiance, and the way the light glints on her perfect copper-brown skin. She turns around when she hears me coming, and her eyes light up when they meet mine. It's the look of love that I see in them, a burning passion that mirrors my own. "I missed you," I whisper, even though we were just apart for a few minutes. "Already?" She laughs, a sound that's music to my ears. "Always." With that, I take her into my arms, carefully wrapping them around her slender waist. My heart races as she leans into me, her arms moving to encircle my neck. She looks up at me with those mesmerizing eyes of hers, full of trust, and my heart leaps. I place a kiss on her forehead before searching her eyes for permission. Not finding any hesitation there, I lower my lips onto hers. Our first kiss as man and wife on this secluded beach. Our worlds shrink until it's just us, and our heartbeat echoing in unison against the gentle lapping of waves onto the shore. As I pull away from our kiss, her eyes glazed with desire, I know my promise holds true. This is the woman I'll love until the end of my days. I pull her back into the bungalow and begin undressing her with the utmost reverence. I let my hands roam her body, tracing the curves only I've had the privilege to know so intimately. Every sigh she releases is a symphony for me, every gasp of surprise a badge of honor. As our clothes are discarded, what remains is an unspoken promise, a tangible declaration of our love. We move in tandem as if we've danced this dance 1,000 times before. Her eyes never leave mine as I guide her to the large bed in the corner of our bungalow. Silent promises hang heavy in the air as I lay her down gently on the bed. The sheets are cool, contrasting with the warmth oozing from us. The sound of crashing waves provides a steady rhythm to match our racing pulses. My hands move to her hair, unraveling it from the long braid she had it in, letting it spread out like a soft halo around her head on the white pillowcase. She looks at me with anticipation and excitement, and my promise expands. I will not just love her until my dying day, but beyond. Let's find out what happened with their happily ever after moment, shall we? Head on over to TylaWalker.com for all the unabridged, delicious content you can handle. Use code SAVE40 for sizzling savings on our exciting conclusion. Thanks for reading.
This is it, baby. This is what you can get me that'll make me happy.
You know I'll get you whatever you want. All you need to do is ask me and I'll give it to you.
This ain't just it. This is everything I could ever want.
Now I'm curious. What does a strong, sassy woman like yourself want so badly?
Baby, you know what I want?
Can't wait to hear.
The Big Baddie Bundle from Tyla Walker. It has everything I need.
20 ebooks with over 1 million words of sassy romance and spice that'll keep you on your toes.
10 audiobooks containing over 60 hours of that seductive voice telling me naughty things all night long.
You don't need an audiobook for that, baby. Right here.
You may be fine and all, but no one tells it like the way Miss Tyla does. And I need her in my life.
The Big Baddie Bundle is everything you need. You can get it for 80% off.
Go to TylaWalker.com to browse the bundles that earn you the best deals.
It's time you treat yourself. Because you deserve it.
Escape your life with Miss Tyla.